Hello and welcome to my full season analysis of Spartacus House of Ashur. This video is structurally the same as my other Spartacus videos, but the important difference here is that I covered each episode before I knew what was going to happen in the next episode, which means I could only guess where the story would go. This video is a compilation of my 5 individual House of Ashur videos stitched together for completion purposes to be viewed alongside my other Spartacus videos, and although my opinion of the show changes throughout, I thought it best not to remove anything so that you can experience this change. But before we start, I thought it best to add some context now that I've seen the entire season so as to give you a rough idea of what to expect. The first couple of episodes of House of Ashur are okay, but are certainly not anything special. They laid enough groundwork for me to be interested in where the story might go, but there were multiple issues that were apparent. And because of how Blood and Sand began in a similarly shaky manner, I perhaps naively thought that these problems would go away, when in actuality they became so much worse. In something of an inversion of Blood and Sand, which started out okay, became very good, and then climbed even higher for a spectacular last few episodes, House of Ashur starts out okay, and then shits the bed faster than Amber Heard, plummeting into a confused mess of undercooked plot threads, ridiculous characters, plenty of unintentional comedy, and wasted potential. So, whilst my coverage of the first 2 or 3 episodes is not what I would call particularly positive, the tone is far more optimistic than it would be were I to remake those videos now that I have full context for where the show was going to go. On its most basic level, the plot features the introduction of women into gladiator games, and although, yes, we can dismiss this out of hand by saying, oh, well, don't you know, that's woke, 1 out of 10. There is an idea here that has potential depending on how it is handled, and the opening episodes gave me a small degree of hope that was promptly shattered. One of the most confusing parts of the show is the inclusion of the titular character Ashur. The reason the woman gladiator story is being told in a show titled House of Ashur is entirely because Ashur is a character from the original show, and so he serves as a reason for viewers to come back when the core premise of the show would undoubtedly turn many of them off. However, his function within the story does not require him to be Ashur. In fact, even if we can get past the multiversal resurrection concept, the story makes less sense for having Ashur in it because his behavior and personality are only that of Ashur in the most superficial sense. He looks like Ashur, and he occasionally talks like Ashur, and I don't want to undersell this, Nick Tarabay is fantastic in the role as always, but this Ashur frequently does things that Ashur from Blood and Sand would never do, which means the writers have essentially created a bad caricature of their character and slapped him into a story in which he does not belong. House of Ashur would not be good if Ashur was replaced by a brand new character, but replacing Ashur with some guy would fix many of the show's problems. As a bit of a visual aid, I'm going to throw together a graph plotting the approximate quality of each season of Spartacus to give you an idea for where House of Ashur lands in comparison. So Blood and Sand starts off kind of and then it gets quite good, and then it gets really good, and then it gets really, really good, and then it kind of teeters off a little bit in the middle, but it's still really, really, really good, and then the end is, like, amazing. So that's Blood and Sand. Gods of the Arena starts out really strong, and then it maintains that consistency for pretty much the entire season. Vengeance starts out about on par with Blood and Sand. The first 3 episodes are really not good, and then it kind of gets okay, and then I guess we get through to the end and it's somewhere about there. And bear in mind that I haven't yet finished my War of the Damned video, so this may change, but for War of the Damned, let's do something approximately like that. House of Ashur starts off probably about here, and yeah, episode 3 of House of Ashur is probably better than episode 3 of Vengeance, and then something like this happens, and then something like this happens, and then something like this happens, and then episode 9 is not as terrible as the rest, and then episode 10 just kind of goes off the chart, it's down there somewhere. Stephen DeKnight has defended the concept of House of Ashur by saying something along the lines of, I resurrected Ashur because this was the story I wanted to tell, and I wanted to use this as the return to the universe of Spartacus. Hearing Stephen DeKnight talk so passionately about Crassus and Caesar in the commentary tracks for War of the Damned shows that he did, and perhaps still does, truly care about these characters. Both Caesar and Crassus were extremely well received by viewers. Yes, this was partly because of the performances of the actors, but it was partly because they were fantastically written. So, the obvious move when trying to bring back the Spartacus universe 15 years later would be to continue the story of Crassus, Caesar, and Pompey. Much like Batiatus, Crassus was such a compelling antagonist that he could have easily carried his own season, and in many ways he did carry War of the Damned. Yes, they needed to recast Caesar for House of Ashur because Todd Lasance was busy, and I assume that they would have had to recast Crassus because Simon Merrills is now 60, but Stephen DeKnight is no stranger to recasting major roles for one reason or another. Point being, they had a fucking goldmine of historical content from which to draw, and they could have used this to continue the stories of two of the best characters from the original show. If DeKnight genuinely did not have any investment in those characters anymore and he wished to do something totally different, then I would at least understand him deciding to move in this new direction. But House of Ashur mentions Crassus about 15 times in each episode. He is constantly leveraged to make the plot happen, despite never appearing. And Caesar is a major player in 3 episodes, and he directly influences the plot in multiple others, which suggests that Stephen DeKnight did want to make a show that featured Caesar, Crassus, and Pompey. He just didn't want that to be the focus. Instead, Mr. DeKnight decided to pick the story that employs multiversal afterlife mechanics to resurrect its lead character before focusing that story on women being introduced as gladiators and then excelling against the far stronger and more experienced men. Plausibility aside, what fever grips brain to make you think that this was a good idea? This is your big Spartacus comeback and your launchpad for other spin-offs. If House of Ashur fails, then you don't get seasons 2 through 5. You don't get to make your other spin-offs. This was your chance to prove that these shows have an audience. You had to know that even had House of Ashur been well written, the subject matter is not something that would appeal to a large portion of the original show's fans. And sure, maybe they should be more open-minded, maybe they should be more willing to accept the story you apparently wanted to tell. This was in fact my perspective when I watched the first 2 episodes. I knew what DeKnight was capable of, and I was not willing to dismiss the show based on the concept alone. But then it became clear that the concept was not being handled in anything approaching a sensible or believable manner, which meant viewers like myself who truly gave the show a chance felt like idiots for having hope. Stephen DeKnight has said that in a perfect world he would like House of Ashur to run for 4 to 5 seasons, and he has ideas for other spin-offs that would release separately. If this is true, I simply can't tell you why on earth he decided to pick this concept to test the waters. As I have said, parts of the concept were not dead on arrival. Get rid of Ashur and the multiverse resurrection gimmick, and create an entirely new character called Novus Protagonus. Novus Protagonus is a Lanista struggling to get by in Capua in the years that followed the events of the main show. He then has the wild idea to give the people something they have never seen before, and he finds some women with experience fighting in foreign wars, and decides to gear them up to become the first female gladiators, and he decides to start his own league of gladiator games. That, as a concept, is fine, and it has the potential to be quite good. But even so, going for the women gladiator thing as your trial run, when you apparently intend to make 5+ seasons off the back of the success of this one, is just about as out of touch as you can get. Even had this concept been executed in the way I just described, rather than the way it was handled in the show, there would still have been a huge amount of pushback by people who deemed it too political for their liking, regardless of whether or not this was the intent when DeKnight created the show. And there would be many more people who saw the trailer, sighed, and never thought about the show ever again. House of Ashur is not in any sense a safe bet, and running with this concept ahead of a Crassus and Caesar spin-off following directly on from War of the Damned, a Gannicus spin-off filling in his years in between Gods of the Arena and Vengeance, or a Dadiatus spin-off covering his time as the Dominus of the House of Batiatus, was a stupid fucking move. So now I'm going to address the negative reaction to the show from its early episodes and try my best to explain why I gave the show the benefit of the doubt. Because whilst I do believe that the season is really quite bad, I do not think it was inevitably going to be terrible. If you watched the trailer for House of Ashur, your view may well be, look, it's a brown woman and she's beating up all the men and telling everyone how good she is. And if so, then I fully understand your instinctive reaction being, fuck this show, it's another one of those shows that shits on its IP and tries to reinvent itself for the quote modern audience, whilst spitting upon its actual audience. But, at least for the first few episodes, that isn't really what House of Ashur is. I was of the view that whoever made that trailer should be fucking fired because it appeared that they had edited it in such a way as to create drama and controversy by misrepresenting the actual content of the show. Which may be a smart move if you believe that all publicity is good publicity, but it also means that a huge number of potential audience members are going to be predisposed to dislike it because they are sick of this bullshit. They can't have a Spartacus spin-off in 2025-2026, they can only have a show that has Spartacus in the title, but it is actually about a strong brown woman who beats up all the men and has zero basis in historical fact. Whilst I did not share that reaction, I understood it. Unfortunately, because of the current state of media, when a trailer comes out for a male-centric show that has at least some basis in real-world history, and the trailer places a strong brown woman front and center, people will respond negatively. Which is unfortunate, but that isn't entirely their own fault, because they are merely recognizing and responding to a pattern. Based on the trailer, Achillea appears to be the perfect embodiment of what has been pissing so many people off in recent years. She appeared to be a Mary Sue, a diversity checkbox hire, and a character who exists for political reasons, and the show appeared to be yet another inaccurately diversified representation of historical events, and generally, when shows do any of the above, let alone all three at once, they are not good. Which means in the current year, the presence of a strong brown woman, particularly a historically inaccurate strong brown woman, is, quite unfortunately, a marker for a TV show being bad, when this was not the case 20 years ago. What I try my best to do is eject all of that bullshit from my work and treat things as isolated from the culture in which they were created, obvious exceptions aside. I assume that everyone would agree that if House of Ashur came out in 2014 and immediately followed War of the Damned, the level of pushback based on the trailer would have been substantially less, because people were not yet sick of being preached to and gaslit by terrible media back in 2014. Stephen DeKnight has in fact said that if Buffy or Xena came out in 2025, they would also be derided as woke garbage. And I think he is almost certainly right, provided we are only talking about the trailer. Because once you actually sit down and watch Buffy, Xena, Arcane, Rings of Power, Spartacus, or House of Ashur, you have to put all of that bullshit out of your mind and just watch the fucking show. And I did. And what I found was that the trailer is indeed an accurate representation of what happens in the show, even though this didn't really manifest until episode 4. In the opening couple of episodes, I made light of the fact that people were dismissing the show for political reasons, and whilst the show revealed itself to be exactly what the trailer made it appear to be, I do still maintain that dismissing the show for those reasons based on the first 2 episodes is unfair. To use the language of the times, yes, in hindsight, the show could accurately be described as woke garbage, but I don't care if a show is woke, and I never have. What I objected to was the masses of people who only seemed to care if House of Ashur was woke, and were not interested in honestly discussing the actual content of the show. This spin-off, as well as the original show, is historical fiction, which means the writers can do pretty much whatever the hell they want as long as it is grounded in real-world history. For example, in the original show, the writers chose to make Glaber, the guy who originally captured Spartacus and sold him into slavery, because historically, Glaber was the first praetor Spartacus defeated, so tying them together earlier in the story makes sense, even though this is not what actually happened. It allowed for Spartacus and Glaber to have a history before they met in combat, which means in the show, Glaber is not just a guy that Rome sent to hunt him down, which gives their conflict more dramatic weight and catharsis. Sometimes, in a piece of historical fiction, being intentionally inaccurate can lead to a better story, as can hiring a better actor. And I find it very amusing that the original show blackwashed a white historical figure not once but twice, and no one fucking cared. Because back in 2010, this didn't have the corrosive stigma it has now. Historically, both Enemaeus and Castus were Gauls, yet in the show they are Numidian and Cilician respectively, and both characters are portrayed by brown actors. The reason this happened is not because the showrunners or network were like, oh man, we need to get one of those browns in our show because we have to get those boxes ticked. In the case of Enemaeus, this happened because they had the opportunity to work with Peter Mensa, and they thought he would be perfect for the role of Enemaeus, and he was. Enemaeus is one of the best characters and the best performances in the original show, and yet were it to have been released in the current year, Garen fucking T'd there would be backlash when the trailer came out and revealed that the Spartacus show is blackwashing actual history. They want to replace us, #NotMyEnemeus. The show would be review-bombed and then ignored by political activists, but those who actually watched the show would realize by the 4th or 5th episode, oh damn, this is actually pretty fucking incredible. If Peter Mensa were to play Enemaeus in a dramatized documentary about the actual historical figure of Enemaeus, then I would agree that it would be inappropriate to change his ethnicity from Gallic to Numidian, and it would be equally inappropriate if they kept him as a Gaul but had him portrayed by a man with brown skin, because this would then mean that the showrunners cared more about depicting brown people than accurately depicting the subject of their documentary. These confused priorities generally lead to a bad end product, and I think documentaries have a responsibility to be accurate, whilst historical fiction has a responsibility to be entertaining. Spartacus is not anything close to a documentary, so fuck it. For the sake of argument, let's tweak Blood and Sand so that Spartacus was from Nigeria and Batiatus was an Indian man living in Capua. As long as this is integrated into the story, as in maybe part of the reason Indian Batiatus was looked down on by Calavius and Salonius was because he was an outsider, then these kinds of changes are not inherently bad. If the characterization, plot, and overall writing are of equal quality, then this diversified version of Blood and Sand would be definitionally just as good as the actual version. And yet, the diversified version would receive criticism because in the current year, there are countless shows, many of which are terrible, that do similar things. People would see the trailer depicting Nigerian Spartacus being captured and brought to Capua to be trained by brown Enemaeus under the house of Indian Batiatus, and they would cry, woke, DEI, ahistorical revisionism. And the show would simply not be given a chance by many people purely on this basis. Even without these diversified changes that I just made up, you could absolutely argue that the original show was woke DEI ahistorical revisionism. But the part that I find so frustrating about these labels and these discussions is that they do not speak to the actual quality of the show itself. And too often people will use buzzwords in place of assessing quality because it is trivially easy to point at a film and say woke, whilst it requires time and effort to deconstruct it and understand how it works, or, in the case of House of Ashur, doesn't. This kind of knee-jerk reaction makes about as much sense to me as praising a Christian movie because you approve of its message, praising Rings of Power because it has about 17 different ethnic groups all inexplicably living in the same hole in the desert, or praising Deadpool and Wolverine because Ryan Reynolds is sometimes funny in other movies. All of that is surface-level observation, not analysis. This is a cursory glance in the general direction of a piece of media. Oh, Ryan Reynolds is funny. He told the jokes and I laughed. The theme of forgiveness was good because forgiving is good. But I must say the film was pretty woke because they DEI'd in a load of women and brown people. And that kind of assessment tells you precisely nothing about the quality of the film in question. Only that it might be funny, it has a theme, and it contains women and brown people. So, how does all of this relate to House of Ashur? The problem is that the vast majority, as in about 95% from what I have seen, of the criticisms of the show are either dishonest or inaccurate, and they address only a meta aspect. It happens to feature a historically inaccurate brown woman in a male-focused TV show, and it happens to have been released during a time in which diversity tickboxing and historical revisionism are common. If you are having that discussion, then more power to you. If you are having that discussion and only that discussion, then you are not interested in talking about the show. You are interested in talking about politics, which is fine until your political preferences cloud your judgment, of which there are countless examples. Literally all you need to do is read the user reviews for House of Ashur on IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes. You can absolutely have a rational discussion about so-called wokery, but all too often that turns into reactionary brainlets going re 1 out of 10 because they have decided before the show has come out, not that it is probably going to be bad, but that the show is bad. And if you say otherwise, you bent the knee to the woke agenda, you spineless cuck, how can you not be sick of the propaganda, etc., etc. Because, shock horror I know, I spend a bit of time in episodes 1 to 3 in particular defending certain aspects of House of Ashur, and positively highlighting things that I think are worth praising, I was accused by many people in my comments of being a woke leftoid, which I'm sure would bamboozle a certain channel, but that is the price of me being honest. If I was purely interested in making money and I was willing to grift, I could easily have jumped on the bandwagon based on the god-awful trailer and gone into my House of Ashur videos from the start with the expectation that it was going to be terrible. And I could have ignored or misrepresented the positive aspects of the show so as to play into the false narrative that everyone in House of Ashur is gay and there is no fighting, but when there is fighting, it's women beating up men twice their size and winning all the time. Which, yeah, there is a gay couple and women occasionally beat men, but rather than doing what I was accused by some people of doing with Rings of Power, I decided to do what I actually did with Rings of Power. Go in with an open mind and assess what is actually there, not what my political activist subconscious thinks is there. So with all of that out of the way, what kind of prelude can I give for House of Ashur? It is a weird fucking show, and as we progress through the episodes, you will notice that my overall perspective changes multiple times. From, this isn't actually that bad, to, oh okay, yes it is, to, nah, this is okay, to, good lord, what the fuck are we doing, to crying myself to sleep, to laughing hysterically. This series is a roller coaster. Episode 1 is an extremely average opening with many problems, and it is probably approximately on par with Episode 1 of Vengeance. Episode 2 is sillier but more entertaining. Episode 3 is inconsequential and could just not exist, but it is not particularly bad. Episode 4 alternates between hilarious bad and awful bad. Episode 5 is where I lost all hope. Episode 6 is depressing bad. Episode 7 is a once-in-a-lifetime unholy cocktail of absurdism that is the funniest thing I saw in 2025. Episode 8 is like Episode 5, but on another level of what the fuck am I watching. Episode 9 is probably the best of the season. Episode 10 is an unmitigated disaster that truly needs to be seen, but even then it can't really be believed. House of Ashur could have been good. Blood and Sand was incredible, and many key personnel returned for House of Ashur. Half of the episodes are directed by series veterans. Rick Jacobson directed 3, and Michael Hurst and Mark Beasley directed 1 each. 6 of the executive producers are shared across the 2 shows. However, there are a lot of new faces in the writer's room which might partially explain this. DeKnight co-wrote 3 episodes, Aaron Helbing co-wrote 1, and that's it for the writing team from the original show. We then have a guy whose only other writing credit is 4 episodes of Charmed, a woman who served as the story editor for Season 3 of Wheel of Time, and 3 people with a bunch of credits for things I've never heard of. Dia Mishra was a writer for 9 out of the 10 episodes. Her prior credits include the Kevin Smith He-Man show, and apparently there was a National Treasure TV show, but yeah, she wrote that as well. And finally, Henry Jones was a writer for all 10 episodes, and his prior credits include Season 2, Episode 3 of Arcane. But ultimately, Stephen DeKnight was the showrunner. He was heavily involved in each episode. By his own words, he broke the story for each episode in detail with the writers, and he did the final polish. He also says that if anyone doesn't like a particular episode, then that is on him, not the rest of the writing team. Which means I really hate to say it because of how much I love the original show, but I am in disbelief that the same man was also responsible for this. I wanted it to be good. I believed it could be good. But as it turns out,
I've never been so wrong in all my life.
I think that about does it. So current me will bid you farewell before we rewind back to episode 1, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the video. The House of Ashur is a very strange idea for a TV show. Right out of the gate, if you have been watching my Spartacus videos, please be aware that due to the nature of the story of the House of Ashur, it is impossible for me to avoid spoiling the main show's final season, although I will not spoil anything that I don't have to. In the original show, Ashur was a scheming and manipulative villain who ultimately met his end in the finale of Vengeance. He was an immensely entertaining character, and the idea of, oh, what would happen if he got to run his own ludus is something that has serious narrative potential. The small problem is that Ashur is fucking dead. Like, unambiguously decapitated in full view dead. This means that before the writers can tell the what-if story that they want to tell, they have to deal with, essentially, resurrecting their lead character. However, one potential benefit of this concept is that the story is now back in the ludus, which allows for the writers to repeat the incredibly successful and effective dynamic that was seen in Blood and Sand and Gods of the Arena, a dynamic that was unfortunately lost when the story moved out of the ludus in Vengeance. This story will likely revolve around slaves, Romans, and gladiator matches, and the confined and geographically restricted nature of the story means that seemingly small moments can become hugely consequential as the effects of decisions and conflicts ripple throughout the entire cast of characters, rather than their stories being kept completely separate until the finale. It is much simpler to develop interesting side characters under these circumstances because every character has some level of investment in whatever is happening because of the proximity, and the drama spreads throughout the ludus in a natural way that does not require random bullshit so as to make the plot happen. See my video covering Vengeance for some examples of that. Overall, Ashur is one of the best characters in the first 2 seasons of Spartacus before he gets just that little bit messy in Vengeance. He is, however, entertaining throughout, thanks in part to a fantastic performance by Nick Tarabay, and although Ashur has moments of sympathy, he is absolutely and concretely a villain. He only cares about himself for the entire series, and although he becomes close with Dagon, Crixus, Batiatus, Lucretia, and Glaber, to varying degrees, he is absolutely and entirely in this for himself, and if given the opportunity to benefit from someone else's suffering, he will pull that trigger in a heartbeat. I desperately, truly, more than perhaps any other show coming out, want the House of Ashur to be good. Spartacus is my favorite TV show, and if the House of Ashur is a success, then we will absolutely get more seasons and other spin-offs, which, provided the show is actually good, is a win-win. However, because of the multiversal nature of the House of Ashur, which I will get to soon, the writers need to decide which timeline any future spin-offs will take place in. If we get a Caesar and Crassus spin-off, does this take place in the Spartacus timeline or the House of Ashur timeline? Or does it take place in a third timeline where Caesar and Crassus took over the planet using miniguns?
How exciting.
If the show is bad, then I will explain why in microscopic detail, but I would vastly prefer to be explaining why the show is good. And I have decided to release my videos episodically, covering 2 episodes at a time, so that you guys can follow along with me and, well, if my opinion changes throughout, then you will get to see that in real time. The creative team behind House of Ashur is almost identical to Blood and Sand, which means we already know what they are capable of. They know how to do subversion, setup and payoff, misdirection, natural exposition, visual storytelling, and character-driven emotional engagement with deeply sympathetic characters, all of which are often critical failure points for bad writers. Given that the show is releasing in 2025, given the questionable quality of the trailer, and given that I admittedly, but maybe justifiably, have a tendency to be cynical, I would bet that this show is not going to be good.
A fool's wager, happily received.
But now it's time to find out if these writers still have the Spartacus mojo after 12 years. Episode 1 opens by showing us Ashur's death in the finale of Vengeance, where he is decapitated. We then immediately move into an explanation, or I guess a justification, for bringing him back to life in some form, so that the writers can tell their story. This means that before we can get to gladiators, wine, boobies, sausages, and the many other delights that are censored by YouTube, we need to have a brief discussion on the topic of multiverses and alternate timelines. Yes, I am fucking serious. Ashur finds himself in the underworld and is faced with Lucretia. She reminds him of what, from his perspective, literally just happened to him. His life was taken upon Vesuvius by someone to whom he had dealt a grave injustice. Lucretia then proceeds to exposition all over the audience by telling Ashur who he was when he was alive. This is something that needed to be done, and it needed to be done early. The writers have to make clear what precisely the timeline is, and establish who Ashur is. The last time this character appeared in Spartacus was way back in 2012, and so reminding the audience of who the main character is, I think, is far more acceptable than, for example, reminding the audience of something that happened literally in the prior episode. So, as a brief recap, and for anyone new to the show, who is Ashur, and why is he so compelling? Ashur was a side character in Gods of the Arena, and he was a secondary villain in Blood and Sand and Vengeance. He is an underdog, he is mistreated, and he is extremely good at what he does. These traits are, in fact, archetypal of a hero, not a villain, and although his actions in the mainline show are frequently despicable, he remains fully engaging because of how he is treated and how he demonstrates his aptitude for deception, and he never comes across as a mustache-twirling villain. He is extremely intelligent, aside from a couple of inexplicably stupid decisions he makes in Vengeance. He is entirely self-interested, is financially minded, and good with numbers. He does not play by the rules, he literally manipulates the odds so as to increase his own chances of winning. He is loyal to those with power, provided they are able to give him something in return. He did betray Dagon, his fellow gladiator, as a result of jealousy, but he was mostly loyal to Batiatus, and he was entirely loyal to Glaber. He has delusions of grandeur, as he truly wished to be a competent gladiator and to be respected by the Brotherhood, and yet he only succeeded to the degree that he did because he did not fight with honor and was rejected by the other gladiators as a result of his tactics. He eventually found success outside of the arena by helping Batiatus in other ways. Bets, numbers, buying, selling, espionage, and occasionally murder. He is ambitious, confident, and above all, he is patient. As Ashur is now the lead, and in many ways the protagonist, it is important to stress that in spite of his undeniable charisma, sense of humor, and obvious intellect, Ashur is by no stretch of the imagination a good person. He is a fucking monster. He is vindictive, and he is sadistic. Notable moments include him orchestrating the death of a fellow gladiator to get out of paying a debt, taking a slave to have sex with specifically to hurt this slave's partner, and, of course, repeatedly raping and otherwise abusing Lucretia. Ashur is entirely selfish and does not have a soft spot for anyone, and whilst the writers could, of course, develop this character in another direction, this is where the character was the last time we saw him. Anyway, Lucretia in the underworld tells him that the fates weave many threads, and his untimely passing was but a single path of what might have been. Do you wish to bear witness to another, a new reality uncoupled from history where you did not perish on Vesuvius? Where instead you aligned with mighty Crassus, the richest man in all the Republic, and his dog of war Gaius Julius Caesar. A path where you hurled fatal spear and claimed the life of Spartacus, and in the act saved Crassus, who rewards you with patronage, and all that once belonged to my noble husband. Do you desire to know where that fate would have led?
Awake then, wake and embrace a life that might have been.
First question, is this actually Lucretia? The answer is almost certainly, because Lucretia is here holding Ilithia's baby, and the whole scheme involving her stealing the baby was something Ashur never had any knowledge of, which either means this is Lucretia in the underworld, or this is the gods who decided to appear to Ashur as Lucretia holding a baby for some reason. However, Lucretia being dead doesn't mean that she is now a wizard who can send people to different dimensions. And even if her putting on that voice of the gods act in vengeance somehow means that she is essentially a god herself, there is no reason why Lucretia would zap Ashur back to life in a timeline in which he fucking won at life. If you recall, Lucretia hates Ashur, and she is the reason why he is dead. It is far more coherent for this to be a manifestation of the gods who decided to appear to us mortals as Lucy Lawless, because she was indeed the actress from that show that one time, and the gods decided for some reason to zap Ashur's brain into one of presumably an infinite number of alternate Ashurs. I don't know why the gods decided to do this. Maybe this is a thing that they do sometimes. But if so, then this means that every time Spartacus, Batiatus, or literally any character in the original show goes to sleep and wakes up, we can't know that this is the same iteration of the character. Maybe the reason why Batiatus went apeshit on Vettius in Gods of the Arena, after getting beaten up himself, was because an alternate and ever so slightly more pissed off version of himself got zapped into his body and took it for a joyride. This is not good for world building, and it causes far more problems than it solves. In the mainline series, mundane happenings, either those that are simply luck or are perceived as luck, are attributed to the gods, even though we know in many cases that the gods didn't make this thing happen. It happened because of a decision made by a particular character. We can follow the logic stated by Lucretia in Vengeance that the gods were acting through herself and Ashur, but this is essentially a fancy way of saying that every action taken by every character is actually a manifestation of the will of the gods, which means the gods are in fact synonymous with collective human consciousness rather than an independent rational agent. Why am I having to talk about this in a fucking Spartacus show? Essentially, all of this means either that Lucretia somehow gained the power to resurrect Ashur into an alternate dimension and decided to use this power even though she fucking hates him, which is incoherent on many levels, or this means that the gods are confirmed to absolutely 100% exist, which was always left very deliberately ambiguous in the original show. And the only reason why I am even having to address this is because the writers obviously thought, well, we gotta have Lucretia and she's gotta have the baby, even though if this is actually Lucretia, then her actions here don't make any sense at all. And so the audience is meant to assume that this is actually Lucretia. But this makes far less sense than just saying, well, it was the gods or something, which means that the writers have damaged the show right at the start because they felt a need to include Lucretia. Ashur then opens his eyes, and he has been placed in what essentially amounts to fan fiction. Would you like to go to an alternate universe where you got everything you ever wanted? And I must therefore ask, does he have any memory of what his alternate self did in this alternate universe before he just woke up? Does he remember working for Crassus? Does he remember his relationship with Caesar? Or has he just been told that he did these things? The answer the show gives is, fuck you, don't think about it. And from the moment Ashur wakes up, he is treated as that universe's version of Ashur. We are not meant to interpret any amount of continuation of characterization. This is not one Ashur being zapped into the story of another. These two stories remain entirely separate. And the plot of House of Ashur, for now, doesn't involve the idea of him being the wrong Ashur from another timeline whatsoever. Which essentially means the show could have skipped the afterlife thing and just opened with Ashur waking up, and leaving the audience to interpret this as alt history or a dream or whatever the hell you want. The single exception to this in episode 1 is that Ashur later uses the phrase uncoupled from history, which is exactly what Lucretia says to him in the underworld, and I am hoping beyond hope that they do not later incorporate or acknowledge that there are multiple versions of Ashur. That should not be a part of this story, which is why this opening scene should not exist. So, now that we have been introduced to this new version of Ashur and we've been told what he did, I need to clarify the differences between this Ashur and the original Ashur. Original Ashur died because he got too big for his boots. He tried to climb too high, became careless, and was killed. None of that is true of alternate Ashur. The show doesn't tell us, so we just have to make up what happened, but essentially, in order for this alternate Ashur to have been present at the end of War of the Damned, Sepius's bracelet must not have been discovered, which means, in this alternate timeline, the writers have actually removed probably the weakest subplot from the original show. Because Sepius's bracelet was not discovered, Glaber had no reason to turn on Ashur, and so Ashur continued to serve him until Glaber and his forces were defeated by Spartacus. Ashur was not sent to the top of Vesuvius, and he escaped through unknown means. In the year that followed, many other Romans and their armies were sent after Spartacus, and they too were defeated. Ashur may or may not have been involved in some way, or maybe he was just chilling off-screen biding his time. We simply don't know. Eventually, the Senate decided to send Marcus Crassus after Spartacus, and at some point, and through unknown means, Ashur aligned himself with Crassus. I can't tell you how he did this, because in Vengeance, Ashur aligning himself with Glaber was due to very specific circumstances involving Lucretia pretending to be a vessel for the gods, and that shit doesn't fly now that Lucretia is dead, and Ashur has absolutely no connection with Crassus and no way in. Crassus is the wealthiest man in the Republic, and Ashur is an ambitious little bunny, so if circumstances permit, as in, if Ashur is still in the country, then it does make sense for him to want to align himself with Crassus due to the obvious potential rewards for doing so. This will also allow him to bring down the rebels, many of whom he fucking despises with every bone in his body. The plot of War of the Damned then progressed exactly as it does in the version that we saw, but alternate Ashur dealt the killing blow to Spartacus and saved Crassus. There are many questions that must be asked, including how did Ashur ingratiate himself with Crassus, how did Ashur escape at Vesuvius, and why did Ashur's presence have no impact upon the plot of War of the Damned in this alternate timeline. But, unfortunately, none of these questions can be answered in a satisfying manner. None of this matters. For you see, Lucretia sent Ashur to the universe where he did all of this, which means it was always going to happen as described. He ingratiated himself with Crassus because shut up and don't think about it. He escaped at Vesuvius because fuck you, he ran away or something. And he had no impact on War of the Damned because he was sitting in a tent jacking it until the season finale. And you may be thinking, but random, just get over it. Accept this explanation for what it is. A justification for Ashur being alive so that we can get a new story with this awesome character. But I'm terribly sorry, this shit matters. If Ashur can die and then get zapped into a better life, then why should I fucking care if someone dies in the House of Ashur? If Julius Caesar shows up later carrying a minigun, then I can just handwave this as well. Because I guess Lucretia sent Ashur to the alternate universe where Julius Caesar has a minigun. And the frustrating part of this is that none of this was necessary. All you need to do is cut out the opening 2 minutes of the show, and you solve all of this. The only reason to include the afterlife bullshit with Lucretia zapping him back to life is if there is a continuation of the characterization of Ashur when there categorically is not. The House of Ashur is not a story about the original Ashur experiencing a life that could have been. It is an alternate timeline story about a different version of Ashur that explores what might have happened if he hadn't died. The caveat here is that may of course change in future, but from the first 2 episodes I have no reason to believe that it will. For the purposes of the show, this is an entirely new character whose history just so happens to be almost identical to the Ashur that we know from the previous show. In summary, this is a needlessly complex explanation for Ashur not being dead that brings with it far too much baggage, when the writers could have just done what they did with Batiatus in Gods of the Arena. As he dies, the camera zooms into his eye, but instead of seeing a flashback showing the events that led him here, we instead get to see his unrealized dreams of the future. That is all they needed to do, but instead we get multiverses, possible body snatching, and the afterlife.
Well, everything spins from fucking control.
Now that we have cleared up the premise of the show, we can actually move on to the story itself. Ashur wakes up from an apparent nightmare, which means I think we are meant to treat Ashur's demise in vengeance, and therefore presumably his entire character arc, and therefore presumably the entire original TV show as a nightmare that this new version of Ashur just had.
I'm so frustrated right now.
We are then introduced to the gladiators of the House of Ashur. Chorus, the Doctore, is played by Graham McTavish, who also played Dwalin in The Hobbit. Yes, this is another one to add to the ongoing list. Chorus is probably the best part of the show. His dynamic with Ashur is fresh and compelling. He is not a slave who earned the position of Doctore. He was a highly skilled gladiator who won his freedom and then willingly returned to the Ludus to be paid for his services. This means his relationship with Ashur is not that of master and slave, but that of employee and employer, which means, as we will see, he is more than happy to speak to Ashur in ways that past Doctores would never even dream. The gladiators themselves include Logus, a confident and traditionalist gladiator, Tarchon, who is young, impulsive, and inexperienced, and Celadus, Tarchon's father, who is much the opposite. We get very little for Tarchon and Celadus in episode 1, but the dynamic is at least new, as we have not yet seen a father and son train together in the same Ludus. So, Ashur assembles his gladiators and asks,
What is beneath your feet?
which was, of course, a recurring line from Enemaeus in Blood and Sand. Logus responds with the exact response given by Crixus and later Spartacus.
Sacred ground, Doctore, watered with the tears of blood.
Blood and Sand showed us that this question is the first question new prospective gladiators are asked, or at the very least, this is how Enemaeus began his training. The first lesson a gladiator must learn is that the sands of the Ludus and the arena are sacred. I am not sure why Ashur is asking his gladiators this question, however, given that they are at least somewhat experienced, and they are not recruits, nor am I sure why he rejects Logus's response to this question.
No, you simple fuck.
Ashur tells his gladiators that what truly lies beneath their feet is opportunity. This is a clear subversion that characterizes Ashur. He doesn't particularly care about glory in the arena, beyond how he can use this as a means to give himself power and status. However, I must ask, why does Logus reply with the exact same phrase that was drilled into the gladiators in the original show? It communicates to us that Logus is a traditionalist, but why does he feel this way? Was this lesson instilled by Chorus as his Doctore? If so, then why is Logus the only guy who seems to have bought into the sanctity of the sands? But, as you may have noticed, this line is a thing from The Thing. It was in the original show, and you remember the original show, don't you? Anyway, it is not exactly clear how long Ashur has been the Dominus of the house, or how long these gladiators have been here. We learn later that a few months have passed since the fall of Spartacus, which means Ashur has had a few months during which he could establish himself as a lanista and purchase slaves. However, Ashur's dialogue here suggests that this is the first time he has spoken to his gladiators. Ashur appears to have an established relationship with Chorus, and the gladiators know who Ashur is given his pivotal role in defeating Spartacus. It is also revealed later that Ashur has attempted multiple times to gain an audience with the local aedile so that he can fight his men in the games, which means, at the very least, Ashur has been running this ludus for a few weeks. Which means this cannot possibly be the first time Ashur has spoken to his men. Anyway, Ashur gives his motivational speech to the gladiators, asking them to honor him as the man who brought down the mighty Spartacus. One of the gladiators, Rhodius, barely conceals a chuckle, and so Ashur confronts him. Immediately, what the fuck, this is insane. Can you possibly imagine Crixus laughing at Batiatus or Gannicus laughing at Dadiatus? No fucking way. You are a dead man, sir. And, I mean, yeah, things don't go too well for this chap, but the idea that this guy thought that he could just laugh at his Dominus is ridiculous. Which means, essentially, this gladiator dies because he laughed in his Dominus's face, which is something that has literally never happened before in the entire show. I get that the writers want to suggest that Ashur is still not being treated with respect in spite of his recent actions, as respect is something he has always wanted and yet has never been able to achieve. But the small problem here is that Ashur has been placed in a position where he demands respect. As he demonstrates right here, the Dominus can essentially do whatever he wants, and yet this gladiator does not seem to be aware of this. Okay, well, maybe Rhodius is a relatively new and inexperienced gladiator who was purchased literally yesterday. Except that no, unfortunately not. Rhodius is later stated to be Ashur's best fighter, which means this guy has been in the game long enough to know that if you laugh at your Dominus, you will be castrated and crucified.
What the fuck?
Anyway, Rhodius apologizes for laughing, and Ashur asks him to speak freely, with no threat of reprisal. Rhodius informs him of a rumor that Ashur defeated Spartacus by hurling a spear at him from behind, implication being that this was not a fair fight. This was Ashur stabbing the guy in the back.
Clever strategy. Fuck the man from behind.
To prove that he is worthy of the respect that he is demanding, Ashur decides to challenge Rhodius. Ashur was stated multiple times to be the lowest of the Brotherhood in the original show, and although he was able to win a 1v3 against Roman soldiers because Roman soldiers got nerfed in the later seasons, Rhodius is a gladiator, and apparently he is quite a good one, given that he is the best in the ludus. However, it is possible that as a newly established lanista, Ashur would not have been able to purchase any particularly good fighters, but this scene shows us that Ashur's best man is vastly inferior to himself, and he himself was shown to be vastly inferior to every other gladiator in the House of Batiatus, which means the show is telling us that Ashur's gladiators are significantly less competent and less experienced than those belonging to Batiatus. And if the show runs with this idea, then okay, fine. It's a bit weird that Ashur would not be able to buy any half-decent gladiators given that he has the patronage of Marcus fucking Crassus, but fine, I'm happy to accept that they are all comparatively utter shit. And I just wanted to note this in case anything happens in future that would contradict this. So, Ashur provides Rhodius with a gladius, but he does not arm himself. He instead dodges every blow that comes his way whilst holding a jug of wine. There is no greater context to this fight between Ashur and Rhodius. Rhodius has nothing to win. He has no reason to even be fighting. If he wins, he will prove that Ashur is full of shit and doesn't deserve the respect he is asking for. But the unfortunate snag is that a slave killing their Dominus will result in all of that Dominus's slaves being crucified. But I guess Lucretia zapped Ashur into the universe where Roman law is ever so slightly different. Fuck you, we're not making that excuse. The writers forgot. Simple as. And here I must draw a comparison to a fantastic scene in War of the Damned. Marcus Crassus challenges his slave to a fight to the death for reasons that I will get into when I cover War of the Damned. This slave is acutely aware of Roman law, and he knows that he is dead either way. If he loses the fight to the death, then obviously he's gonna die, and if he succeeds and kills Crassus, then he will be sentenced to death for killing Crassus. However, in War of the Damned, this is recognized by the show and the characters, because Crassus informs his son that if his slave defeats him, he is not to be punished but rewarded with freedom, thus not only clarifying the stakes, but also giving the slave the best possible reason to fight with everything he has. That scene is fucking brilliant, and I can't wait to talk more about it. But back to House of Ashur. Ashur essentially says, "Hello slave, please try to kill me." And the slave says, "Okay," and that's about all the depth there is. I also find it strange that Ashur is doing all of this. He is essentially acting as Doctore instead of Chorus. He does the whole "what lies beneath your feet" thing, and he partakes in a demonstration whilst instructing the gladiators.
Advantage of size means little when countered with skill and mind. He shifts weight to right leg, signaling intent. He gathers breath before assault.
Chorus simply stands there and doesn't do anything, and the reason is because the writers want to deliver information about who Ashur is and what he wants, which unfortunately means that he is stepping on Chorus's toes and we get no information from him. This fight continues in a light-hearted manner as Ashur barely puts in any effort and continues drinking wine as he dodges Rhodius's attacks. But then Rhodius breaks the jug of wine, which makes Ashur very angry because the wine was expensive, and so he stabs Rhodius repeatedly in the neck with the broken jug. This sequence is silly for reasons that I have already explained, but on a character level, it tells us quite a lot. Ashur kills Rhodius despite promising that there would be no reprisal, indicating that he is still a treacherous fuck. He doesn't care about fighting, which is why he simply dodges, and he only becomes interested in attacking his opponent when Rhodius smashes the jug of wine, which Ashur valued because it was worth a lot of money and he simply enjoys drinking wine. And finally, he executes a gladiator for stepping out of line because he is desperate to be taken seriously. This provides some clarity as to his characterization and also establishes that Ashur is not a good Lannister. He pales in comparison to Batiatus and Dadiatus. He treats his gladiators the same as each other. He doesn't care why they fight, he only cares that they fight. And he doesn't place value in the idea of glory in the arena, only in earning money and respect. Following this, Chorus confronts Ashur, and their dynamic is immediately made apparent. Chorus refers to Ashur by his name, not his title, and berates him for killing a promising gladiator for essentially no reason. Ashur doesn't like being spoken to in this way because, again, he wants to be respected. We get some exposition which is handled well, as Chorus tells Ashur something that they both already know for the benefit of the audience. He tells Ashur, "I am not one of your fucking slaves and shall not be treated as such."
I am a free man, an honor earned by my victories in the arena.
Had the conversation started and ended here, then this would have been shit, because this would have been unjustified exposition. But not only is Chorus objecting to the manner in which Ashur is speaking to him, and wishing to clarify his position in the house, but Ashur replies that no man is truly free if he yet finds himself in need of coin, which is an idea that shows up explicitly later in the episode. The idea that every man who lives under the Roman system is a slave to it, and everyone is merely trying to survive. Chorus may be technically free, but like everyone else, he needs money, and so he is functionally enslaved by Ashur. At this point, we are now 15 minutes into the episode, and I am reminded of the opening 15 minutes of Gods of the Arena, which expertly established about 10 characters and their motives, and we were given a reason to care about what Batiatus wanted. The point of the story was immediately apparent, and the opening of Gods of the Arena is a masterclass in natural exposition. Conversely, 15 minutes into House of Ashur, we have been introduced to Ashur, Chorus, and that's it in terms of actual characterization. We had like 2 lines from Logas, Hilara, one of the house slaves, and Rhodius, who is now dead, and none of these characters are important to the plot at this point, nor do they serve as a hook. There is a single narrative thread. Ashur wants to secure a position in the games, but unlike was the case in Gods of the Arena, everything surrounding this narrative thread is, for the moment, superfluous. We do not have an antagonist. We do not have any specified obstacles for Ashur to overcome. We do not have any character relationships aside from Ashur and Chorus, and I guess Tarkon and his dad, but they are again superfluous characters in this episode. And so, whilst none of this is awful, it is not exactly good, and it is certainly not efficient. So, Ashur and Chorus head to the arena to watch the games. This arena is very similar to the one seen in Gods of the Arena, and this is not the arena of Capua, as that one was burned down and has not been rebuilt. Chorus does not approve of the match, as it features a Thrakes gladiator being pitted against an opponent wielding a warhammer, which is unconventional, as Thrakes typically fight either Murmillo or Hoplomachus. Ashur, however, doesn't care, because the crowd doesn't care.
Attend the crowd. They give no shit to our tradition.
Ashur wants money, status, and respect, and he could not care less about the nature of the games themselves. In many ways, this is similar to Batiatus in Blood and Sand, although Batiatus was certainly more skilled and more invested in his occupation than Ashur. The fight ends in a juicy manner as the gladiator with the warhammer, representing the new and the unconventional, caves in the other guy's face. We are then introduced to some Romans, and we get very little for them in this episode, so I'll be quick. Opiter and Proculus are two rival Lanistas, Uvidus, the Aedile, who is the man Ashur wishes to please, and Casutia, who becomes important later. We also see Ammonius, a gladiator who belongs to Proculus, who is established as the Crixus Organicus-like Gigachad who is adored by the crowd. Ammonius is the big cheese in Capua, and Ashur wishes to find someone equally valuable so as to win the hearts of the crowd and the respect of the Romans. Following the fight, Ashur approaches Uvidus in the streets after having been rejected an audience multiple times previously. Everyone is like, ew, go away, you filthy Syrian, but Casutia is far more respectful, complimenting Ashur for helping to end Spartacus's rebellion. The Romans all appear to know of Ashur's connection with Crassus, but they don't appear to care.
What?
Which definitely seems at odds with the way Crassus was depicted throughout the original series. Crassus is the richest man in the Republic, and he was feared by basically everyone. Anyway, Ashur asks Uvidus for position in the games, and he's like, no, your gladiators are shit, which lines up with what we have seen, but Chorus replies that they are just as good as Proculus's gladiators, which doesn't line up with what we have seen. Casutia then, in true Spartacus fashion, senses an opportunity. She suggests offering Ashur one position in the upcoming games, because she appears to respect Ashur and doesn't want to treat him like piss. She wants to give him the opportunity to succeed. Ashur is excited that he has finally earned a position in the games, and he asks Chorus who their best man is. Chorus replies that Rhodius is their best man by a wide fucking margin.
Rhodius, which man is he?
The one you buried this morning.
Oh dear. This is admittedly very funny because Ashur has just fucked himself without even realizing. I just wish the circumstances surrounding what happened with Rhodius made just that little bit more sense. This then prompts a very amusing argument between the two of them.
I did not think the broad subject before I felled the fucking man.
I warned his absence would be keenly felt.
After deed had been done.
Oh, apologies for not divining future where you fell from reason and took life with jug of fucking wine!
And Ashur is forced to find an alternative. He decides to pit all of his gladiators against each other, and the winner will fight in the arena. In the Ludus, the gladiators are having a chat, and here we learn a fair bit about Logas. He believes the Romans are the real enemy, and the other gladiators treat Logas's open disdain for the Romans with caution because they know what this could mean for them. Logas tells the others that he does not respect his Dominus, referring to him as the Syrian, because Ashur betrayed his own brothers, and Logas, as a traditional gladiator, considers breaking the sanctity of the Brotherhood to be unforgivable. This also means that the gladiators in Ashur's Ludus do not have the same respect for each other, for the Ludus, or for their Dominus, because Ashur's past deeds are well known. He has not fostered any kind of bond between himself and the gladiators, or between the gladiators themselves. Logus believes in Spartacus's rebellion, regardless of how it ended, and he wishes to be free from the oppression of the Romans, and speaks of a rumor that Spartacus is still alive. I am going to say this once. Don't you fucking dare. Setting aside the original show, Spartacus has to be dead for the premise of this show to function. And if they just roll out Liam McIntyre like, hey guys, look, it's Spartacus, you remember him? Then I might actually hurl myself over fucking cliff. Anyway, for the purposes of this story, the writers are positioning Logus as their Spartacus character. He longs to be free, he is open in his dislike for the Romans, and he certainly appears to have main character energy. He believes that freedom is worth any cost, and he tells the others that whoever stands upon the sands of the arena will have the opportunity to kill their Dominus. This is really quick. In one single scene, we have gone from who the fuck is this guy to, oh, well, he's basically Spartacus. We then get a montage of the gladiators fighting each other in their competition to see who is the very best, and the winner is Logus. We then get a repeat of episode 2 of Blood and Sand, when Batiatus worked out what Spartacus would fight for, and brought him on side. As Ashur speaks to him, Logus spots a knife and appears to be considering assassinating Ashur right here, right now.
All those before me shall fall, regardless of name or title.
Laba took Zora from my arms, but he is not the man that took her life.
Whoa, what the fuck are we doing? We're jumping right to episode 12 of Blood and Sand? We have barely established this character and now we are teasing his payoff? But ultimately he chooses not to. And unlike in Blood and Sand, we are given no reason as to why. Logus just had the opportunity to kill Ashur, which is apparently what he wants, and he decides not to for some reason. Chorus prepares Logus for his fight, Ashur intending for this to be the first victory for his house. Logus enters the arena, and both he and Ashur are shocked to hear that Logus is not to fight against one opponent, but 3.
Enter Thrakes, Mermillo, and Hoplomachus.
Logus is to face 3 fucking men.
This is another subversion. We have seen this kind of thing happen before in Spartacus, where someone will screw over someone else by presenting them with an unfair fight in the arena, but it is quickly revealed that... Oh my god, they are adorable! And I am now very excited, and you should be too, because we are about to see 3 halflings fighting in the arena. Although, that said, I will be disappointed if they don't stand on each other's shoulders and form a vertical halfling centipede. Anyway, it turns out that this was indeed all a ploy to make Ashur look like a clown. The people Ashur is trying to impress are mocking him, although Casutia's husband Gabinius does not approve of the gladiatorial games being reduced to such a jest. This means that if Logus wins, there will be no glory, because this is a clown show. Defeating 3 men a third of your size is not impressive. There is no honor in this fight, as whilst the 3 halflings are trained to fight and are competent, the fight itself is unbalanced and is therefore a gimmick. The point is not to throw 2 men on equal footing into each other and see who emerges victorious. The point is, that sounds like a bit of a laugh. The fight begins and Logus doesn't really know what to do because he has not been trained to deal with this, and he frankly gets the shit kicked out of him because the 3 people of Short work together to overpower him, before Logus eventually turns the tables and brings down each of his diminutive opponents. The crowd is hugely entertained by Logus beating up the lost Vikings, but he is then stabbed in the back by a sneak attack from this dastardly little fellow, before the 3 brothers team up and, yeah, Logus is fucking killed. That's it for him. Now, this I like, because this is a subversion that works. Logus was set up, rather poorly in all honesty, as a major player in the Ludus. He was given a scene reminiscent of Spartacus's in Blood and Sand. He was given an aspiration. He wanted to follow in Spartacus's footsteps and kill his Dominus. He was given the opportunity to begin traveling upon that path by fighting in the arena and representing the house of Ashur for the first time. And Logus's story ends with a hobbit pissing on his corpse. The meaning is clear. Traditional heroes and traditional gladiators are old news. The crowd demands something new. Following this display, Gabinius leaves because he is well aware of Ashur's position as the pet of Marcus fucking Crassus, and he is not happy that while he has been in Rome desperately trying to repair Crassus and Pompey's political relationship, Cassutia, his wife, has been fucking around with Ashur, which has the potential to make Crassus rather angry with Gabinius. Essentially, Cassutia's actions have a very real chance of affecting Crassus's finances and reputation, and Gabinius is very aware of the danger he poses. So the question we must ask, then, is why did Cassutia, Euvidus, and the local Lannistas conspire to embarrass Ashur, given his connection to Crassus? Well, the explanation the show gives is that if Crassus gave a shit about Ashur, then he would have said so, and Cassutia believes that Ashur was given a pity gift and left to fade into nothing. This is not particularly strong, and is somewhat at odds with the formidable reputation Crassus had in the original show, but the contrast between how casually the locals treat Ashur's connection to Crassus with how seriously Gabinius treats it is effective at drawing a distinction between the Romans. Gabinius is shown to be primarily interested in achieving and maintaining peace between dangerous people, which makes him unique amongst the Romans we have seen depicted so far. Anyway, Ashur has just been humiliated and he leaves in disgrace. He later encounters Euvidus at a party in Capua, and Euvidus is far more polite than he was earlier, due to his realization as to Ashur's connection with Crassus, which was a thing that he already knew about, but Gabinius was like, bro, please don't piss him off. So now Euvidus has decided to play nice. Ashur also plays nice and reassures Euvidus that he is not angry, nor is he embarrassed, but he requests an additional position in the arena because, as a result of their little jest, Ashur was robbed of the opportunity to prove himself. Euvidus agrees, provided Ashur can find something novel, something new, something unusual, because this is what the crowd wants. So, Ashur and Chorus travel to Neapolis to find something appropriate. He assesses their stock but finds no one of note. Just as he is leaving, a slave woman punches her captors and attempts to escape, and this is played for the moment as a hero moment. Wow, look at her go, isn't she awesome? But then Ashur is like, lol, no, and he disarms her effortlessly and subdues her with a knife.
Move. Let's see life fucking forfeit.
Ashur leverages the favor he has with Crassus to get the Romans to comply, as these Romans obviously wish to execute her, and he pays them to turn a blind eye to this little incident. Chorus is like, why did you waste money on another house slave? Because, obviously, this would be his presumption. Women do not fight in the arena. This was explicitly established in the original show as something that does not happen. And because this is something that has never been seen before, Ashur decides to give this slave a shot, as she is certainly a novelty.
You would have me train a woman to stand in the arena? The very notion of fucking perversion. Hilara would present equal challenge pitted against fucking gladiator.
And this is honestly all you need for this absurd setup. The characters need to have a reason to do what they do. Chorus, the experienced former gladiator, is like, don't be ridiculous, you can't put a woman in the arena. And Ashur has been given plenty of characterization to establish that, yeah, he would absolutely put a woman in the arena. This is also recognized in-universe as a gamble, because Chorus recognizes the obvious differences between men and women in terms of their physical limitations, whilst Ashur tells him that he witnessed women fighting alongside Spartacus who were more deadly than the men they fought against. I have thoughts on how this was depicted in Vengeance, and I assume that those thoughts will carry over to War of the Damned when I rewatch it, but the fundamental concept of women being a part of Spartacus's rebellion and fighting against the Romans is believable because of the variables involved. However, portraying them as on par with the seasoned male gladiators is not. And this is a criticism I have of the original show, but the fact is, in this alternate timeline, Ashur has seen firsthand women fighting at least somewhat effectively. He has seen this slave display a strong desire to fight and at least some competence, and she absolutely fits his criteria given her appearance and her gender. Rather than just arbitrarily inserting a strong brown woman into the show, the writers have, for now, entirely justified why such a character would become a part of the story. And for the sake of argument, let's just assume that the showrunners and the writers and everyone involved in this show are the wokiest of wokey wokes, and they all woke up one morning and decided, hey, you know what would be woke if we woked a strong brown woman into our woke show? Yeah, I mean, sure, if we really want to use that word, then I guess that would be pretty woke. But the point I'm making here is that something being woke does not make it bad. There are degrees to which you can justify so-called wokery. And again, for now, the writers of House of Ashur have fully justified this character's inclusion in the show. What I will say, however, is do not fuck this up. Do not have her overpowering men twice her size. Do not have her suddenly become more experienced than the gladiators who are already here. Do not turn her into fucking Wonder Woman. She doesn't need to be particularly good, she just needs to be good enough to win as a novelty piece of entertainment fighting against, presumably, other weird and wonderful surprises, such as the 3 halflings. So, Ashur's newly acquired novelty is brought to see her Dominus. He asks if she can speak their language, as she is obviously not from around here, and so this is not a given. But, luckily, she can. She reveals that her name is Niferet, and Ashur decides to give her a new name, as has been done before, because she needs a name that sounds pleasing to the Romans. He decides that henceforth she will be known as
Aquilia.
This is a good name, because it brings to mind Achilles, a heroic and legendary Greek warrior, whilst also sounding as though it could be a Roman woman's name. But, and I don't know if this was intentional, Ashur's accent makes it sound as though he has named her Aquilia.
Silence!
Aquilia.
Ashur tells her that she has demonstrated that she knows how to fight, and he intends to have her trained to fight in the arena. If she succeeds, she will reap the benefits. As a show of goodwill, and to demonstrate that he is a reasonable man, Ashur offers Aquilia some wine, which she drinks before asking for more. And as Ashur laughs and turns to give her more wine, she sucker punches him and repeats,
Move and see his fucking life folded.
Ashur figures that she is still trying to escape, and he tells her that this is impossible. Both of them are slaves to the Roman system, and they will always bow and scrape to serve those above them. He tells her that the only way to be truly free is to succeed as a gladiator and earn her freedom. Chorus did exactly this, which convinces her that this can be done, provided she is capable of doing so. This is partially good and partially not so good, because Aquilia demonstrates very quickly that she wants to be free, and so Ashur uses this to convince her to submit so that they can both get what they want. However, Ashur just said in this very conversation, "We are all of us but slaves to those of means and position," which suggests that no one is free, and everyone is, in a sense, a slave. Which means Aquilia would earn her freedom, but would still be a slave. Yeah, it's shaky, but I can see what the writers were going for here. Chorus moves to attack Aquilia the moment she releases Ashur, which is good, because this slave just attacked the Dominus, but Ashur commands that they have struck a bargain, and he intends to keep it. Aquilia then begrudgingly kneels before her Dominus, and we cut to the credits. So that was episode 1. So far, I will say that I am tentatively relieved, because although there are certainly faults, as I have highlighted, there is potential, and it is by no means bad. It isn't particularly strong, however, and I am fully aware that I might be too generous here because I don't want to write the show off based on an okay opening episode, given that Blood and Sand is probably my favorite season of TV ever, and as I have been into in my video on Blood and Sand, the opening is not strong. Episode 1 of House of Ashur, I think, is stronger than Episode 1 of Vengeance, which I know that isn't saying much, as Episode 1 of Vengeance is one of the weakest episodes in the original show. But, point being, although this has many flaws, this is not a totally different league of terrible. At the time of writing, House of Ashur has a 5.9 on IMDb, which is disastrous. And I do not think this is at all representative of the actual quality of this show. This show currently has a lower rating than Rings of Power, Obi-Wan Kenobi, The Book of Boba Fett, Alien Earth, Halo, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Miss Marvel, Echo, and many other TV shows that are somewhere on the spectrum between bad and Rings of Power. I can't imagine why nearly half of the ratings are a 1 out of 10, but I would hazard a guess that it is exactly the same reason why the show currently has a 100% critics score on Rotten Tomatoes. But anyway, it's time to move on to episode 2. The gladiators continue training, and because this is a Spartacus show, Chorus notices that Tarchon lowers his shield when he strikes and advises him to raise it.
Valerius always drops his shield when he attacks.
But you lower your shield when you thrust.
You lower your guard after each assault.
Lower your shield when you thrust. See it raised, or your fucking brains on the sand.
You lower shield before you strike. See it raised, or your brains upon the sand.
This is getting out of hand.
Then Aquileia walks into the courtyard and the gladiators all stop training out of shock and bewilderment that a woman is joining them in the ludus. Ashur informs his gladiators that he has decided to prioritize pleasing the crowd over any notion of tradition, and he presents Aquileia as the goddess of death. Chorus decides to train her in the style of Mamillo, which features a gladius and a large shield. Neither House of Ashur nor the original show are clear as to how or when the gladiators are assigned their individual fighting styles. We know that the Dominus or the Doctore can reassign as they see fit. Spartacus was reassigned from Thrax to Dimachorus so as to mimic Theocles and reinvent his image as the bringer of rain. And Gnaeus was reassigned from Thrax to Retiarius as a punishment, but also because Batiatus believed he needed a Retiarius of his own as they appeared to be the hot new thing. What we don't know is what fighting style the recruits start as, although based on Blood and Sand we have no reason to believe that it is normal to start a recruit off as a Murmillo by default. We also know from Vengeance when the women were trained to fight, they were not trained to use a shield. This might be down to the rebels being poorly supplied in Vengeance, and simply not having access to enough shields, but later in War of the Damned, neither Navia nor Saxa fought using shields, and this is because they were smaller and weaker than the men, which means that their fighting styles relied on being fast and avoiding getting hit. Therefore, it is possible that Chorus deliberately assigns Murmillo to Aquileia because he knows that she won't be able to handle the weight of the shield, because the shield is fucking huge. And I don't care how good she is at fighting, given her size, this thing is going to be impractical. It is, however, equally possible that Chorus doesn't know how to train a woman, because this has never been done before, and he gives her a large shield because this is how he would train a man. I prefer the interpretation that Chorus is trying to make Ashur come to his senses by handicapping Aquileia, but we don't get clarity on that in this episode. Tarchon is then commanded to pair with Aquileia, and he asks,
"Shall I treat her as opponent or something of delicate persuasion?"
A question I was of mind to pose towards you.
Tarchon is a bit on the smaller side as far as gladiators go, and as has been established, these gladiators are a bit shit. Which means this is not at all comparable to having Aquileia face Crixus or something. Tarchon should still win this because he is stronger and he has more training, unless Aquileia pulls some bullshit, and thanks to the shield she is unable to summon any such bullshit, and so she is defeated by Tarchon. After Aquileia insists that the shield is getting in her way, Chorus whips her, but Aquileia dodges. Ashur tells her that she must accept her punishment, but Chorus decides not to whip her again.
The moment is fucking past.
It is not immediately clear why Chorus does this. Maybe he realized that he was trying to whip a woman, and he thought this was inappropriate. Which, if true, would mean that Aquileia being a woman actually protected her from being punished. Or, potentially, Chorus is beginning to realize that she has balls, and balls equal potential. If Chorus simply wanted to gimp Aquileia so that Ashur would not do something so insane as putting a woman in the arena, then he would whip her any chance he gets. So presumably we are meant to take from this that Chorus put her at a disadvantage by giving her a big fuck-off shield that she can barely lift, and in spite of this, she did not get immediately flattened by Tarchon. Achelia may have potential, and Ashur may be onto something. Chorus then complains to Ashur that Achelia doesn't respect him, but rather than being a pathetic boohoo please take me seriously, he is instead trying to make sure that Ashur understands how much trouble she is causing, and to consider whether she is worth the effort.
Respect is not granted, it is taken.
This lines up entirely with the character of Ashur. Nobody gives it to you, you have to take it. And if someone doesn't respect you, it is probably because you have not proven yourself worthy of such respect. Chorus, however, believes Achelia to be a rabid dog, and this brings to mind Batiatus and Oenomaus' taming of Spartacus, as Spartacus displayed a very similar lack of respect for the ways of the ludus. Ashur draws this exact comparison himself, however, this is not a good comparison for him to make. Ashur says that Spartacus stood as wild as Achelia, but by will and teachings of Oenomaus, he was domesticated and became champion of Capua. Yes, Ashur, that part is indeed true, but you seem to be forgetting what happened shortly afterwards. Namely, that Spartacus led the other slaves in a revolt that threatened to uproot the entire Roman system. Spartacus was not tamed, he was lied to and temporarily pointed in the desired direction, but as soon as this lie was revealed, Rome fucking trembled. Additionally, the reason Spartacus was tamed to the extent that he was because he had something to fight for beyond himself. The promise of seeing his wife again is what kept him in check, and his survival and success in the arena was only a means to that end. Conversely, Achelia seemingly doesn't have anything to fight for beyond herself. She simply doesn't want to be there, which firstly is nowhere near as compelling on a character level, and secondly it means that the comparison Ashur makes with Spartacus doesn't work. Ashur knows everything that I just said, which means him being like, nah, it's cool, just do what Oenomaus did with Spartacus because he too was a wild beast, doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Back in episode 1, Ashur wrote a letter to Crassus, and here he receives a reply. However, the reply has come from Julius Caesar, who has commanded Ashur to travel to the Appian Way so as to clear out the crucified bodies. This is obviously done for member berries. Oh wow, remember that? Yeah, I certainly do. Can we get on with the plot, please? But as long as this is not just nostalgia baiting, then this kind of thing can have a place in a story. If they go to the Appian Way for no particular narrative reason, and then the writers spend 5 minutes trying to cash in on the emotional connection their audience has for the original show, then the audience is likely going to realize that they are being manipulated, which will draw them out of the story. So, why does this happen, and what does it accomplish, aside from, hey guys, remember this? As Hilara points out, Ashur is a free man as much as Caesar, which means Caesar cannot command Ashur to do any such thing. But, as was stated in episode 1, Ashur does not consider himself to be free because he still needs money, and he believes that until he is sufficiently wealthy, he has to bend over. This also tells us that Ashur is afraid of Caesar because Caesar acts as the will of Crassus, which mirrors Ashur serving as the will of Glaber in Vengeance. And here we encounter a problem that may or may not be solved later in the show. I am very familiar with the character of Caesar from War of the Damned, but the version of Caesar that Ashur is familiar with is not the same one. In this timeline, Ashur and Caesar both served under Crassus, and I would hazard a guess that they did not like each other very much at all. But unfortunately, because House of Ashur seems entirely uninterested in fleshing out its past, instead choosing to leverage this past to tell its own story, we have no idea what interactions happened between these two. I can't even speculate because the show gives me nothing to work with. Ashur knows that Caesar and Crassus are tight, and he feels he needs to obey Caesar's command because this will make Crassus happy, but that's it. What we desperately need is a conversation between Ashur, Crassus, and Caesar to properly understand their history. And if that is something that never happens, then this story is going to feel even more disconnected from reality than it already does. Anyway, this means the justification for the scene on the Appian Way is that Caesar ordered Ashur to clear out the crucified bodies, and Ashur felt obligated to do as commanded. This is a justification, but until Caesar becomes a character in House of Ashur, I can't really elaborate as to how much sense this makes. All I can draw from this is that the bodies need clearing, Ashur is nearby, and Caesar considers this kind of work to be appropriate for Ashur. So, okay, that gets us to the Appian Way, which allows the writers to jangle their keys, but does the scene accomplish anything besides this? Well, to address that, I need to be more specific, and before I do, this is heavy fucking spoilers for the original show. So if you have only been watching my videos, I have not yet covered War of the Damned, so this is your warning. As Calidus and Tarchon are clearing out one particular body, Chorus tells them to stop, because he recognizes a mark on the body and recognizes the man as a former champion. This is Gannicus. The mark on his shoulder is not a mark, but a tattoo, one that Gannicus acquired in between Gods of the Arena and Vengeance, and Chorus recognizes it because he apparently met Gannicus briefly before he joined the rebellion. Them coming across Gannicus's body is acceptable because apparently they have been tasked with clearing out all 130 miles and 6,000 odd slaves, but this tattoo still being visible I think is totally implausible, because his body has been baking in the open sun for months and he is decomposing. So this means the writers have decided to have Caesar tell Ashur to come here, and then luckily Gannicus's tattoo is still visible, and then, luckily, Chorus recognizes it. This is a highly unlikely sequence of events, so, okay, why did the writers do it? Well, Calidus and Tarchon load Gannicus's corpse onto the wagon, and they comment on how their ludus has birthed two legends, Gannicus and Spartacus, and yet they have not been given even the lowest position in the games. And, yeah, that's it.
Disappointing.
Sorry, that isn't anywhere near enough. We already know all of this. We already know that the house is not of the quality that it used to be, and we can reasonably infer that the gladiators are not happy about this. This is insufficient justification for the writers parading around Gannicus's corpse and even showing a brief flashback. The writers are, unfortunately, trying to leech off of an emotional connection the audience will have for the original show, and that show did all the hard work regarding the character of Gannicus, and his story was largely fantastic. But here, they have contrived an entire scene on the Appian Way just so that they can roll out Gannicus's body, because Gannicus was indeed a character in the original show. And then the characters are like,
yeah, Gannicus was cool.
Yeah, he was.
Shame we aren't as cool as him.
Yep.
Proculus then shows up, accompanied by some of his gladiators, including the three halflings, as he is traveling to Pompeii. Ashur tells him that he wishes to have a rematch against the, quote, diminutive abortions, and one of the aforementioned diminutive abortions insults Ashur's mother, which causes him to lose control of his emotions and threaten them, which is justified by Ashur being extremely proud of what he has accomplished, but also being insecure about his past. This, I think, is good, although I don't know if this was entirely deliberate. Because earlier in the scene, Ashur's gladiators began fighting each other because they were pissed off with the job they were doing, and Ashur yelled at them for not being in control of their emotions. And moments later, Ashur is insulted by a man the size of a toddler, and he proves just as unable to control his emotions. Ashur is no better than his men. He is a hypocrite, and this act he is putting on of a well-dressed, well-spoken, and well-cultured man of status is just that. An act. He is, and will always be, the treacherous fucking Syrian, elevated to heights that he did not deserve because he stabbed a man in the back. Or I could be drawing a connection that doesn't exist, and the writers intended Ashur to be justified in his response to this insult. Time will tell as the show progresses and its quality becomes clear. Anyway, Ashur asks Proculus if he is scared of a rematch, and Proculus tells him that he would welcome such a thing. But Gabinius is the man who decides who fights and who does not. And so Ashur is given a new path. And that was the Appian Way scene. The only mechanical purpose it served was for Ashur to bump into Proculus, and for Proculus to tell him to ask Gabinius for a place in the games. We did not need to spend 5 minutes nostalgia boning the original show, but this is regrettably the era of the key jangle, and unfortunately not even Spartacus can escape such tripe. Back in the Ludus, Achelia insults Creticus, one of the gladiators, and he asks Chorus for permission to fight her so as to teach her a lesson. Chorus approves, but he tells Tarchon to join Creticus so that Achelia can practice fighting against multiple opponents to prepare for her fight against the brothers Ferox. Chorus is obviously not expecting Achelia to defeat Tarchon and Creticus, but the lesson he wishes to impart is that Achelia needs to be humbled and stop insulting people who are better than her, because underestimating the brothers Ferox is a fatal mistake that was the last lesson Logus ever learned. Achelia focuses on one opponent but is then overwhelmed by the other. She continues to struggle with the shield, but Chorus reiterates that she needs the shield because it is the only thing protecting her. Achelia fights well and is aided by Tarchon being impulsive, as he has been established, and not playing well with others, as has also been established, as he does not work with Creticus to defeat Achelia. Although she fights well and is complimented by Chorus for countering one opponent via his testicles, she is ultimately knocked down by Tarchon, who concludes that although she is not absent skill, she is absent honor, because she whacked Creticus in the nuts, which is apparently not something gladiators are meant to do. Later that day, Creticus confronts Achelia because his balls are still aching. He throws her food on the floor, she tries to hit him, and then he throws her across the kitchen. This establishes a clear distinction in their physicality. Achelia is totally helpless against Creticus, and she does not have superpowers. This confrontation is also not depicted as a form of hazing, as was seen in both Blood and Sand and Gods of the Arena. This is not the gladiators treating the recruit like shit because she has not earned their respect. For Creticus and his testicles, this is personal. A woman caused him pain, and he seeks to return that pain.
I but remind the woman of her place.
Meanwhile, Gabinius has summoned Ashur to his villa, and Cassutia is clearly not happy that her husband has invited Ashur into her house. Here, Ashur meets Viridia, their daughter, who appears infatuated with him because he defeated Spartacus. Ashur is struck by her beauty, and he stammers as he speaks to her. We learn that Viridia's husband was killed by Spartacus in War of the Damned when the rebels took Sinuessa and Vale, which means Ashur now has a secondary objective. Gabinius believes Ashur is favored by the gods for achieving the position he now has, but Ashur says that he does not believe in the gods.
Fuck the gods.
This I take as all but concrete proof that this is not the same Ashur from the original show. This can't be the Ashur who got zapped into this timeline, because that Ashur was presented with objective proof that the gods exist, because he literally went to the underworld and spoke to someone who was dead and then got fucking resurrected. Anyway, Gabinius, in an effort to understand Ashur, asks him in no uncertain terms if he is still a scheming bastard, and Ashur tells him that he is no longer the man he once was. Gabinius says to Ashur, "You are a faint spectre caught between two worlds you do not belong in."
It is a heavy thing, is it not, to be burdened with dreams made sudden reality?
What the fuck are you doing?
Please let this just be a creative turn of phrase and not a direct reference to Ashur being some eldritch chimera consisting of two transdimensional souls occupying one body. What I would hate more than anything is if the show turns out to be quite good, and then later on they pull some bullshit where Ashur realizes that his body has two occupants. Please just stop with the meta multiverse shit and stay on fucking target. Anyway, Ashur tries to broach the subject of acquiring men in the games, but Gabinius notes that Ashur refers to his gladiators as stock, not men. This gives Gabinius the impression that Ashur has forgotten his past and he is trying to be something that he is not, and he requests that Ashur show him his brand, which then reminds Ashur that he is a slave playing at being a man of status. Gabinius asks Ashur what he thinks of him, and Ashur begins to flatter, which makes Gabinius very angry, and he demands the truth. Ashur tells him, "I see a man of fading years clinging to what time remains in hopes of preserving tradition of beloved republic. Yet many within it increasingly find him more annoyance than benefit, save for those of low position who seek the borrowing of coin. I see a man possessed of serpent-tongued wife who maneuvers beyond his interests. Gabinius laughs, but then tells Ashur to get the fuck out of his house and not to come back.
All right.
This is a very weird scene, as it is unclear why Gabinius invited Ashur, and there are multiple references to Ashur being a man outside of time and space who has been plonked into this universe. These references are vague enough as to be meta-jokes from the writers, but if they unironically go in that direction later in the show, then I will probably fucking hate it, and I will hate this in retrospect. At best, this is a mildly amusing waste of time. At worst, this is a precursor for what madness is to come. Back at the Ludus, Chorus brings Achelia into the baths, and he informs the men that Ashur has decided to reward them with wine and women.
Remove yourselves so Achelia may bathe absent lingering gaze.
The gladiators then leave, eager to indulge. This was presumably Ashur's decision, which means Ashur is aware of the risk of having a woman in the Ludus, but it makes me question, is Ashur going to shell out for wine and women for his entire Ludus every time Achelia needs to have a bath? Which brings me to something that has been bugging me throughout the episode. How do gladiators treat women? You don't need to have watched the original show to be able to answer this question. Not fucking well is the answer. There are exceptions, of course, but putting a woman in a bathhouse with 20 aggressive and physically imposing naked men is an obvious risk. Well, it isn't even a risk. Everyone knows what would happen, and anyone feigning ignorance is not being honest. There hasn't really been any latent or overt sexual threat so far in the show, and there hasn't even been the suggestion that such a thing is even in the realm of possibility until this very scene. All of the abuse Achelia has endured has been in the context of her being a recruit in a house of gladiators. She is an outsider, she is different, and she is easy to bully. But Achelia is not Pietros. She is not just a person who might get roughed up from time to time. She is obviously biologically distinct from everyone around her. So, where a regular Lannister wouldn't particularly care if one of his gladiators were to violate another, because why would he care? If a gladiator were to do the same to Achelia, this brings with it additional risks and expenses. As was established in Vengeance, abortion juice causes women to become sick for about a week, and it is common for slave women to be forced to drink abortion juice to avoid unwanted children. Achelia would therefore have to do the same, which would mean she is out of training for at least a week. Ashur has clearly not accounted for this. We have seen multiple times that he does not have a particularly authoritative control over his gladiators, and if one of them decides to have some fun, which gladiators are absolutely known to do, then this could very likely result in his novelty purchase being out of action for at least a week and being out of prime physical condition for much longer than that. Ashur saying, guys, please don't do that, does not mean she is safe, and I flatly do not believe that it could possibly be financially viable for him to remove all of the men from the baths so that Achelia can wash herself in peace. Additionally, Achelia doesn't appear to understand that this is a ploy from her Dominus to keep her safe, because she asks Chorus if she is not to join the gladiators and enjoy wine and whores, and he replies that she has not earned the mark of the Brotherhood, and so must return to her cell when she is finished. Then there is an orgy. It's about time we had one of these. Unfortunately, you must endure the Teletubbies instead. Most of this is, well, I mean, it's an orgy. What else do you want? But the one piece of character information here is that Tarchon and Elata, one of the prostitutes hired by Ashur, are in love, and Tarchon does not like other gladiators having sex with her. Presumably, this subplot will go somewhere. During the orgy, Achelia has decided to go into the square and train against the command of Chorus. This might be stating the obvious, but you do need to sleep. This is true of any exercise. You can't just train round the clock and expect to improve because your body literally needs to rest. But rather than having Achelia be like, fuck that, I don't need sleep because I'm the best, the justification is that she could not sleep because of the very loud and very distracting noises coming from the general direction of the aforementioned orgy. And so she decided to make better use of her time by training in the courtyard. Chorus is impressed by this, and he asks her what she sees when she strikes the wooden post, and she replies that she sees those who hold her unworthy. Achelia has a point to make, and she is out to prove herself. But rather than being a character who is awesome and everyone else just needs to accept how awesome she is instead a character who wishes to become awesome so that she can be free. Aquilia clearly doesn't like it when other people say that she is unworthy of something, but presumably she isn't just referring to Chorus and the other gladiators. I am guessing that this has something to do with her backstory that we have not yet learned. This is not particularly interesting, but it is distinct from the typical girl boss who must be shielded from hardship, learning, or self-improvement at all costs, and instead of wishing that the world will conform to her, Aquilia wishes to excel in the world she has been placed in. Chorus then gives her some wine.
Drink and dull pain of coming days.
Instead of drinking the wine, which is something we already know she likes, she smashes it with her sword. She does not wish to dull her pain, she wishes to channel it. Later that night, Creticus emerges from the ludus with Ephesius, and they decide to have a little chat with Aquilia. He says that he has a fearsome opponent for her, and gestures at his penis. This is the first overt moment of sexual threat, and this not cropping up earlier can be explained by the shock factor of the gladiators being like, why the fuck is a woman becoming a gladiator? Additionally, Creticus and his friend are drunk, and they have been partaking in an orgy, and so this is the first real opportunity for someone to make a move. Aquilia replies that she prefers a larger challenge, again insulting Creticus's manhood, and so he attacks her. Aquilia's shield is removed from her and she is quickly physically overpowered. The dialogue here is very sexualized, making it distinct from prior instances of her being abused or insulted. These men are not attacking her because she is unworthy as a gladiator, nor is this a part of the hazing process that is very common between gladiators and recruits.
The one at last finds her place, on her back, with legs spread.
Yeah, the next bit I straight up can't show you, and even describing it is going to be a challenge, but I shall do my best to avoid using the word sausage. Wait, shit. Creticus disrobes as Ephesius holds Aquilia down. As Creticus gets into position, she kicks him in the nuts again, elbows Ephesius in the nuts, whacks Creticus in the nuts with her shield, slams them both in the face using her shield, and then Aquilia tears off Creticus's manhood using her bare hands.
What kind of pussy way of dying is that?
The man at last finds his place, legs spread, absent cock.
Leave it to the writers of a Spartacus show to have a woman forcibly removing a man's genitals as a narrative payoff. This is not just a moment of shocking violence in which the abused strikes back at the abuser. This is the culmination of a string of references to testicles, penis removal, honor, and masculinity. Earlier in the episode, Creticus mocked Aquilia by saying, "I shall fuck salted words from mouth," and she replied,
"Do you borrow cock to do so?"
And now she has, quite literally, borrowed his cock. She previously exploited the evolutionary disadvantage that men have, namely that their reproductive organs are located outside of their body, as many times she strikes men in the nuts as a means of leveling the playing field. Her tactics were seen by the gladiators as dishonorable, which means they are not used to receiving or delivering blows to that delicate region of the body, but Creticus does not get the message, and so Aquilia has to step up her treatment of his junk. Additionally, Creticus was humiliated and mocked by the other gladiators after being defeated by Aquilia, and this clearly struck a nerve. Being defeated by a recruit is embarrassing enough, but this recruit is also a woman, and women are good for one thing and one thing only. Aquilia should not be here, and yet she showed in that demonstration that she was potentially more deserving of being a part of the Brotherhood than he was. And finally, the removal of Creticus's meat and 2 veg serves as a means by which to ensure that none of them will ever lay a fucking hand on her again. The gladiators considered getting kicked in the nuts to be dishonorable, so getting the whole goddamn thing ripped off would be terrifying, and justifiably so. The writers had to put a stop to this sexual threat aspect pretty quickly and concretely, because if they don't put this to rest, they are going to have to address it every single time we see Aquilia in the ludus. Why are the gladiators not taking her for a ride? And this would simply get in the way of the story and would become an exercise in repetition. The way the writers decide to address this is to establish and build an antagonism between Aquilia and Creticus. for Spartacus to push things to the extreme, and for her to unambiguously demonstrate that none of them are going to touch her. Granted, this was only possible because the gladiators were drunk and there were only 2 of them, but this is the first circumstance in which they have posed a real threat to her in this manner. Regardless of how exactly we got here, what Aquilia does to Spartacus in this scene means the writers can put to bed any notion of this ever happening again, which was very necessary, and they managed to do this via a payoff involving someone's nuts being obliterated.
But random, this is clearly subversive, woke, leftist, brainwashing, subversion, DEI, feminist, dog whistle, deconstructionist, anti-male propaganda intended for soy beta cucks like Jeremy Corbyn. Retarded alter ego, I am not convinced that you know the definitions of more than about 10% of the words that you just used, but I shall nonetheless entertain your drivel. If your thoughts on this scene extend no further than it was a strong brown woman who emasculated the evil white man, this must be leftist subversion trying to turn our kids gay and rewrite the history of the Roman Empire, then you have a terminal diagnosis of political brain rot that prevents you from honestly assessing media. So to make this easy, I will just agree with you. Stephen DeKnight is a notorious wokeman who wants everyone to know how awesome his fictionalized strong brown gladiator woman is, so he made her humiliate the white man by stealing his penis. Cool, okay, that's what happened. Was it good? Was it well executed? What was set up beforehand? What does this mean for the characters involved and the setting? It's, the deconstructionist, feminist, soy brainwash, anti-white... Good fucking riddance. I've been meaning to do that for a while. Anyway, now that we've dealt with whatever that was, we can continue with the story. Everyone in the Ludus is summoned by Spartacus's screams of agony, although Ashur is still at Gabinius's villa and so is not present. Chorus arrives to find out that Spartacus has bled out, and when Aquilia attempts to defend her actions, he tells her that only the Dominus can claim the life of a slave. She says that she doesn't care and anyone who touches her will find the same fate, and because Chorus heard her say something else, he responds,
"You believe you hold place among us?"
Which is not exactly a natural follow-up to what she just said. Aquilia then replies with the line of dialogue heard in the trailer.
I did not ask to be in this fucking house, yet I stand equal as any man within it.
Which, surprise, surprise, is not her saying, "I'm just as good as you, silly men, you need to accept how good I am or I'll rip your dick off." She is saying that she is, literally, in terms of status, the equal of the men. She deserves a baseline level of respect and to not be abused in this way. And she wishes to prove that she is worthy of the mark of the Brotherhood. This is not the same as her believing that she is just as good at fighting as all the men, because that is demonstrably not the case. Nor does Aquilia believe it to be the case. Chorus decides to use this as an excuse to get rid of the problem. Aquilia has been a thorn in his side since she arrived. He considered her very presence to be a perversion. She has been disobedient and she has caused disobedience in others, culminating in her killing a gladiator. Chorus has had enough. It is important to highlight that this fight between Chorus and Aquilia is not a straight-up execution. He is testing her to see if she is worthy of joining the Brotherhood as she claims. And this is the wiggle room the writers need, because Chorus is a former champion who is presumably almost on par with someone like Gannicus or Crixus, whilst Aquilia is a recruit with minimal training. If this were a conventional fight to the death, Chorus would demolish her. One other important detail is that Chorus has been drinking wine, whilst Aquilia explicitly has not. Aquilia accepts that she is almost certainly about to be killed, and the fight begins. Chorus almost immediately disarms her of her shield, and so she is forced to improvise, using the training equipment and a nearby torch to defend herself. This does little to help, however, as he batters her repeatedly, and she is soundly defeated.
You fought well, yet fall short of the Brotherhood.
Chorus is about to deliver the killing blow, however he realizes that she successfully landed a hit on his face, and he relents. She drew blood against someone who is simply on another fucking level compared to her. She proved herself more capable in this particular fight than any of the other gladiators. I can accept that Aquilia would be able to land a single, very superficial blow on Chorus, given the fact that Chorus has drunk at least an amount of wine and he is not outright trying to kill her. The part that doesn't work quite as well is that Chorus finds this to be impressive enough to spare her life and to forgive her for shredding that guy's junk with her bare hands. Through this fight, she has earned his respect, and if you remove the junk shredding, then I can totally buy this. She persevered against impossible odds, actually proved Chorus wrong by fighting better without the shield than with it, she accepted death without begging for mercy, and she displayed enough proficiency to draw blood. All of that combined is reason enough for Chorus to be like, okay, fair enough, I was wrong, you are worthy of my time and effort, and I will train you. However, yeah, she is a recruit who just killed a gladiator in a horrifying manner, however deserved, which means I hope the writers are not going to just breeze past this, and that there will be some consequences in the following episode. Chorus has made sure that none of them will touch her again, and episode 2 ends with the gladiators heading back inside, each fearing for the safety of their little chaps, leaving Achelia standing alone by the cliff. So, in conclusion, how does House of Ashur stack up after the opening 2 episodes? Well, unlike countless modern films and TV shows, this is actually a story, and the writers have some idea of how to tell a story. Whether the story is good is a different question, but this doesn't feel like random shit thrown at the walls to see what sticks. The writers set up Logos as the protagonist, and then they subvert this by replacing Logos with something wacky and weird, which is the entire point. The show is, for now, treating Achelia as a novelty that Ashur wishes to exploit, and he chooses to do this because he realizes that the wacky and the weird is what the people want. He recognized that the crowd appreciated the gladiator fighting with an unconventional weapon. He tried to play the conventional game of being a conventional Lannister, and this resulted in his conventional gladiator being gangbanged by 3 angry hobbits. And because Ashur doesn't care at all about honor or glory or tradition, he decides, well, that sure was something. Oh look, an African woman who can throw a punch. I sense the potential for money to be made. Whilst I don't yet know where they take this, for the moment, this all makes sense within the world the show has created, and I look forward to seeing where it goes. On a character level, after 2 episodes, we still don't really know anything about Achelia. We don't know where she came from or how she ended up here. All we know is that she has scars, she has a big mouth, she is relatively good at fighting, and she wants to be free. Whilst her presence, I think, is justified, her character is at this point profoundly uninteresting. But before anyone says, oh, but my historical accuracy, if you want historical accuracy, go and watch a fucking documentary. Spartacus has always been historical fiction inspired by real events. I'm not saying that we can excuse anything and everything by using the bulletproof shield of it's not meant to be historically accurate, because if Julius Caesar showed up holding a minigun, then that would be a break in the setting so egregious that the show would become farcical. However, in spite of the fact that there is 0 historical evidence that women were ever trained to become gladiators, the writers have written a story in which there is a very good reason why such a thing might happen. The fact that it didn't happen in real life doesn't mean that it automatically makes no sense for it to happen in this story. You know what else didn't happen in real life? Glaber was not the guy who sold Spartacus into slavery. Julius Caesar did not go on an undercover mission to foil the rebellion. Spartacus did not kill Batiatus, nor did Batiatus kill Spartacus's wife. But all of this is plausible given the fictionalized setting presented in the show. If your view is, this is ahistorical nonsense, so I am not interested, then that is a perfectly reasonable perspective. But I must assume that you are equally uninterested in the original Spartacus show for the same reason. Anyway, Ashur as the central character I find confusing and distracting, because he looks and sounds like Ashur, but he doesn't really act like him. The protagonist in the mainline show was a good man with a clear objective who was trying to survive under the oppression of the Romans. The protagonist of Gods of the Arena was a man whom we knew would eventually become an irredeemable monster, but he was not one at this point. The protagonist of House of Ashur is a man who is an irredeemable monster, and he continues to be, although the plot largely diminishes how despicable he is because he needs to function as a protagonist. Ashur feels as though he could have, and perhaps should have, been replaced by a new character, but then the writers wouldn't have had the hook of Ashur coming back. The gladiators all suck. They are almost entirely void of charisma, and when compared to the introductions of characters like Gannicus or Crixus, this is pitiful. This is partially justified because these gladiators are apparently trash in universe, but even so, there is no reason to be invested in them yet, nor is there any reason to care about them. We have wise father character, impulsive young son who has a girlfriend, and two other characters, one of whom died in each episode. Ashur and Hilara have a couple of scenes together, but we don't get much for their relationship. She admires and respects him, and perhaps because of this, he treats her better than house slaves have been treated in the past. Their relationship is not portrayed as him banging a slave. They appear to show genuine affection for each other, and Hilara is clearly becoming jealous of Aquilia because Ashur is obsessed with his new toy. For now, this is all set up, and it certainly has the potential to go somewhere interesting. The weakest part by far, however, is the premise. Having this show take place in an alternate timeline, something that was required because the writers wanted to construct the show around Ashur, means that there is an almost dreamlike quality to the drama, which imbues it with a lack of gravitas. When compared to the mainline show, where the consequences of the actions taken by the characters felt very real, here there is a general sense that nothing matters. And I think this is entirely down to the way the premise was handled in the opening few minutes. The audience is subconsciously or otherwise aware that this story is taking place in some variation of fanfiction, alternate timeline, dream sequence, take your pick, which means it is not grounded in the reality that we know from the original show. So overall, is House of Ashur good or bad? If we eject the multiverse bullshit, provided that doesn't play a part later in the story, I would currently put this about on par with the opening of Vengeance, which means for a Spartacus show it is weak, but so much of what has happened is merely set up for what is to come, which means we could absolutely end up in a retread of Blood and Sand that opened relatively poorly, but then hit its stride around episode 5, and the latter half of the season is peak fire followed by peak fire. So far, House of Ashur is okay. And if I didn't have such a love for the original show, and if I didn't already know what these writers are capable of, then I probably would have lost interest by now. I have no idea if the show is going to get better or worse. For now, it's mostly inoffensive and forgettable with a couple of good scenes thrown in. And aside from the multiverse thing, there is nothing that just makes me want to hold my head in my hands and cry about the promise of what could have been. Episode 2 left off with Aquilia forcibly reassigning Creticus's gender. Chorus was obviously not happy about this, and so he fought her to see if she was worthy of joining the Brotherhood. She decisively lost the fight, but managed to draw blood, something that apparently none of the other gladiators have ever managed to do, and so he spared her life as she had earned his respect. The narrative threads left dangling are that Ashur has not yet learned that Aquilia, his new recruit, killed one of his gladiators, and so we do not yet know if she will be punished for doing so. Chorus also overstepped in almost executing Aquilia himself, as the decision to end the life of a slave can only be made by the Dominus. Additionally, the gladiators should all despise Aquilia even more than they did previously, because although Creticus was assaulting her, he was a part of the Brotherhood and she ripped his nuts off, resulting in his death. So, episode 3 opens with Ashur berating Chorus for fighting Aquilia because he places a huge amount of value in her. She cost him financially, but her true value is that he believes that she is unique. He refers to her as the foundation of his plans, hence the desire to place her in the arena as a novelty piece of entertainment. This is Ashur's way in. She is his opportunity to give both Kasutia and the brothers Ferox the finger, whilst also allowing him to succeed in the game he is playing, entertain the crowd, and gain respect and status. Importantly, he failed to convince Gabinius to secure him this position in episode 2, but this is what Ashur wants to happen, and what he takes steps towards achieving in this episode. I must address, however, that the reason why Creticus is dead is because he tried to rape Achelia, which was inevitably going to happen at some point, because Ashur was incredibly naive in putting a woman in a ludus full of gladiators. And whilst it is good that the show did not sugarcoat what would obviously happen under these circumstances, Ashur does not ever address this. We could have and should have had some dialogue in which Chorus says that Creticus's death is Ashur's fault because what the hell was he thinking putting a woman in the ludus, at which point Ashur could then offer some kind of reply. Although I can't think of what reply he could possibly give, because his objective requires that Achelia be prepared to face the brothers Ferox, and yet placing Achelia in the ludus means she is at an exceptionally high risk of being seriously injured. In this episode, we learn that Hilara is expressly forbidden from going into the ludus because of the obvious danger, which means Ashur knows the risk, but he doesn't recognize this risk in relation to Achelia. One option would have been for Ashur to concede that, yes, he was ever so slightly stupid for putting her in with the gladiators, at which point he could choose to give her the little side room that Spartacus was given in Blood and Sand, which would mean Achelia can be housed separately from the men. This wouldn't solve the bathing problem, but it would at least mean that the risk is lessened. The conversation then shifts rather abruptly into Ashur sending Chorus on an extracurricular activity. Chorus's side mission forms a large part of the episode, and the justification is that Ashur wants Chorus to prove himself worthy, because Ashur doesn't like it when his subordinates act without his approval. This appears to be at least partially as a punishment for Chorus stepping out of line, but in actuality this is a necessity, because Ashur needs something doing, and Chorus is the only person who could possibly accomplish it. Which means, even had the events of episode 2 not taken place, Ashur would still be telling Chorus to go on this side mission, but without it being a test of loyalty. So, I will briefly go over what Chorus does in episode 3, and I will then rewind and examine in more detail once we have the additional context from the end of the episode. Chorus heads into Capua and just so happens to bump into Casutia, but Casutia is not his reason for being here. She trades barbs with Chorus, but nothing important to the plot happens as a result of this chance encounter. Chorus heads to the knot pits of the Knot Underworld and just so happens to bump into Fides, an old acquaintance. But Fides is not his reason for being here. Fides tries to blackmail him, but is unsuccessful. Chorus then just so happens to bump into Opiter, but Opiter is not his reason for being here. Already, we appear to be at 3 chance encounters. Chorus claims to Opiter that Anubis, the former overseer of the pits, has recently come into possession of a large amount of grain, and because the Cilician pirates are disrupting the Roman trade routes, as has been mentioned multiple times in these first 3 episodes, Ashur is running low on food supplies. Opiter happens to have traded grain with Anubis earlier that day, and he informs Chorus that Anubis does not have any grain. And Chorus is like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'll go home. Opiter, however, claims to have grain and he offers to trade it in exchange for Chorus accompanying him to his villa for a chat. Because Chorus's mission is apparently to buy grain, he accepts. Chorus drinks with Opiter in his villa, and Opiter sets about trying to flatter him before broaching the topic of his employment. It turns out that Opiter's own doctore is a drunken fool, and he is in need of a new one. I don't know why Opiter, a somewhat successful Lannister with a position in the games and whose gladiators presumably have some level of skill, has a substandard doctore, but apparently he does. And he tempts Chorus with the promise of future glories if he were to leave Ashur and work for him instead. Chorus says that he will consider such a thing if Opiter is able to leverage his political connections so as to gain position in the upcoming games for Ashur's gladiators. On his way back to Ashur's ludus, Chorus is attacked in the streets by a group of men.
No blood. Blood then.
He defeats his attackers but is stabbed during the fight. It turns out that Fides was behind the attack, but he claims to have been hired by another. Before Chorus can fully interrogate him, he escapes when Chorus is attacked by another man. Chorus returns to the house of Ashur, and both he and Ashur deduce that this was Proculus's doing, as Fides is Proculus's slave, and Proculus has reason to want to fuck with Ashur.
We should repay blood with fucking blood.
It is then revealed that everything Chorus did with Opiter was instructed by Ashur.
What a twist!
He was not sent into Capua to buy grain from Anubis, and this was not a potential defection. This was all part of a plan to use Opiter to secure position in the upcoming games. Now that we know that this was all planned, we need to look at each scene in a bit more detail. When Chorus bumps into Fides, we get some very quick and efficient character work to justify the actions he takes. Fides works for Proculus, and he is placing bets in the Not Pits of the Not Underworld in an attempt to help his Dominus repay his debts. The consequences of his failure are made immediately clear. If Fides does not balance Proculus's debts, he will be sent to the mines. He is not just an arsehole, he is a desperate arsehole, and so the writers have very quickly and very simply made Fides more interesting and understandable than he could have been via a single line of dialogue that many writers wouldn't bother to include. Fides is shown to be jealous of Chorus's position and respect, as they were once brothers of equal standing, and now Chorus is the doctore of a house blessed by Marcus fucking Crassus, whilst Fides is still enslaved. Because Fides needs money, he attempts to blackmail Chorus, threatening to reveal his past misdeeds, and in return, Chorus breaks his nose. This scene does a very good job of quickly setting up Fides, whilst also establishing that Chorus did things in his past that he is not proud of, and were these things brought to light, it could mean very bad news for him. This is absolutely going to pop up again later. Then Opiter shows up, he notices Chorus, and they have a chat, during which Chorus reveals his supposed reason for being here. This is the writers subtly tipping their hand and hinting that Chorus is up to something, because he told Fides that he was on a mission of secrecy, but then moments later he just openly tells Opiter why he is here, which would usually be an inconsistency as he should have no reason to trust either of them, but in this instance it suggests to those paying attention that Chorus is playing Opiter. Ashur and Chorus evidently knew that Opiter frequently visits the Not Pits of the Not Underworld, so Chorus was presumably instructed to stick around until Opiter showed up. Later, when they are drinking in Opiter's villa, Opiter treats Chorus to a display of naked gay wrestling.
Gay detected. Gay detected. You now have 5 seconds to reach minimum safe distance.
Who put all this gay shit in my TV show? The woke agenda strikes again! Down boy, we like boobies.
Retarded alter ego— Wait, why are you dressed like that?
My death was greatly exaggerated.
I'm not gonna— Anyway, have you seen the original show?
Yeah, it was awesome, I liked it. It was full of Sigma chads and boobies.
So, did you miss all of the gay shit in the original show?
No, it's different this time because this is part of a concerted effort by the Jews to stifle the population of the white man. Ah!
Okay, so anyway, Opiter and Chorus have a chat about his connections with various powerful Romans, and Chorus is impressed as Ashur has failed to form any such connections. Opiter then hands him some wine and strokes his arm.
Gay detected. Gay detected.
Which Chorus takes as an unwanted invitation to choke on his hot dog, and he quickly moves to conclude their dealings by asking about the grain that was promised. Opiter says that he will deliver grain to Ashur's Ludus in the morning, and as Chorus departs, Opiter asks him directly what offer he could make that would tempt Chorus to become his doctore. And Chorus, having now shown enough leg to make Opiter wet with desire, finally asks him for what he actually wants: a place for his men in the upcoming games. Chorus is essentially asking Opiter to help a rival Lanista, and Opiter recognizes the strangeness of this request, and he is confused as to why he is being asked to elevate Ashur at his own expense. Chorus tells him that he trained the men, not Ashur, and that if his gladiators fight well in the arena, this will make Chorus himself look good. And if Chorus were to defect and serve as Opiter's doctore, Opiter would therefore benefit from this as well. Chorus does not commit to anything concretely, but says that if Opiter's words find a receptive ear, perhaps they will share wine and words once more. This plan by Ashur relies entirely on the believability that Opiter would have a shitty doctore of his own, which is possible but a bit strange. But if he does in fact have a shitty doctore, then it is not at all unreasonable for Ashur to be aware of this, hence his plan involving dangling Chorus in front of him as bait. The job Ashur sends Chorus on is in fact exactly the kind of job that Ashur himself used to do for Batiatus. But because Ashur is now the Dominus, he can't exactly do that kind of thing anymore, which means Chorus is forced, through necessity, into filling a role he is not built for. The episode frames this mission at the start as a test of Chorus's loyalty, but it is revealed at the end that it was no such thing. If Ashur genuinely doubted Chorus, then he should still be suspicious of him, because Chorus has plenty of reason to find a new employer, because his current one appears to have lost his fucking mind. And because Chorus is a free man, he can absolutely just pack up and leave. Essentially, what happens is that Chorus steps out of line by almost killing Achillea, so Ashur presents Chorus with a side quest as a test of loyalty. This means that Chorus could either succeed or fail this test. The mission is that Chorus will go to the knot pits of the Knot Underworld, ostensibly seeking to buy grain, but his true intention is to accidentally bump into Opiter and secure a position in the games by tempting him with the promise of defection. From Ashur's perspective, it is entirely possible that Chorus is genuinely intending to leave and work for Opiter, provided Opiter holds up his end of the deal. Which means Chorus hasn't actually proven any kind of loyalty one way or the other. If the show recognizes this moving forward, then great, but what we don't want is for Chorus to betray Ashur and decide to work for Opiter later in the series, and for Ashur to be like, "You bastard, I thought you were on my side," because he has no leverage over Chorus, nor any reason to believe that Chorus would not seek more gainful employment. As the gladiators are training, Erato complains about Ashur's lack of balls. He wants the house to reclaim the lost glory from the days of Gannicus and Crixus, and yet instead Ashur is doing some wacky bullshit involving a woman.
True fucking champions. Far eclipsing the shit Syrian!
Oh, okay, so this guy just wants to die. 1, you can't talk to your Dominus like this, and 2, he fucking saw what Ashur did to Rhodius. This is one of the most inexplicable inconsistencies in the show so far. The writers can't seem to decide what people think of Ashur. The Romans know that he has the direct support of Marcus Crassus, but they don't care about this until they do, maybe. And the slaves don't respect him because they think he is a weaselly little shit undeserving of his position, but they continue to loudly proclaim this lack of respect and openly laugh at the idea that Achillea and Ashur might kill each other, even after Ashur demonstrated a lack of self-control and that he can just execute them if he chooses. Anyway, Celadus hears this and advises Erato to be careful, but Erato continues that Achillea killed one of their own and she has not suffered any consequences, which is accurate. And unfortunately, the show has not justified this enough. Ashur's anger in the opening scene was entirely directed at Chorus. He did not appear to care at all that Achillea had killed Creticus, even though Ashur is apparently struggling for cash and gladiators are a means to generate cash. The justification we get is that Ashur values Achillea far higher than Creticus because she has the potential to make him more money, even though Creticus was obviously a better fighter. But I will direct your attention to Blood and Sand episode 7, in which Spartacus is beaten by Batiatus for killing Gnaeus, even though Spartacus is his champion. Gnaeus was a mid-tier gladiator at best, and Batiatus was not struggling for cash at that point in the story. Achillea may have been morally justified in what she did to Creticus, given what he attempted to do to her, but this moral argument is not addressed when it could have been used to justify the lack of consequences for Achillea. Have Ashur say, okay, well, Creticus got what he deserved and his death will send a message to the other men. And because Ashur values Achillea over the rest of them due to her unique qualities, he could then consider Creticus to be an acceptable loss if it means that Achillea doesn't suffer the same abuse in future. However, I just made that justification up, and we get nothing similar in the show. Ashur simply doesn't punish Achillea because he doesn't want to.
Disappointing.
Later on, Erato refuses to obey Celadus' command to train alongside Aquilia, which is good, because this means the writers are not treating the events of episode 2 as a magic band-aid that fixes all of their conflict when they easily could have. We also see that Celadus fails to maintain order, which is also good, because Chorus failed to do the same in episode 1. Then they go and fuck it up. Celadus tells the gladiators about how awesome he is, and he tells them of the opponents that he has killed.
I bested hunters in the fucking arena, Camulus. Fell to my fucking sword! As did Magnetius, once champion of this fucking house.
Magnetius is a name that many of you will probably not know. Magnetius is seen very briefly in a flashback in Gods of the Arena. He was one of Dadiatus' champions who predated the original series, and he was stated to have been one of the finest champions the house had ever seen. Enemaeus was another of Dadiatus' champions prior to the start of Gods of the Arena, which means the dialogue suggested that Enemaeus and Magnetius were of comparable skill. If Enemaeus was in another league to Magnetius, then Dadiatus would not describe Magnetius as one of the finest champions the house has ever forged. And House of Ashur has just revealed that Celadus defeated Magnetius in the arena.
What the fuck?
This breaks the established idea that the show has been relatively consistent on until this point, that the gladiators of the House of Ashur are all a bit shit. More specifically, we were told explicitly in episode 1 that Rhodius was the best gladiator in the Ludus by a wide fucking margin, which means Rhodius was significantly better than Celadus. So bear with me here because now the power scaling makes zero sense whatsoever. Let's start with Ashur as the baseline. Let's rank him as a 3-star fighter. Ashur was concretely the lowest of the House of Batiatus, so the random gladiators like Gnaeus and Raskos we can put at 4 stars. Above them, we have the champions. Crixus, Gannicus, Spartacus, and Enemaeus. Presumably Chorus is up there as well. And we also know that Magnetius was comparable to Enemaeus, which means these 6 can go at 5 stars, the best of the best. Now, working downwards. Ashur absolutely dicked on Rhodius, which means Rhodius can rank at 2 stars. Rhodius was stated to be significantly more skilled than the rest of Ashur's gladiators, which means, compared to everyone else on this list, they are 1-star fighters. Yes, it is possible for a less skilled man to defeat a champion if circumstances allow, but from what the show has told us, Celadus defeated a man who was significantly better than Ashur, who was significantly better than Rhodius, who was significantly better than him, which means Celadus should not have been able to accomplish anything close to this. This now means that I have absolutely no idea how good Celadus or any of the other gladiators actually are. Everyone can fight as well as they need to, and comparing the skills of any particular gladiators is an exercise in futility. As Ashur watches Aquilia training, he is disappointed in her performance, believing her to be fighting as if she is still shackled. Hilara tells Ashur about Aquilia's mysterious scars, and this prompts Ashur to do some poking around. He gears up and enters the training square, wishing to personally train Aquilia and find out more about her, intending to unshackle her from whatever may be holding her back. Ashur tells Aquilia to train as Dimachorus, which I think is a bad move that is obviously done because, oh my god, it's just like Spartacus. The justification in-universe is that Aquilia drew blood against Chorus without a shield, and she was wielding a sword and a torch as an improvised weapon, and so Ashur hands her 2 swords and tells her to practice as a Dimachorus. The logic makes sense, but unfortunately the show does not consider the many other fighting styles available to her that would accomplish the same thing, and we also need to consider what Aquilia's purpose is going to be. The whole point is that she is a novelty to be exploited by presenting the crowd with something ridiculous that they have never seen before. She is a party trick, and she is meant to make a bold impression on the crowd and the Romans. So, what fighting styles would make the most sense, both logistically and narratively? Murmillo and Thrakes we can rule out immediately because she sucks with a shield, and these are the 2 most common styles. Dimachorus is far less common, and in the original show it was reserved for the absolute best gladiators. Spartacus, Gannicus, Enemaeus, and Theocles, and we also see Celadus fighting using this style in House of Ashur. The logic being that you are fully geared towards offense and you have no means of defending yourself other than by attacking. Which means you can't really afford to make mistakes and you need to be incredibly good at swordplay. Based on what we see in the show, this fighting style requires a ridiculous level of skill, and I do not think that the writers should have had Achilea fight in this style, because whilst she has a baseline level of proficiency, there is no reason for Ashur to believe that she is anywhere near good enough to handle two swords. But the reason he chooses Dimachorus is obviously because it was used by the two lead gladiators in the original show, and so she's got to be a Dimachorus.
It makes sense. Don't be a bitch.
There are three other options that I would have considered vastly preferable. Hoplomachus uses a spear and a very small shield, which means the likely size and strength differential between her and any potential opponents would be less of an issue, and she would also not be handicapped by the weight of the shield. In particular, given that she is apparently being trained to specifically fight the brothers Ferox, Hoplomachus would quite possibly be the best option out of all of them, because halflings have a size and speed disadvantage, which means if she is good enough, they won't get close to her. Alternatively, and equally viable, would be Retiarius, which uses a net and a trident. This was seen as a gimmick in Gods of the Arena that later became accepted as a common fighting style. It is still used in House of Ashur, and like Hoplomachus, it involves longer range weapons that Achilea could use more viably than a sword. And finally, she could use something totally wacky and never seen before. Maybe not a warhammer because those things are extremely heavy, but some silly bullshit like a lasso or whatever the hell this thing is, which would then make her unique in multiple ways. Not only is a woman fighting in the arena, but she is using an unconventional fighting style. Instead, the originality is entirely that she is a woman, and her fighting style is Dimachorus almost entirely for meta reasons. Achilea then asks her Dominus if she will be punished if she draws blood, and Ashur replies that she will be rewarded if she accomplishes such a thing. This is directly in line with the Crassus scene that I mentioned in part 1. Achilea doesn't know Roman law because, as far as we know, she hasn't spoken with anyone who would have explained this to her, which means she is presumably unaware of the legal consequences for harming her Dominus, but even so, the logic is clear. Her Dominus is asking her to fight him, and she wishes to know what will happen if he gets hurt. This is therefore a direct improvement over the Rhodius scene from episode 1, because both parties clearly understand the rules of engagement, and so the stakes and context of the fight are clear. As they fight, Ashur compares her directly to Spartacus in a complimentary way, saying that her fire burns bright and asking if she stands his equal in promise. This, again, feels meta, because Ashur has no reason to have any reverence for Spartacus. Although Ashur is in another league to Achilea in terms of fighting skill, he doesn't have any experience whatsoever of fighting as or against a Dimachorus, which means there is very little teaching going on here. His objective is not to teach her how to parry or strike, he wants to break her so that he can unlock her potential.
Your skill with sword exceeds my own.
By considerable fucking margin, yet insignificant towards question. Why do you fail?
Achilea looks at the scars on her hand, but she does not answer the question. Later, Ashur challenges her again. He compliments her and advises her to use her nimble womanly form as an advantage against more lumbering opponents, which is good advice, and this means the writers are acknowledging the unique qualities Achilea will possess in the arena, rather than just pretending that she is functionally a man. However, if the goal is to prepare her for a fight against the brothers Ferox, then this advice is not exactly applicable. He tells her not to become overconfident after she attempts a flashy move. She continues to attack him relentlessly, and this almost results in her taking a little tumble off the cliff, before Ashur fucking body slams her over his head.
I ask again, why do you fail?
Once again, Achilea does not answer the question, and she screams as she is overwhelmed with emotion and frustration, and so Ashur punishes her.
Fail. Fail!
do you fail?
Akelia fails in basically every fucking scene she is in. And frankly, I am almost certainly going to make a video on the trailer for House of Ashur, because at this point I am convinced that the trailer was a malicious psyop and was created to sabotage the release of the show. Anyway, Akelia has been demolished and relentlessly beaten into submission, and this prompts her to finally answer the question.
Because I stand unworthy, my duty forsaken, and the memory shackles fucking mine.
Ashur tells her, "The weight you carry, memories from the land you hail from, of love, family, triumph, and tragedy. It is of no interest to the eyes upon you in the arena. The past stands not who we are, the present is what holds meaning. The promise of tomorrow. Resume training and seize fate as champion of this fucking house." An important distinction I need to make is what it means to be champion. Crixus was both the champion of the house and the champion of Capua. Becoming the champion of the house is a substantially easier thing to achieve, as all it really means is that you have been chosen to represent the house in an upcoming fight, in which you are the only fighter from your house. In all past instances of this happening, the champion of the house has been selected because he is the best fighter in the house, which is obviously why you would pick him. In episode 1 of Gods of the Arena, Gannicus was chosen as champion of the house to fight against Vetius's man, and in episode 1 of House of Ashur, Logas was chosen as champion of the house to fight in the arena. Ashur is already gunning for one particular fight to happen, a rematch against the brothers Ferox, and he intends for Akelia to represent the house in this fight, and therefore she will be the champion of the house for this fight. This is not in any way an implication or a suggestion that Akelia is the best fighter in the Ludus. So I just wanted to make that crystal fucking clear in case I get bombarded with incorrect comments from people who didn't watch the show. Anyway, Akelia is tormented by memories of her past, and we see very brief glimpses of flashbacks that will presumably be fleshed out later. We see Akelia as a child being dragged away by other Africans, although we get no further context as to what this is or what actually happened to her. This is presumably not her being taken away from her family and sold into slavery, because her backstory also includes her forsaking her duty, which presumably did not happen when she was a child, but that's all we get for now. She repeats Ashur's words to herself, that the past stands not who she is, and she then defaces the religious drawing she had carved into the walls of her cell in the previous episode. This is the most substantive piece of character work for Akelia so far, but I think the writers are being way too secretive with her. There are advantages to having a degree of mystery, but they have gone way too far in this instance because we are nearly a third of the way into the season, and we still know essentially nothing about her. She wants to fight and win her freedom, which is the baseline of an idea, but there is nothing more to her at this point. And if her backstory and characterization turn out to be amazing later in the show, I will still fault the earlier episodes for not giving us more earlier. Ashur then summons all of the gladiators and disciplines them for not considering Akelia to be worthy and for believing that she does not stand among the Brotherhood. Tarchon says that Akelia has not passed the final test, and so she is unworthy, and she is not a part of the Brotherhood. Ashur then decides to remedy this by granting Akelia the mark of the Brotherhood.
That's a damn stupid thing to do.
Branding her means that technically she is now a part of the Brotherhood, which theoretically would mean that the gladiators can't reject her because of how sacred the mark of the Brotherhood is to them, which could suggest that Ashur doesn't particularly care whether or not Akelia is actually worthy of it, and he sees branding her as a means to an end to keep the peace between his slaves. The problem with this idea, however, is that Ashur knows from his own experiences as a gladiator that this is not how the mark of the Brotherhood works. He himself was branded without passing the final test. He beat up Vetius in the streets on Batiatus's orders and was rewarded for being obedient and compliant. But because he had not passed the final test, the gladiators unilaterally rejected him. Ashur must know that you can't simply give the mark to someone unless they have actually earned it, because if you do, you are devaluing the mark itself, and you will increase hostility to the slave in question, not reduce it. So I must therefore conclude that Ashur does consider her to be worthy of the mark, entirely because she drew blood against Chorus, and that therefore she need not pass the final test. This is still strange, however, because, again, Ashur knows how gladiators react when slaves are granted the mark of the Brotherhood without passing the final test, and whilst he has made progress in understanding Aquilia in this episode, all he has accomplished by this point is that he beat the shit out of her, and this prompted her to answer his question as to why she fails. Ashur believes Aquilia to be a failure. Her one single success is drawing blood against Chorus, which, whilst impressive, I have my doubts that Ashur would consider this sufficient to grant her the mark, particularly given that his objective here is to bridge the rift between his gladiators and Aquilia. From their perspective, she ripped a guy's nuts off, and instead of being punished, she was rewarded, which means branding her is only going to make things worse. And if things get worse in episode 4, then okay, but the problem is that if that happens, then Ashur will look like a fucking idiot for not seeing this coming. That summarizes the gladiator plotline, but we also get some very important plotting and character work for the Romans. We get some context for Gabinius' chat with Ashur in episode 2, and this dialogue, I think, is excellent. The writers begin the conversation between Cassutia and Gabinius on the topic of Viridia, their daughter, as they argue as to whether or not they should encourage her to make a public appearance during the games, even though she doesn't like the games or gladiators, and Cassutia says that Viridia's feelings can be molded. Gabinius then recalls the interaction between Viridia and Ashur in episode 2, and says that she was noticeably less depressed when she thanked Ashur for bringing down Spartacus, which again makes sense because the whole reason why Viridia is grieving is because her husband died when Spartacus took Sinuessa and Vale, which means Ashur is a local lanista whom Viridia seems to like. And then Cassutia is like that fucking Syrian and she begins ranting, and the conversation has now filled its purpose. The writers needed to drop exposition about Viridia, and to then redirect to the topic of Ashur. And instead of having Gabinius suddenly be like, oh, also, here's why I invited Ashur the other day, the dialogue evolves naturally and is justified by each character's opinion of Ashur. So, Gabinius tells his wife why he invited Ashur to the villa. As has been established, Gabinius has been working tirelessly to resolve the political conflict between Crassus and Pompey following the events of War of the Damned. And Gabinius wished to discover if Ashur would be able to assist him in this, as Ashur has connections to Crassus. Gabinius revealed to Ashur in episode 2 that he intended to present a motion to the Senate to send Pompey to deal with the Cilician pirates. Cassutia is like, why the fuck are you trusting the Syrian with your political maneuverings? And Gabinius tells her that this was a test of loyalty.
If knowledge imparted finds way to Crassus, then we shall know the Syrian's loyalty holds firm.
And if the cur holds tongue?
Then he may be of use to more agreeable master.
Cassutia thinks her husband is mad, and says that any status Ashur has is thanks to the influence and skill of others. Crassus gave him the ludus, and Chorus is the only reason why the ludus is in any way functional.
This fucking house is buttressed upon back of his doctore chorus.
Cassutia is very aware that Ashur wants to plough her daughter, and she is disgusted by this prospect. Earlier in the episode, she rejected a Roman woman, Lafrenia, when she suggested that her son be wed to Viridia. Cassutia replied that she wanted a more equitable pairing. Cassutia will not lower herself by mingling with people beneath her, and this helps to explain why she hates Ashur so fucking much. He isn't just a Roman with a slightly less reputable name or position. He is a man whose very existence spits upon everything she values. Gabinius tells Cassutia that if Ashur does not prove to be of any value in resolving his political pickle, he believes Ashur will surely manufacture his own demise, and they can both put him out of their minds. It is not clear yet what precisely Gabinius intends to use Ashur for, if he decides that he can be trusted, but he is evidently willing to explore all avenues in an effort to avoid civil war. This scene excellently clarifies Gabinius' actions earlier in the season, and at this point he is probably the character I am the most invested in. This is also the best scene in House of Ashur so far. Later that evening, after Chorus is attacked in the streets, it is revealed that Fides did not attack Chorus on behalf of Proculus. It was Casutia who hired Fides and who wants Chorus dead. This all lines up perfectly. Fides did this because Casutia promised to strike Proculus's debt from the ledger, which then means Fides has solved Proculus's debt problem. Casutia said earlier that without Chorus, Ashur would fall to ruin, and she therefore wants to ruin Ashur by killing Chorus. Casutia was unsatisfied by her husband's response and so decided to take action herself, which also means that Casutia is willing to potentially risk civil war if it means she can prevent her daughter and Ashur from hooking up. The end result is that Ashur now believes that Proculus has moved against him and vows revenge when this was actually Casutia. And because she executes Fides, there are no loose ends, although Casutia's objective is to ruin Ashur, and so presumably she will strike again, and will not simply wait for Ashur to bury himself by moving against the wrong target. The primary struggles at this point in the show are, will Achillea be accepted as a gladiator, and will Ashur earn the respect and status he believes he deserves? The problem with basically all of the drama being hinged on these 2 points is that we have been given very little reason to care about Achillea, and Ashur already has, or at least should already have, the status and respect he wants. The show plays a bit too loose with the influence Crassus has, as on the one hand, yes, he did recently fail to defeat Spartacus, as Pompey claimed this victory and Crassus accepted this lie as a political move. Crassus is still nonetheless incredibly rich and powerful, and he literally owes his life to Ashur. This means, where Batiatus was introduced in a largely sympathetic manner due to his money struggles, as well as his being characterized early on as a fairly reasonable and grounded businessman, Ashur's characterization does not achieve the same result. As although he claims to be tight on cash, this makes little sense due to the Crassus factor. He also kills his slaves on a whim, thus making him impossible to relate to, whilst also working against his apparent financial struggles, and his desire to be respected and taken seriously is largely drawn from his characterization in the original series, and has not really been developed in this one. Before I dig into episode 4, now is the time to make a brief comparison with Blood and Sand, a high bar perhaps, but a bar that was set by the showrunners and writers 16 years ago. The first 3 episodes of Blood and Sand are inconsistent in their quality, with some scenes that are simply bad, but episode 4 is when the show finally kicks into gear. This is for 2 main reasons. The first 3 episodes had done a fantastic job of setting up the core conflict and many side characters, and the quality and consistency of the writing takes a clear step up going into episode 4. In Blood and Sand, the character of Spartacus had been thoroughly explored, and his objective being to excel as a gladiator in exchange for Batiatus committing a portion of Spartacus's winnings into finding his enslaved wife was supported by multiple characters and narrative threads. In episode 3, Spartacus makes a big fucking mistake by trying to jump up the hierarchy too quickly by challenging Crixus, the champion of Capua, intending to speedrun rescuing his wife. But the end result is that Crixus demolishes him, and his life is only spared because of Batiatus's financial investment in Spartacus. And the reason Batiatus had such a financial investment was because he intended to gain favor with Glaber. All of this is deeply interconnected storytelling, which means if one character takes an action, it will have significant ripple effects elsewhere. Aside from establishing Spartacus, by episode 4 we had been introduced to Batiatus and Lucretia, and we understood their position in Capua, their relationships with their peers, as well as their objectives. The other narrative threads that were set up were Crixus's relationship with Naevia, Ilithia's infatuation with gladiators, Varro and his wife, Salonius and his rivalry with Batiatus, and Glaber's political aspirations. So much had been accomplished on a narrative and character level in those opening episodes that, in spite of the writing not being of the same caliber as the rest of the season, it did what it needed to do in terms of setting up the necessary information. Conversely, what have we got in the opening 3 episodes of House of Ashur? Ashur's objective has been set up in spite of it relying on him being financially troubled and disrespected, which makes little sense and is occasionally contradicted by Ashur's own behavior. Achillea's objective has been set up. She is to defeat the brothers Ferox and eventually earn her freedom, although literally all we know about her on a character level is that she wants to be free and she has a troubled past. Neither of these are strong characters. In terms of side plots, we have Chorus's loyalty potentially wavering, Hilara being jealous of every other woman Ashur speaks to, Calidus and Tarchon being father and son is presumably going to lead to a big dramatic payoff because they are father and son. Kasutia is a scheming bitch who wants Ashur ruined at all costs. Gabinius wishes to use Ashur for his own political ends. And we have the looming threat of Crassus and Caesar, whom Ashur is in contact with, either of whom could show up at any moment, although I couldn't really tell you why they would do this or how this would affect anything. In fact, there are only 3 things that I could say with certainty are going to happen later in the season. Achillea will confront the brothers Ferox, Ashur will move against Proculus because he believes Proculus moved against him, and Chorus's past misdeeds will be unearthed, and this will lead to something. In summary, a fair few plot and character threads have been set up in the opening 3 episodes of House of Ashur, but at this point in the story, we have not received anything substantial, and so I have very little reason to care. There is nothing that comes close to Spartacus being humbled by Crixus, and finally realizing that in order to save his wife, he has to surrender and place his fate in the hands of the very people who enslaved her. That moment is fucking beautiful because of everything surrounding it and because of the fantastic acting from Andy Whitfield. 3 episodes into House of Ashur, and we still don't have a hook. And the only reason I am still in any way invested is because I want to see if the writers are able to capture any of the magic that they did previously. Whilst my intention has not been to be forgiving to the opening 3 episodes, we have now reached the point where the writers should have gotten all the pieces in place so that they can tell their story. Which means I am expecting big things from episode 4. So, let's see if they can deliver. The episode opens with Achillea, who is training with fucking 3 of the other gladiators. Calidus is still standing in for Chorus as Doctore because Chorus is injured, and Calidus is training Achillea, intending to prepare her for her fight against the brothers Ferox, a fight that Ashur has yet to secure. Calidus has decided to pit Achillea against Tarchon, Ephesius, and Erato, with the intention being to get her used to fighting multiple opponents at once. Tarchon, Ephesius, and Erato are presumably a much greater threat than the 3 halflings because they are, well, their heads stand just that little bit higher from the ground, but Calidus is not simply expecting Achillea to fuck them up. He wants her to fail and to learn from her mistakes. So, what does she learn? She finds herself caught in between 2 opponents and is knocked to the ground. Do not get surrounded. She is distracted when Ephesius does a flourish with his spear and is battered to the ground by Tarchon. Do not get distracted. She manages to kick 1 opponent, which apparently knocks him out of the fight. Press any advantages you can seize. She attempts to do this, but fails and is knocked down for the 3rd time.
You assume proper place for weakened animal.
Although Achillea loses, this is the first time where the writers don't really have enough wiggle room to convince me that she could last any length of time in combat. In every prior scene of Achillea fighting, there have been mitigating circumstances. Here, whilst there is one justification for her succeeding more than she perhaps should, this is nowhere near enough. She is straight up fighting against 3 men, and the single helping hand is that Tarchon keeps being turbo-aggressive and thus he and his allies are not fighting at maximum efficiency. Achillea does decisively lose, but the fighting involves her directly parrying blows from men twice her size. She is not taking advantage of her nimble, womanly form to avoid getting hit, nor are her opponents taking it easy on her due to this being a training exercise. Narratively, the idea of her facing 3 opponents to prep against the brothers Ferox is an idea that makes sense, because a 1v3 is not something that ever really happens in the arena, and so gladiators do not train for such a thing. But the fact remains that, based on what we have seen, Achillea should not be able to last any amount of time against her opponents, which means this training exercise shouldn't accomplish very much. It was bound to happen eventually, but I am now unconvinced of Achillea's prowess in combat. And the writers appear to be trying to gaslight me into accepting that she is stronger than she possibly could be, and this is entirely as a result of how the fight is framed. If she was dodging, then this would be more believable, but we repeatedly see her displaying equal strength to her male opponents, which, no, sorry, I'm not buying that at all. This doesn't make the show a 1 out of 10, but I am nonetheless disappointed to see that the writers are not consistent in how they account for the fact that Achillea is a woman. Ashur then strolls into the training square, whips out his little Syrian, and starts pissing. This part is excellent, as it ties multiple things together with the great unifier that is urination. In episode 1, after he killed Rhodius, Ashur instructed Chorus,
"Bury where he lies, so I may water grave with pressing need of each morning's piss."
Here, Ashur has woken up and, as has apparently become his routine, he pisses on Rhodius's grave. But rather than just having him do the thing that he said he was going to do, which in and of itself is a comedic beat because it reveals that he wasn't fucking joking, the writers have Ashur walk into the training square without a word and stand over where Achillea just fell before unzipping. And it is only when he starts weeing that we realize, okay, so he isn't pissing on Achillea. This is where Rhodius was buried. And the additional layer that I think also works well is that he asks Achillea if she is just going to lie there in the dirt or prove herself worthy of the mark she now bears. And he says this as he is literally urinating on the grave of one of his gladiators who bore the mark. Achillea almost certainly doesn't know who is buried here or why, and so she doesn't recognize that Ashur is a grade A bullshit artist, and Ashur is blatantly reveling in his manipulation of his gladiators. He is telling her of the honor of being a gladiator bearing the mark, whilst pissing on a gladiator who bore the mark, which communicates that Ashur doesn't fucking care about the mark, and it is only a means to an end. There are problems elsewhere that relate to this, specifically the manner in which Rhodius was killed, and the fact that Ashur chose to brand Achillea in the first place, but this scene in isolation gets a nice crisp high five. Ashur then receives a message from Crassus informing him to prepare for his arrival. They do not know when he will arrive nor why he is coming, and Ashur decides that he needs to prepare. He has to secure a position in the games before Crassus arrives, so as to avoid disappointing his patron, and he intends to present fine wine and exotic meat every day until Crassus arrives, or he runs out of money.
What, are you retarded?
Ashur apparently interpreted Crassus saying, "Prepare for arrival of honored guest," as, "Please bankrupt yourself." I am starting to understand why the man has no fucking money. The problem is that one of Ashur's core characteristics in the original show is that he was very good with money. He was Batiatus's accountant, he facilitated gambling amongst the gladiators, and he arranged purchases of supplies and boobies on behalf of Batiatus. Ashur being this bad with money is flatly out of character, and the only justification I have is that this is the universe where Ashur is inexplicably bad with money, or in other words, go fuck yourself, he does what the script tells him. Meanwhile, Kasutia is getting gooned by one of Opita's gladiators. As we learned in prior episodes, she frequently visits Opita to wet her snatch. They discuss politics, including the potential civil war between Crassus and Pompey, as well as the Cilician pirates disrupting their trade routes.
We stand well removed from waters of the Tyrrhenian and fucking plunderers upon its waves.
Kasutia dismissing the threat of the pirates because they aren't near Capua is fucking dumb, because although Capua is not a coastal city, the Tyrrhenian is the closest ocean to them. And if pirates are attacking traders on the Tyrrhenian, then this will obviously affect the people of Capua. And not only is it affecting the people of Capua, but it is directly affecting her, because she goes on to complain about the fact that she hasn't been able to buy any new clothes recently. So I have no idea why Kasutia would ever say this. Anyway, Opita says that bodies have been found in the streets, referencing the events of episode 3, which were as a result of Kasutia's actions, not the pirates. Kasutia claims to know nothing about it and is happy to pin the blame on the pirates, and Opita then tells her that he has heard that fine Egyptian linens will be arriving in Capua tomorrow, because I guess the pirates weren't all that interested in Egyptian linens. Then the conversation shifts towards the true object of Opita's desire. He asks Kasutia if she will allow the House of Ashur into the upcoming games. Kasutia immediately asks what Opita will gain from this, which is smart, because this doesn't appear to make any sense. And Opita then explains the deal he has with Chorus. Kasutia tells him that there is a rumor that Chorus has been grievously injured, which she knows because she hired Fides to kill him. And then we pull the Rings of Power trick of cutting away in the middle of a conversation.
Shit.
And I have no idea what happened next. Presumably, Kasutia refused Opita's request, as we have no reason to believe that she would have accepted, and so how Opita responded to this is unknown. I also can't tell you what Kasutia claimed to know about Chorus's injuries, or how she claimed to know it, or how Opita reacted to this information. We simply cut away before either character has finished extracting information from the other.
Fuck.
Back at the House of Ashur, Chorus is stitched back together and he questions what Crassus will think of the insane plan to put a woman in the arena. Ashur replies that Crassus won't care as long as it earns him money. But Chorus reminds Ashur that they do not yet have position in the games. This plot point of Ashur being desperate to gain position is yet another thing that makes little sense due to the Crassus factor. Although we have not yet met Crassus in House of Ashur, we know that he owes his life to Ashur. He rewards those loyal to him, he is incredibly smart and ruthless, and he cares about his reputation. Because he granted patronage to the House of Ashur, this means both himself and Ashur are connected politically and financially. And so I would assume that he would show up in Capua, would realize that Ashur is being mistreated and disrespected, and therefore so is he, and he would then flip the fuck out and demand that Gabinius and Kasutia grant him position in the games, and if his gladiators suck then, oh, well, I guess they tried. But we already know that Ashur has at least one gladiator who knows how to fight because he apparently defeated a former champion, and it is clear that Ashur is being excluded because the Romans do not like him, not because his gladiators are substandard. So whilst I can understand Ashur being like, fuck, I need to gain position or the mighty Crassus will think I'm unworthy, the fact that Ashur does not already have position is something that I don't think works given the established setting. Anyway, Opita shows up unannounced because he was like, what the fuck is going on? He was worried that Chorus was dying after being attacked in the streets, and he wanted to make sure his investment was still alive and kicking. Ashur then invites Opita to have a bath with Chorus while he heads into town to prepare for Crassus's arrival. It is not immediately clear if Ashur knows that Opita wants to swallow Chorus, because Ashur has himself bathed with Chorus in an entirely non-sexual manner. As far as Ashur is aware, Chorus is baiting Opita so as to gain position in the games, which is why he suggests that they have a bath, and presumably Ashur knows that Opita is a bit of a sexual deviant, not because he's gay, but because his house is known for throwing rampant sex parties. If true, this means Ashur is essentially presenting Chorus's bum to Opita, and this is not the first time he has done such a thing.
He tells me he hopes you're not of a gentle nature. Brutes such as this craves rough hands.
Once they are in the bath, Opita pretty quickly dismisses the slave and decides to give Chorus a good hard scrub. Opita begins flirting, but this is not just seduction. He is digging for information, however he learns nothing beyond that Proculus was likely responsible for the attack. Chorus then uses this to get what he wants, saying that he wishes to repay this offense from Proculus by defeating him in the arena. And Opita is like, babe, why do you keep talking about glory in the arena? Is that the only reason you spend time with me? And Chorus says that he is a doctore, and so this is all he thinks about. Opita says that he wants to do this again sometime, and then they kiss. Throughout this scene, Chorus appears very uncomfortable with Opita's behavior. He occasionally seems to be on the verge of tears, and I was reading this as though Chorus is not gay and he is just playing ball and shaft entirely to gain position in the games. But once it is revealed unambiguously that Chorus is gay, his behavior is then recontextualized as him being nervous and closed off because he really fancies Opita, which is fine, but is not the kind of behavior I would have expected from someone like Chorus. He is a man who sees what he wants and takes it. He speaks his mind in basically every other scene, so framing their relationship as a forbidden romance where they can't or shouldn't be together makes little sense. Chorus can fuck whoever he wants. He is a free man, which means if they wanted to, Chorus could visit Opeta in any spare time he has outside of his duties as Doctore, and they can draw swords together. Additionally, if the deal goes through and Chorus leaves Ashur to work for Opeta, this doesn't suddenly mean that they get to spend all day and night exploring each other's orifices, because he has a job to do. He would be the Doctore, and he would need to train the gladiators. So, regardless of whether Chorus is the Doctore of the House of Ashur or the House of Opeta, the availability of his winky does not change. Meanwhile, Ashur and Hilara are buying expensive food and drinks to impress Crassus, and they notice a nearby exhibition match being conducted by Proculus, who invites any Roman to stand forth and test themselves against his house. Presumably, this is part of a publicity stunt to give Romans the opportunity to essentially play fight against his gladiators. Ashur then senses an opportunity and says, "I shall challenge you, but in the arena, my house against yours." This is an attempt to bypass Cassutia and Gabinius whilst also skipping the need for manipulating Opeta's penis. Ashur is exploring multiple avenues at once, not particularly caring which will get him what he wants. In an effort to hype up the crowd and gain their support, he boasts that his newest offering is a sight of wonder and awe never before witnessed upon the sands of the arena. Proculus is like, well, alright, cool, if you can get Gabinius to grant you position, the brothers Ferox will pee on your new offering as well. The halflings then start pelting Ashur with food, and the Romans join in.
What the fuck are you doing?
You can't have it both ways. Ashur can't be the underdog who is mistreated to this degree on the basis that he is a Syrian who wishes to climb above his station, whilst also giving him the direct support of Marcus fucking Crassus. The single justification for this happening is that Chorus is not present, which Proculus immediately notices, because both he, his gladiators, and the Romans have respect for Chorus, as he is a highly skilled former gladiator who won his freedom. But with Chorus absent, there is apparently nothing stopping them from caking Ashur with food. The man is friends with Marcus Crassus, you fucking spoons! Oh well, I guess this is the alternate universe where Marcus Crassus isn't quite as scary as he was in the original show. Alternate Crassus is a bit of a loser, actually, and yeah, I'm quite looking forward to him showing up later, if he does, because then we will get to see him react to the level of abuse Ashur has received. Abuse that has directly affected his finances, and as we saw in War of the Damned, Crassus is not a man with whom you should fuck. Back in the Ludus, Aquileia is joined by Calidus as they eat their dinner, and they bond over how bad the food is because Ashur apparently can't afford good food for his gladiators. Aquileia is like, "Why is everyone still being mean to me? I bear the mark of the Brotherhood." And Calidus says, "Well, it might have something to do with that one time when you tore a guy's penis off with your bare hands." Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't say that. He says, "Well, you haven't earned it." And I'm like, I fucking told you! Why did Ashur brand her? What did he think was going to happen?
I have no fucking idea.
Calidus then offers her advice for the fight against the brothers Ferox, because Calidus wants her to succeed. He is smart enough to know that if she wins, it will be good for all of them, and so he is going to do everything he can to prepare her. She dismisses the brothers Ferox as barely formed beyond children, and he's like, "No, you fucking spanner, they fight as one, they're kind of like a Megazord." And he stresses that the brothers Ferox do not fight in the way that Tarchon, Ephesius, and Erato do. The brothers Ferox fight with a singular purpose, and they are very used to fighting as one.
You fight, but single opponent. You best him and the others will quickly fall.
Aquileia realizes that Calidus is talking about Tarchon, and he is essentially telling her that he wants her to beat the shit out of his own son. But Calidus replies that he is speaking not of a son, but of a gladiator consumed by hubris and a thirst for glory.
A thing to be tempered, if he is to survive in the arena.
This conversation is really close to being really good, as it accomplishes multiple things and contains some great character work for Calidus. It gives Aquileia a direct strategy for dealing with multiple opponents. It demonstrates that Calidus is very harsh with his son. He isn't really parenting him as a father, but is teaching him hard lessons as a fellow gladiator and temporary doctore. And this is all built on Tarchon's single character trait, that he is very reckless and attacks without any kind of discipline or forethought. And the fact that Calidus is advising Aquileia, not Tarchon, indicates that he is placing his chips in her success over his own son. However, the point of this is that Calidus is giving her tips on how to defeat Tarchon, Ephesius, and Erato, despite also claiming that the brothers Ferox are an entirely different beast because they fight as one. This means that the advice of bring down the leader and the rest shall fall won't work against the brothers Ferox, because they do not recklessly press their attacks at the expense of their allies. So, whilst this makes an amount of sense as a strategy for helping her right now, this will do nothing to help her defeat the brothers Ferox. The following day, Calidus commands Tarchon, Ephesius, and Erato to take position against Aquileia, and it's time for round 2. Will Calidus's words have had an impact? He addresses his son,
Begin.
clearly resigned to the fact that he knows exactly what Tarchon is going to do. Aquileia gets blapped immediately. She tries again and receives a punch to the face. Calidus tells her to concentrate and use the force or some shit, and I've got to take this slow. She parries their attacks whilst retreating backwards so as to not allow them to surround her. She knocks down Erato by whacking him in the leg.
No!
She dodges Ephesius when he attacks with a spear.
No!
And when Tarchon leaps into combat by jumping over Erato's shield, she sidesteps him and hits him in the back with her swords, and he lands face down in the dirt.
No!
Ephesius and Erato then attack her again, and she manages to knock them both down by redirecting Ephesius's spear into his ally. Victorious, she approaches Tarchon.
Proper place for weakened animal.
No! Mechanically, this all works, as in plot mechanics. I'll get to the choreography in a minute. The problem is the inevitable. Aquileia is a fucking woman. This means that provided we can accept that it was physically possible for her to accomplish this, then the scene is good. It accomplishes multiple things, and it has significant character implications for Aquileia, Tarchon, and Calidus. The problem is that the scene requires that Aquileia directly defeat 3 male gladiators at once.
A cock in the ass from either direction.
Yes, Calidus was right. Tarchon did indeed keep pressing his own advantage without consideration of his allies, and Aquileia used this to knock him down. But this shouldn't have even been possible, because Aquileia should have been dropped the moment the fighting started. The choreography itself does a passable job of making this appear somewhat convincing. She leverages the spear to her favor, and she appears to win because of technical skill rather than brute force, but I don't know why she suddenly has more technical skill than these gladiators, who have been in the game much longer than she has. The first quick exchange sees Erato charge forwards and receive a hit to his shield. Ephesius does the same and parries a hit with his spear, and then Tarchon goes for a fake-out and whacks Aquileia in the back. They are fighting as a unit, and they are drawing Aquileia in so that they can fuck her up. The second exchange sees each of them hitting her once before Tarchon punches her in the face. Again, this is very quick, and she loses immediately. But after Calidus gives her a pep talk, Tarchon suddenly changes his strategy. The other two attack Aquileia, but instead of immediately hitting her the moment she leaves an opening, Tarchon waits for them to be dropped so that he can take the glory of defeating Aquileia. This partly works because Tarchon thinks she doesn't deserve to be the champion and he wants to prove himself worthy of such a title, but it requires that he believes Aquileia will drop Ephesius and Erato so that he can swoop in and claim the victory. And not only is there no reason why he would expect that she would defeat them, but he explicitly says later that he thought they would beat her.
Erato and Ephesius should have bested her.
Which means he wasn't pressing any advantage, nor was he trying to make himself look good. He was just standing there, letting his buddies fight her instead. In summary, Aquileia wins because she is suddenly more technically proficient than the other gladiators. She received words of wisdom from Calidus in how to defeat her opponents. Tarchon randomly decided not to repeat the very strategy that was working, and Aquileia was lucky in a few specific moments during the fight. A good point of comparison here would be in episode 2 of Blood and Sand. Spartacus defeats Crixus during the final test, a fight in which Crixus is fully motivated to kill Spartacus. Spartacus had received minimal training and was a soldier from his time in Thrace, but Crixus was the champion of fucking Capua. There are no conventional means by which Spartacus should be able to defeat Crixus in a straight fight, and the writers were wise enough to understand this, which is why he doesn't. He wins because of the piece of fabric given to him by Sura, which he uses to knock Crixus off balance and win via a technicality. This was in some ways very lucky for Spartacus, but had Spartacus just straight up defeated Crixus via conventional means, then this would break Crixus as a character and would make Spartacus unbelievable. Which is pretty much what just happened in House of Ashur. Achillea wins a straight fight against 3 men with more training than her. And unless future episodes recognize that this was a one-off act of God, everyone suddenly became shit at the same time, I simply cannot believe what the writers want me to accept. Also, I need to address the shield jump. In the original show, the shield jump was something that was used by the gladiators as a means of teaming up. It showed humility, as one man would drop to the floor to allow the other to attack, and it demonstrated a willingness to cooperate. Spartacus jumps over Crixus's shield when they are fighting against each other, and Crixus uses this to catch him off guard. He later does the same thing after Crixus is brought down by Theocles, although Crixus was merely used by Spartacus as a ramp, as he didn't really play an active part in the maneuver. But this culminated in one of the best moments of the entire series, when Crixus finally realizes that he has been living a lie, and he agrees to cooperate with a man he hates to see an end to this fucking house. The shield jump was used for teamwork, and it allowed the gladiators to accomplish things that they could not accomplish on their own. And here in House of Ashur, Tarchon leaps over Erato's shield to bring down Achillea, but then she's like, lol, no, and just moves slightly to the left and hits him. And because he's mid-air, he can't change his trajectory, and so he lands face down in the dirt. Which means the writers have decided to depict the shield jump as a stupid fucking move that is easily counterable. Okay, maybe the shield jump is a good move that was in this instance misused by Tarchon, but it also requires cooperation between Erato and Tarchon, when I thought the whole point was that Tarchon and his allies were not fighting as one.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Now, women defeating men is not unprecedented in Spartacus. Women never so much as fought in Blood and Sand or Gods of the Arena. But in Vengeance, we see Naevia being trained, and we are also introduced to Saxa, who already knows how to fight. Naevia and Saxa fight and defeat men. However, there are generally mitigating factors, such as sneak attacks, overwhelming via superior numbers, dodging, etc. In Vengeance, we do not ever see a woman go toe-to-toe with a man, and although it is implied that Saxa is just as good as her male countrymen, this is never actually demonstrated. I haven't yet rewatched War of the Damned, but from memory, there are no straight-up 1v1 woman versus man fights in which the woman wins, but I could be mistaken. Unless there is something ridiculous that happens in War of the Damned that I can't recall, Achillea defeating Tarchon, Ephesius, and Erato in a 1v3 is by far the most absurd power jump in the entire show. She has been established so far as weaker than the men, and incapable of defeating one opponent, regardless of whether or not she is more skilled at fighting. I was fully expecting for her to win a 1v1 at some point, and for there to be some kind of justification, as it is possible to justify such a thing, depending on how you depict it. But it appears that the writers have decided to speedrun this, and just go straight for the 1v3. So I will conclude on this topic by answering one simple question. Is this girl bossy? Yes. I am now happy, or rather unhappy, to concede that Achillea is absolutely a girl boss, because she is inexplicably good at fighting and is suddenly better than her male counterparts.
Haha, I was right. I told you the show was woke garbage. Ah!
This is bad for reasons I have already outlined. This does not mean the show is terrible, but this is definitely a flaw, and presumably it is going to permeate future episodes, but I don't intend to address it again. Following the fight, Tarchon confronts his father in the baths. He is extremely pissed off that he just got bodied by a woman somehow, and he is equally pissed off that his own father doesn't appear to be on his side. Tarchon tells his father that Achillea is a mockery because she has been given a position that she has not earned. She has been given the mark of the Brotherhood without passing the final test, a test that last episode she would have unambiguously failed, but now I guess she would pass with flying colors. And she has also shifted a father's allegiance from its rightful place. Calidus says, okay, fine, all of that could be true, but that doesn't excuse your shitty performance just now. This should have been easy. and Calidus blames Tarchon specifically for Ephesius and Erato's failure to defeat Aquileia, because Tarchon prioritized pressing his own advantage yet again.
Those are the fucking words you broke with her over yesterday's meal. How to defeat your fucking son!
Calidus tells his son that he doesn't have any allegiance to Tarchon or Aquileia. He intends only that both are trained to survive and ideally excel in the arena. It just happens that the lessons Aquileia and Tarchon needed to learn could be taught simultaneously by revealing Tarchon's weakness to Aquileia.
I place the victory of this fucking house over all concerns.
He tells his son to fight with thoughtful strategy, and Tarchon replies that he fights as he was taught.
By my father.
Then the failure is mine.
Or may you find a more willing student than the fucking Nubian.
Tarchon then attacks his father, again without thinking, and again finds himself defeated. This scene contains substantive character work for Calidus as it explores what he values and why, and Calidus's characterization is clearly the standout part of this episode. It depicts his love for his son and desire to see him succeed, but also his disconnect between his role as father and as Doctore. Tarchon, meanwhile, clearly has a chip on his shoulder. He is insecure about the fact that his father is apparently a gigachad who eats champions for breakfast, which is why he is out to prove himself. He is angry and jealous, and my guess is that in a later episode, Tarchon is going to kill his father, although the writers may subvert this by having Calidus kill Tarchon. Either way, he remains extremely simple, and I am at this point doubting that there will be much more to him in future. Now, things are about to get pretty fucking funny. Crassus has sent another message to Ashur instructing him to collect his bags in advance of his arrival. I don't really know why Crassus sent his bags early, but Ashur going to collect the bags is a pivotal moment in the story. So for now, let's just say that Ashur collecting the bags allows him to be in the right place at the right time. Meanwhile, Viridia is still isolating herself in the villa, and Kasudia is like, hey, why don't you come outside? Opeta told me about a shipment of Egyptian linen. Viridia is like, oh boy, Egyptian linen, I love that shit more than I love my dead husband. Viridia leaving the house today turns out to be incredibly consequential, so I guess this was just random luck that Opeta was like, by the way, there's some Egyptian linen over there. Because given that Viridia has remained in the villa for months, this is presented as though Egyptian linen was the only fucking thing that would have made her leave the house. So they head into the market and the Roman ladies are like, oh wow, a man, Viridia, you should totally go and sit on his willy. She's then like, Mum, I already fucking told you that the only thing that turns my crank is Egyptian linen. They arrive at the Egyptian linen store and Viridia is like, Egyptian linen, I'm glad I left the house today.
Eyes of adoring.
Suddenly, pirates! The pirates are here. Remember the pirates that have been mentioned like 16 times in the last 3 episodes? Well, they are here now. Yes, the pirates have been mentioned a whole bunch, but this was in the context of them disrupting trade routes off-screen that then affects the people of Capua because food is not arriving as planned. An army of pirates suddenly appearing in the streets of Capua to plunder some booty is very silly, and it feels like they spawned in from fucking nowhere. Also, where are the guards? Did none of them notice a bunch of masked men wandering around Capua singing sea shanties and smelling distinctly of rum? This goober just fucking stands here and murders a Roman woman in broad daylight. But then the guards do actually show up and the fighting begins. So, why are these pirates here? Are they like, Yar, where be the Egyptian linens that got away? Well, it appears that their goal is to randomly murder people. They were like, Yar, thar be a woman, time to meet Davy Jones. Which, I guess, fits the whole plunder and booty thing. But as is revealed soon, they do have a rather specific objective, and they could have achieved that objective in a decidedly less conspicuous manner. So the pirates grab Viridia and Kasudia asks them why they are doing this. And the pirate replies, Yo ho ho, ye best be asking ye husband, yar. She then attacks the pirate, who inexplicably slaps her instead of killing her, even though, as he tells his fellow scallywag, they only need one of them alive. We had 2 references earlier in the episode to suggest that although the pirates were affecting the people of Capua, they were not literally parked offshore ready to get plundering. But Capua is not on the fucking coast, which means these pirates docked in Neapolis and then rode for like a day to Capua so that they could abduct the wife and or daughter of one particular senator.
What is happening?
I'll get to that later. Anyway, moments before Kasudia is about to be executed, who could possibly walk around the corner but Ashur and Chorus?
fucking...
This whole sequence is dumb as all hell, but it is extremely entertaining, partly because it comes out of fucking nowhere, but also because of the potential consequences with regard to character relationships. Is Ashur going to save Kasutia or Viridia, and how will this affect her hatred for him? Is Ashur going to let the pirates kill Kasutia so that he can have Viridia for himself? Is Kasutia going to take advantage of the chaos and stab either Ashur or Chorus in the back? So, Ashur sees Viridia and he's like, well, she made my pee-pee go ba-doing doing doing that one time, and so he starts heroically battling his way through the pirates to rescue her. He succeeds, but is then set upon by more pirates, and Viridia watches him turn them inside out.
You're safe now.
Yay!
Meanwhile, Chorus fights his way towards Kasutia, who is still alive. She thinks Chorus is coming to kill her, but this is a fake-out. He swings his sword at a pirate that was standing behind her, and she realizes that Chorus just saved her life, and he does not know that she tried to have him killed. Everyone reunites. Kasutia realizes that Ashur saved her daughter, and the man she tried to have assassinated just saved her. She later recognizes that had she been successful in assassinating Chorus, she would have died right here, and this will presumably have serious character implications for her in the rest of the season. Our heroic Syrian and his homosexual sidekick have saved the day, and they recover a magic talisman from one of the pirates.
Salesians.
Yeah, fucking obviously, you've mentioned the pirates like 8 times per episode. Fuck it, we're gonna keep going. So everyone goes to Gabinius' villa, and he is very thankful to Ashur and Chorus. Ashur tells Gabinius that the pirates are growing bold because Rome is not responding to the threat, and Chorus says that they appeared to be in Capua to abduct Gabinius' wife and daughter. I find it extremely funny that the first time Viridia has left the walls of her villa, she gets abducted by fucking pirates. And we do learn that the pirates only needed one of them for some reason. They could have taken both, but they didn't want to. Which means if this had happened on any other day, they would have abducted Kasutia instead. And because she spends a lot of time in the market, this appears to make sense. The problem is that the only reason why the plot is able to continue is specifically because Viridia is abducted. Had the pirates abducted Kasutia and Ashur and Chorus walked round the corner and saw her being dragged onto a pirate ship with a yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum, they would have been like, well, I guess that takes care of that. All of this is leveraged entirely upon Ashur's desire to boof Viridia's happy sex, which means she has to be kidnapped. Which means, I guess the pirates were chilling in Capua waiting for the opportune moment to kidnap either Viridia or Kasutia. This happens to be on the first day after months of isolation that Viridia has left the villa. The pirates happen to abduct Viridia instead of Kasutia, which is a coin toss, and Ashur happens to be in Capua during the time window during which he could rescue her. One other possibility is that Crassus orchestrated this by having Ashur pick up his bags at the same time as he directed the pirates into Capua to abduct Viridia, thus giving Ashur the opportunity to cross paths with them and prove himself to Gabinius. But firstly, that's fucking insane, and if it is revealed later that the pirates were working for fucking Crassus, then I might lose my mind. But we also currently have no particular reason to believe that Crassus would benefit from Ashur being friends with Gabinius. As I said, very fucking silly and incredibly unlikely, but what sets this apart from similar absurd coincidences in shows like Rings of Power is that here there are serious character implications. Everyone's paths just happen to cross in the form of an action scene, and so in addition to the spectacle of the fighting itself, this scene presents a potential turning point for 5 characters. This means there are multiple clear directions in which the story could go, as all parties converge in the market and the pirates start stabbing everyone. And so instead of letting out an agonizing sigh, as was the case frequently when covering Rings of Power, this scene made me laugh out loud and sit up in my chair. It isn't good, it is borderline nonsense, but it is directly connected to multiple character threads, which means there is a bit more to it than random pirates did an action scene and this affects precisely one thing. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, Gabinius has a chat with Ashur in private and thanks him for rescuing his wife and daughter. So now I need to consider why the pirates would want to abduct Kasutia or Viridia, as presumably they were chosen to specifically give leverage over Gabinius. So, what connection does Gabinius have to the swashbuckling scallywags, and why would they benefit from using Viridia as leverage? All we know is that Gabinius proposed that the Senate dispatch Pompey to quell the pirates, so if by some unknown means the pirates learned that Gabinius was trying to do this, then if we apply children's logic, then this appears to make sense. Yar, I have intercepted a letter from Gabinius to the Senate. He be wanting to send the Roman army to scupper our piratical plans. Yo ho ho, well we can't be having that, let's plunder his daughter. Yar! Yar, but what be that accomplishing? Shiver me timbers, we can ransom her in exchange for the landlubbers promising to leave us alone. And if they be disagreeable, then she be walking the plank. All in favor? Yar! 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 Aye, the Yars have it. Anyway, Gabinius says he wishes to thank Ashur, and Ashur attempts to be modest by saying that Viridia being alive is reward enough. But Gabinius insists that a debt unpaid promises future expense, often many times the original sum. And so, as thanks, he grants Ashur position in the upcoming games. He is clear that he does this to settle a debt with Ashur, but he is genuinely very thankful for obvious reasons. This is great because it simultaneously allows Ashur to demonstrate how much he cares for Viridia, and it shows that Gabinius is a very experienced politician who knows how to treat people to avoid unfortunate surprises. Then the writers do something very smart, which they didn't need to do because the scene could have ended right here. Gabinius invites Ashur to see his medicus to tend to his wounds. Ashur tries to be polite by saying, "No need, I have my own medicus." But Gabinius insists that his medicus will absolutely be more skilled than Ashur's, so Ashur then flips Gabinius's own dialogue back at him.
I prefer not to stand in your debt.
Gabinius is impressed, saying that Ashur learns quickly, suggesting that he was again testing Ashur, and that Ashur passed. This is the first time the show has really managed to have Ashur display his intelligence, and it excellently shows that Ashur is himself similarly experienced in being diplomatic and managing those around him to avoid being ambushed with favors later down the line. These are two smart characters delivering smart dialogue, and this is what I wish the show contained more of. However, I will note that Ashur, the notorious schemer, didn't have to scheme to get what he wanted. He merely benefited from a conveniently timed attack from the local swashbuckling scallywags. Ashur returns to his house and informs everyone of the good news. They have secured position in the games, and they have done so before Crassus's arrival. He thanks Chorus for his service in tricking Opita, and Chorus is like, "Ah, yes, I am glad I won't have to see him again," which is obviously a lie because Chorus clearly wants to clean his gladius. However, the fact that Chorus appears to be unhappy with this news makes me wonder, what exactly does Chorus want? He wants to engage in homosex with Opita, but he also appears to be primarily invested in the success of his gladiators, whilst not particularly caring about Ashur himself. This means that if he gets what he wants, Opita will be like, "Okay, babe, time to betray Ashur and come and work for me and my tremendous penis," at which point are we to believe that Chorus would do such a thing? I don't think so, because if he is intending to do this, then he could just pack up and leave right now, because although Opita turned out to be unnecessary, they have now gotten exactly what they wanted. So I am not entirely sure why Chorus decides to stay with Ashur when he obviously wants to snuggle Opita, but I guess we will find out soon. Ashur then assembles his gladiators and announces the good news. Messia then tells him that Crassus is approaching the villa. He, Chorus, and the slaves present themselves to welcome him, and out of the wagon steps not Marcus Crassus, but Julius fucking Caesar. And we cut to the credits. Episode 4 is very entertaining, but it is extremely silly. Comparing it to the gravitas of Episode 4 of Blood and Sand would be like comparing Extraction 2 with Gladiator. You can have a lot of fun with Extraction 2, but it isn't exactly what I would call a particularly meaningful piece of entertainment. It is there to engage you while it is on the screen in front of you, but once it is finished, you will likely never consider it again, unless you randomly remember that it exists when you are making a video on House of Ashur. Episode 4 contains strong character work for Calidus, but apart from that, basically everything is questionable to varying degrees. This is the episode that finally breaks Achelia for me by juicing her up on positive thinking, allowing her to inexplicably win a 1v3 when she had previously failed to win a 1v1. Ashur is meant to be a scheming bastard, that's kind of his thing. And so far in 4 episodes, he has done precisely one single scheme, which was in episode 3. But because of the events of episode 4, it turns out that this wasn't even necessary. I will say that overall I enjoyed episodes 3 and 4, but this is not because they are good. It is because they are silly and fun, with the occasional glimpse at something more substantive. Because this is taking place in an alternate timeline, it actually becomes easier for me to disconnect it from the original show. Because I don't need to account for any inconsistencies with character or presentation. I can just be like, well, we're in the dumb universe where silly bullshit happens because it's just meant to be entertaining. And for the most part, it is, which is far more than can be expected from most TV shows, and even so, House of Ashur is way better than it could have been. I don't know if I want to say that I am disappointed in House of Ashur, because it was never going to be as good as the original show. I came into this not really expecting anything, and it has been entertaining, which is way more than it could have been. But no, currently I cannot call the show good, and if the remaining 6 episodes are of a similar level of quality, then this is definitely weaker than any of the prior seasons. Episode 5 opens with an amusing gag where Caesar's name replaces Ashur's name in the title cards. This, Ashur's reaction to his arrival in episode 4, Caesar commanding Ashur to clean up the Appian Way in episode 2, and everything we know about him from War of the Damned communicates that this man is going to be making a few changes around here, and Ashur is probably not going to like them. Ashur speaks with Caesar in private and proudly informs him that he has secured position in the upcoming games of the Ludi Apollinaries. I am not certain why Ashur is so eager to tell Caesar about his recent achievement, because whilst, yes, it is good that Ashur, as a Lannister, has been permitted to fight his men in the games, this would usually be seen as a given. Ashur has not been granted an important position, nor is he suddenly being treated as an equal to Opita and Proculus, which means Caesar would presumably hear this and would be like, oh, well done, you're doing your job. But then Caesar asks Ashur if he was rewarded with such an impressive bounty for rescuing Gabinius's wife and daughter from the swashbuckling horde. And Ashur is confused as to how Caesar knows about this.
Did you truly hold the gods would smile upon one as base as you?
And Caesar reveals that he hired the pirates.
I'm so frustrated right now.
And here's where the sudden and implausible appearance of a rambunctious horde of rum-drinking scallywags in the prior episode becomes even less plausible. It turns out that these men were not pirates. This was Crassus and Caesar conducting a false flag attack. Caesar's own men were dressed up as pirates so as to create panic and hopefully prompt Gabinius to convince Pompey to come and deal with the actual pirates, thus breaking his stalemate with Crassus outside the gates of Rome. This part makes an amount of sense. If Caesar could guarantee that Gabinius would be heavily personally invested in quelling the pirates, then he would obviously ask Pompey for help, which is something that would potentially benefit Caesar and Crassus if Pompey accepts. Caesar sent the fake pirates to cause some mayhem and abduct Viridia or Cassutia. He was apparently not specific as to which one they should kidnap. And he also sent the letter to Ashur instructing him to go into Capua to retrieve his luggage in advance of his arrival, which somewhat plugs the rather substantial coincidence of Ashur happening to be in Capua at the exact moment when the pirates enacted their dastardly scheme. Caesar then set a message upon the breeze that some Egyptian linen was going to be at the Egyptian linen shop later that day. Opita was directly contacted by Caesar, and we later learn that he was in on the whole plan, but rather confusingly he did not question why Caesar or Crassus would do such a thing, and he somehow didn't realize that this plan involved murder and kidnapping.
That's your plan.
Opita then told Cassutia about the Egyptian linen, Cassutia told Viridia about it, and both ladies headed into town. Caesar was presumably also responsible for the actual shipment of Egyptian linen, because if he wasn't, then this becomes even more insane than it already is. The reason Crassus and Caesar did this is because they wanted Ashur to swoop in and save the day, thus gaining the favor of Gabinius. They were apparently hoping that Ashur would have been able to ingratiate himself with Gabinius without requiring the surprise intervention of secret plot pirates, but because Ashur failed, what was once unthinkable became necessity, and what began as any other trip to the Egyptian linen shop became yo-ho fiddle-dee-dee, it's a surprise pirate's life for me. Crassus and Caesar's ultimate goal here is apparently for Gabinius to be swayed from his allegiance to Pompey in favor of Crassus. This is in fact why Caesar is now here in Capua, to succeed where Ashur failed. This means it is possible that the whole reason Ashur was given the former house of Batiatus was specifically so that he could gain favor with Gabinius, which would potentially help Crassus subvert Pompey. And this is an idea that I like because it means Ashur is again being used as a tool of others, but the execution is all over the fucking place. Now I need to address the execution being all over the fucking place, beginning with a few questions that I can't answer. Is Caesar confident enough in Ashur's fighting skill that he believes Ashur could kill the army of fake pirates and save the day? Well, in this alternate timeline, Ashur did serve Crassus during the events of War of the Damned, and so I can confirm with absolute certainty that the answer is a solid maybe. But I can't do any better than that because I have no fucking idea what Ashur did during the alternate timeline version of War of the Damned. What did Caesar actually tell his men to do? Did he tell them to murder the wife of the Aedile and some guards, but to be very, very careful not to kill anyone else? Or did he just let rip with the proverbial Beyblade of secret murder pirates in a populated area and wait to see who is left standing? Did his men believe they would survive? If so, why? Was the plan to sneak into Capua, kill a couple of Roman noblewomen, abduct Viridia, and sail off into the sunset with a yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum? And once they had accomplished this, what would they do next? If all goes to plan, they're gonna wait for Pompey to attack the actual pirates, all the while assuming that no one from Capua followed them in an attempt to rescue Viridia? I can't answer any of this because the plausibility of the hypothetical question as to what would happen if the plan actually worked is not accounted for by the show. Furthermore, if any one of these fake pirates is injured instead of killed, or potentially realizes that he has been set up and is obviously going to die, and he then spills the beans as to who he is and what he is doing, then Gabinius will learn that Marcus fucking Crassus ordered the assassination of Gabinius's own wife, as well as the wife of the Aedile, and tried to abduct Gabinius's daughter, which would almost certainly cause a civil war because, as we have been told multiple times, Gabinius is the one man desperately trying to make peace between Crassus and Pompey. Crassus's plan is presented as though he can't lose. If Ashur succeeds, then he gains favor with Gabinius, and if Ashur fails, then they still have power over Gabinius because they have his daughter. But if Caesar's involvement in this insane plan is revealed for any reason, either through Opiter, Ashur, or any one of the pirates themselves, we now have a civil war, which means Marcus Crassus is now retarded.
You done fucked up now!
Whilst Caesar sending Ashur into Capua plugs the coincidence of Ashur being at the right place at the right time, it creates another coincidence.
Fuck!
If Ashur was specifically instructed to go into Capua at that time, does this mean the fake pirates were also instructed to spring the trap at precisely 11:03 in the morning? The fake pirates were presumably not aware of Ashur's involvement, which means they can't have waited until he was in position before they pillaged Viridia. And given that this all happened rather quickly, this means this is still very much a lucky coincidence, albeit less of a coincidence than previously thought. Next question. How could Caesar possibly know which path Ashur would take to retrieve the luggage? Okay, if he has detailed knowledge of Capua, then he may know where Ashur's villa is, and he may know where the Egyptian linen shop is, so he could direct Ashur to pick up the luggage just around the corner from the Egyptian linen shop, which is, I think, what we are expected to believe is what happened. But this falls apart immediately if Ashur decides to go in the other direction after collecting the luggage because he wants to buy a banana or some shit. Simply put, if Ashur does not return with the luggage via the Egyptian linen shop, then the entire plan falls apart. Now, regarding Kasutia and Viridia being in Capua. As we learn later, Opata was at least partially in on this dastardly scheme, and so he was likely instructed by Caesar to invite Kasutia over for some muff diving, so that he can then let slip that there are Egyptian linens arriving the following day. However, this seems to rely entirely upon Caesar knowing that the only fucking thing that would cause Viridia to leave the house was Egyptian linen. Caesar has never met Viridia, which means this was a random stab in the dark. So I guess if he had instead acquired a shipment of Sainsbury's Taste the Difference pork sausages, Kasutia would have been like, hey Viridia, guess what? There's going to be some really awesome sausages arriving tomorrow. And Viridia would then be like, nah, sorry, I still haven't got over my old one. And so the plan cannot continue. Because if Viridia is not present, then Ashur has quite literally zero reason to intervene. So that's all the ways in which this insane plan could go wrong. Now let's address the prospect of the insane plan going wrong, because this plan is fucking nuts, and we have 5 major failure points, and if any one goes wrong, then everything goes wrong. The first way this could go wrong is if Ashur and the pirates do not cross paths, which could happen for really any reason. He took an unexpected route, he wanted a banana, either party was delayed, the pirates attacked too early, news of the Egyptian linen never made it to Kasutia, take your pick. The second way this could go wrong is if Ashur shows up as intended but is unable to defeat the pirates and he is killed. If this happens, Ashur, and by extension Crassus, will not earn favor with Gabinius because the pirates will successfully abduct his daughter, and Crassus will lose the chess piece he has placed in Capua. The third and fourth ways this could go wrong is if Kasutia is abducted and Viridia is killed, or if Viridia is abducted and Kasutia is killed. If either of these happen, Ashur will earn no favor as above, but Gabinius will lose his fucking mind and will likely demand that either Pompey or Crassus come and deal with the land pirates immediately. If Pompey agrees, then this would work out in Crassus's favor, but it is just as likely that he would refuse due to his current predicament. And the fifth way this could go wrong is if anyone learns who these fake pirates are and what they are doing. Regardless of who kidnaps who lives, who dies, setting all of that aside, the worst possible outcome would be for Gabinius to learn that Crassus and Caesar were behind the attempted kidnapping of his daughter and the attempted murder of his wife, which would have serious political consequences for them and would likely result in civil war, assassination attempts, and their untimely deaths. In summary, this plan is fucking nuts. It commits the unforgivable sin of turning Crassus into a moron, and the intended outcome of Ashur gaining favor with Gabinius is so astronomically unlikely that it still happened due to random chance, even though the attack itself and Ashur's presence were both premeditated. And as ridiculous as it was, the story would have been stronger had they in fact just been random plot pirates who wanted to do some pillaging. The reason we learn the truth about the pirates is because Caesar decides to explain everything to Ashur, and I cannot begin to imagine why he would ever do this. The implied reason is that this is a power play. Everything Caesar does in this episode is to fuck with Ashur by asserting his power over him, and this is no different. He even frames the dialogue as, you think the gods did this? Well, actually it was me, positioning himself as Ashur's god. However, there is absolutely no practical reason to tell Ashur anything. Far better to keep him in the dark as an unwitting tool of Crassus than to reveal the truth, because the truth brings with it some serious risks. Aside from Ashur becoming disillusioned with Crassus for trying to kill his girlfriend and nearly killing him, he could also reveal what happened to Gabinius. And sure, Gabinius would probably not believe him, because Ashur being like, hey man, so remember those land pirates? Well, actually that was a false flag attack orchestrated by the richest man in the Republic. Gabinius would likely reply, well, I don't know about that. That sounds like the plot of a bad TV show from 2025. But regardless, the risk is greater than zero. Gabinius could connect the dots that Crassus is his political enemy. Pirates typically do not attack inland cities. His family being abducted could potentially help Crassus subvert Pompey. And Crassus's right-hand man has just shown up in Capua. and Gabinius may at the very least become suspicious. Meanwhile, Aquileia trains 1v3 with Chorus, Celadus, and Tarchon because if episode 4 had not communicated this by now, Aquileia is the best. And as Caesar and his wife Cornelia watch the gladiators training, Caesar is like, a woman. Alright, well, that's mildly funny. Which is an interesting reaction given that this is unprecedented and is treated by every other character as somewhere between a perversion and the funniest fucking thing they have ever seen. Now armed with the knowledge that Ash's champion is a diversity hire and so is likely not qualified for the job, he decides to take advantage of his current presence in Capua to fuck around with Ashur and ensure that Aquileia fails. So, Ashur and Caesar visit Gabinius. Caesar tells Gabinius that Crassus wishes to form a political connection with him. Caesar's goal here is for Pompey to be lured away from Rome, and because the land pirates didn't do the job, he believes that if Gabinius were to appear to suddenly be aligned with Caesar, this would make Pompey be like, excuse me, what the fuck? And he would personally head to Capua to find out what is going on. This idea makes sense, but relies entirely on Pompey placing immense value in the loyalty of Gabinius, who, whilst important, he's just one of many senators, to the point where he will personally uproot his army and leave Rome to potentially be occupied by Crassus. Gabinius, however, likes this idea, and he agrees to Caesar's suggestion that the two of them jointly present the games of the Ludi Apollinaries. In return, Caesar asks that Crassus's champion, meaning Ashur's champion, meaning Aquileia, be elevated to the position of Primus. This suggests that Aquileia herself is being elevated, not the fight between Aquileia and the brothers Ferox, which means Aquileia is being moved to a different fight. This was my understanding, given the motives and reactions of everyone in this scene. Ashur is clearly worried, like, okay, no, Aquileia is gonna fucking die in the Primus, because in spite of being the best, she is also not the best. And Caesar is obviously doing this because he wants Aquileia to die, as this will embarrass Ashur. But then Ashur says that the crowd will want to see a rematch against the brothers Ferox, which means his understanding is that the fight itself is being moved to the Primus, which means he isn't worried that she will die, he is purely concerned by the fact that the stakes are now higher because the fight will have higher billing. Ashur returns to the Ludus and informs his gladiators that, thanks to Caesar, they have secured the Primus. Tarchon is still like, Aquileia hasn't earned anything, and although the show portrays Tarchon as this whiny, impetuous, and jealous child, he is fucking right. Which means the writers are presenting a correct observation through a character we are meant to believe is wrong, which functions as the writers trying to gaslight the audience. Tarchon then senses an opportunity, and he gives a speech to his fellow gladiators by telling them that they are warriors destined for blood and glory.
Those who bear the mark of the Brotherhood do not stand men, fucking woman! We stand gladiators!
He then approaches Aquileia, gives her a piece of bread, and tells her to claim victory, prompting the other gladiators to follow his example. This is presented as though this is the scene where the gladiators finally accept Aquileia as one of them. And with two exceptions, this is exactly what this scene is. The exceptions are Tarchon and Erato, because Erato is like, what the fuck are you doing? And Tarchon reveals that he is playing the long game. He wants her to succeed so that he can defeat her at a later date and become the champion himself. Tarchon pretending to be supportive of Aquileia makes partial sense, because he could just as easily continue abusing her in the hope that she dies the moment she steps into the arena, but the larger problem is that this facade is taken at face value by the other gladiators, and they all decide to give her some bread and finally accept her as a brother and or sister. So, let's consider why the gladiators would accept her. Reason 1. Her success will benefit them because it will lead to placement in further games. Reason 2. There isn't a reason 2, please refer to reason 1. Now on to the reasons why these gladiators would not accept her. Reason 1. She is the newest gladiator in the Ludus and she is at the bottom of the pecking order. Reason 2. She is a woman and she does not belong here. Reason 3. She is not as strong as they are and she is not as good at fighting as they are, or at least that was true until episode 4 when she got roided on positive thinking. Reason 4. She killed a fellow gladiator by ripping his nuts off. Reason 5. She was not punished at all for killing a fellow gladiator by ripping his nuts off. Reason 6, she received the Mark of the Brotherhood without passing the final test. Reason 7, she was chosen as the champion of the house, thus jumping the queue. And reason 8, not only has she been chosen to fight, but she will be fighting in the Primus, which is the third thing she has not fucking earned.
Bullshit.
Whilst the gladiators accepting her does not play a part in this episode, I must assume that going forwards, this drama is resolved. And all of the gladiators, apart from Tarchon and Erato, are suddenly cool with her because they have realized that she is in fact the best. Meanwhile, Ashur and Hilara go to the bedroom and they are surprised to find that Cornelia is boinking Messia. Cornelia was complaining earlier about the stench of the house. She clearly thinks Ashur is subhuman, and yet she has decided to get naked and frolic in his bed.
Why would you do that?
Caesar is like, well, sorry, buddy, but while we're here, we are going to have sex with everything. And he beats up Ashur and tells him not to mistake them for equals. Caesar then bends Hilara over and makes Ashur watch, and this kind of thing has been done before in the original show, including by Ashur himself. And it would usually be horrifying, but the impact is severely lessened because neither Ashur nor Hilara are sympathetic in any way. Ashur is a rapist and a murderer whose concern for others is non-existent beyond how they can benefit him, whilst Hilara is an abusive, obsessive, paranoid, deluded, and spiteful woman who loves Ashur for reasons that I can't quite work out. Yes, they both have elements of humanizing characterization, and yes, Caesar and Cornelia are abusing them by using Ashur's house for their own pleasure, but Ashur, at least, has done the same and worse to others. So the show insisting that Ashur is the protagonist that we must root for, whilst Caesar is the evil baddie getting in his way, is again gaslighting. Unless, I guess, we are in the alternate universe where Ashur didn't have a man executed to avoid a gambling debt, didn't rape multiple people, didn't murder multiple people as a means of interrogation, didn't offer up his friend to be sodomized and later blind and kill him, and didn't crucify multiple innocent people under Glaber's command. Oh boo fucking who, Caesar was mean to Ashur. I fucking hope he was, because Ashur deserves this and more. I do feel some sympathy for Hilara because she is being used by Caesar to hurt Ashur, but this is entirely because this is uncomfortable to watch, rather than as a result of any kind of characterization she has received. Now we come to the sex party, which means, Tinky Winky, it's that time again, you should be well rehearsed by now. During the sex party, we get a rapid-fire series of dialogue exchanges, some of which are plot-relevant, whilst some, I am guessing, are setups for later payoffs. Gabinius, Casutia, and Viridia show up, and because Viridia's single character trait is that she is really nice to Ashur, she asks about the bruises on his face that are shaped suspiciously like Caesar's foot, but Ashur declines to reveal the truth because he doesn't want to piss off Crassus. I also need to highlight that Ashur knows that Caesar was behind the pirate attack, and yet he has declined to reveal this information, presumably because he can't prove it, although given how frequently we are told that he cares for Viridia, this simply has to pop up again later in the show. Caesar nearly killed Viridia, and Ashur cannot let that slide. Casutia, meanwhile, has not revised her opinion on Ashur following Ashur saving her daughter's life. She instead only declares thanks for Chorus and seems to believe Chorus saved everyone, including Ashur, which she must know is false, because Viridia must have told her that Ashur defended her against like 10 pirates. So I don't know if Casutia is just an idiot or if this hasn't been written well enough to convince me otherwise. We then get a brief exchange between Messia and Hilara as they openly complain about how they are being mistreated by Caesar, because this is just a thing that a slave can do in the middle of a party surrounded by Romans. But don't worry, no one notices, and then Caesar addresses the partygoers. And it is at this point that I realized that the show hasn't actually explained who Caesar is. And this may sound silly, like, well, obviously he's Julius Caesar, but it is important to understand who he is at this point in his life. What has he done? What power does he have? What does he want? None of which have been clarified yet, and so we are forced to draw on his portrayal in War of the Damned to get any answers. He is an ally of Crassus, he wants to be powerful, and he doesn't like Ashur. I can't be any more specific, however, because the show hasn't given me anything else to work with. Anyway, Caesar introduces the houses of Proculus and Opita as they present their gladiators, before Ashur is given the opportunity to do the same. Ashur presents his champion, and the crowd starts laughing uncontrollably because they don't yet understand how awesome she is. Gabinius, however, is not amused. He is a sensible traditionalist who likes traditional gladiator matches. He didn't like the gnomes pissing on Logas, and he doesn't like this absurd plan to dress a woman up like a gladiator and pretend that she is one.
Sticking feathers up your butt does not make you a chicken.
He knows that Ashur is going to be like, "Behold, woman!" and then her head will swiftly be parted from fucking shoulders, and both Ashur and Gabinius will look like idiots. However, Gabinius recognizes that he can't remove Achillea from the Primus now that expectations have been set, but he tells Ashur that when she dies, the two of them will part ways. He has no desire to befriend Ashur, and he simply wants this idiotic joke to end. And at this point, I know exactly how Gabinius feels. Ashur then reveals that he knows that Gabinius was testing him back in episode 2 when he was told about the plan to dispatch Pompey to deal with the pirates, and Ashur believes he has passed whatever this test was, as he has not communicated this information to either Crassus or Caesar. Gabinius asks why Ashur did not inform Crassus, if he was motivated by a desire for peace between Crassus and Pompey, or if he simply wants to elevate himself. And Ashur replies,
"The two need not stand in conflict."
And this honesty and shrewd maneuvering proves enough for Gabinius to change his tact. He tells Ashur that he will forgive the idiotic decision to put a woman in the Primus, and that they will move towards a common goal. Meanwhile, Opita corners Chorus because the two haven't spoken since they shared a bath in episode 4, which was about a week ago. He is pissed off that Chorus concealed the female nature of Ashur's champion, and he doesn't like that he pressed for position in the games so that Ashur could present a woman in the arena, because this makes him look like a useful idiot. Chorus, however, reasonably defends this deception, as Opita is Ashur's rival, and so he couldn't risk revealing anything that could compromise the house. Naturally, Opita then starts jacking him off, and who could possibly take notice of this but Proculus, who is like, why is my rival jacking off the doctori of my other rival? And yeah, I'm pretty certain this will play into something later. After Opita has washed his hands, or perhaps not, I don't know how this man operates, Caesar has a chat with him, and it is here that we learn that Opita was in on the pirate attack from episode 4. Opita is extremely pissed off that his conspiring with Caesar led to the death of the Aedile's wife. In fact, Opita was somehow under the impression that no one would get hurt, which means that Opita is retarded because he apparently thought that you could just hire plot pirates and have them not kill anyone during their rampage. The reason why Opita did this is because Caesar paid him to make sure the tale of the Egyptian linen reached Casutia and Viridia, but this is an insufficient explanation. Opita is close friends with Casutia. He seems to be a relatively nice guy who just wants life to be a party. He is in many ways similar to Gaia from Gods of the Arena, but he is also apparently willing to drop his friend and her daughter into the direct path of rampaging land pirates. But of course, Opita thought no one would get hurt, which really just confirms that he is incredibly gullible. Caesar tells him that he is disappointed that Opita regrets his part in this plan, and suggests that Opita might find himself abducted by land pirates unless he toes the line. Ashur then presents Calidus and Tarchon for an exhibition match, after which Tarchon sees his favourite prostitute Elata pleasing a Roman, and he's like, hold on a tick, this is my second character trait. And he basically steals a prostitute from a wealthy Roman by lying to him so that he can have sex with her instead. Tarchon's other character trait is that he is brash and impulsive, so this does line up. But even so, this is remarkably risky because if literally anyone walks past, then he will be discovered, because he is not meant to be in a side room sexing his girlfriend. Following the sex party, Calidus returns to his cell and finds Achillea waiting for him. The reason she is here is because he is apparently a very experienced gladiator, and he is also the only guy who has been nice to her the whole time, and she has come seeking advice. In a rare moment of modesty, Achillea tells him that she is nervous, and is worried that she is fated to die. He replies that the odds are not in her favour. However, the brothers Ferox will likely underestimate her because she is a woman, and so there is a chance that she will survive. Achillea then decides to have sex with Calidus because, as she says, he is the least offensive man in the ludus. and he decides to willingly participate even though he previously cautioned his son against having sex prior to a fight.
Doctor, I warned against placing hands upon you.
I will slap you in the teeth.
No, you fuck! The reason the story gave for not touching Achelia is that she will rip your nuts off and get away with it. Chorus being like, also, please don't touch her or you will be disciplined, shouldn't enter their fucking minds. Anyway, we then jump forward to the games of the Ludo Apollinaries. Every Roman noble we have met so far is in the Pulvinus. Ashur has been invited to join them for the first time, and Viridia even makes a surprise appearance. Hilara is becoming increasingly pissed off with Ashur's obvious feelings for Viridia, and my guess is that Hilara will try to kill her at some point so that she can have Ashur all to herself. Gabinius then introduces the next fight, Tarchon and Calidus versus two of Proculus's gladiators. There is definitely tension during this fight, because Tarchon and Calidus are not on the same page. Tarchon does not listen to his father, and Calidus just broke his own rule of not motorboating before a fight. This means we have reason to believe that they will not be fighting at maximum efficiency, nor will they be fighting as one. Calidus could absolutely die here, although I think it is unlikely that Tarchon will, as his plot is clearly not finished. So, Tarchon attacks alone and does not heed his father's instructions. Calidus consequently gets blapped because Tarchon is not covering him. Calidus eventually kills one opponent and then stands there like a fucking plank.
Behind you!
You goddamn moron.
Forcing Tarchon to rescue his father, and they stand victorious. But now the time has come for the Primus, and Caesar introduces the fighters.
Achelia, goddess of death!
The crowd does not cheer because their eyes have not yet been opened as to how awesome she is. The people of Capua are wrong, don't you know, because they hold the absolutely reasonable view that women cannot be gladiators, nor will a fight between a woman and any number of men of any size be even remotely entertaining. Speaking of men of any size, it's time to introduce her opponent.
I present to you, Ammonius Mamillo!
The smile is immediately wiped off Ashur's face. Achelia shits herself. The brothers Ferox are like, what the fuck is this? Chorus realizes Achelia's odds of survival have gone from poor to subterranean. She is now going to die. Before I continue, this is a subversion of the like we have seen multiple times before in the original show. The best in execution is the fight between Spartacus and Varro in episode 10 of Blood and Sand. The entire episode is built on the idea that Spartacus and Crixus will face each other in an exhibition match, and multiple character narratives relate specifically to this, such as Crixus wishing to use the opportunity to reclaim his title from Spartacus. Then the rug is pulled out at the last moment, and it is revealed, for reasons that I'm not going to go into now, that Varro will be fighting instead of Crixus, and we all know what happened next. This misdirection is not a cheap gimmick that lets the writers be like, hey, guess what? The surprise, the thing that I said isn't what I led you to believe. I've tricked you, haha. The writers in the original show used this misdirection to enhance one of the most effective emotional payoffs I have ever seen, and to build multiple characters by showing how this subversion affects them both before and after the payoff. Now, regarding this misdirection in House of Ashur. The writers clearly want the audience to believe that Achelia will be fighting the brothers Ferox in the Primus, and there are multiple suggestions throughout the episode that this is going to happen.
Let us stand reflection of the brothers Ferox.
Contest revisited with the brothers Ferox would see flames further ignited.
The brothers Ferox. Reality fails to rise to imagined legend.
How gauge you odds at survival?
Against the brothers Ferox.
Your time approaches. Prepare yourself.
For death.
But the problem is that all of this reiteration that the Primus fight will be Achelia versus the brothers Ferox takes place after the writers tip their hand. Caesar told Gabinius that he wanted Achelia to be elevated to the Primus, and thanks to the specific words he uses, it is immediately pretty obvious that Achelia is not going to be fighting the brothers Ferox. She is going to be fighting against whoever usually fights in the Primus, which means she is going to be fighting Ammonius. The way to fix this would be for Caesar to be explicit that he wants the fight between Achelia and the brothers Ferox to be elevated to the Primus, And later, when it is revealed that she is to face Ammonius, we can infer that Caesar made a backroom arrangement with Gabinius to fuck over Ashur. Unfortunately, however, the writers overplayed their hand through poorly concealing Caesar's intentions. So now that we have been thoroughly subverted, what does this actually mean? Aquileia has spent her entire time in Ashur's Ludus preparing to face the brothers Ferox. All of the training and advice that she has received has been specifically gearing her up to defeat 3 halflings, not the biggest, baddest gladiator in Capua. We can confirm that Ammonius is not the champion of Capua, because if he was, then he would have been introduced using that title in episode 1. I don't actually know if there is a champion of Capua. It doesn't appear so, because this is the arena being used, and Ammonius appears to be the best fighter presented. He also riles up the crowd like no other, and Ashur specifically said that he wanted a gladiator of his own to rival Ammonius, which means even if he is not technically the champion of Capua, unless there is some other Lanista in Capua with better gladiators who are off doing other games in a different arena somewhere, the show has told us that Ammonius is the best gladiator in Capua. In the context of a Spartacus TV show, could I accept a woman winning a fight against a man? Absolutely. This needs some justification because on an even playing field, the man would almost always defeat the woman, but the opposite could certainly happen, particularly once weapons are involved. Could I accept a woman winning a fight against the brothers Ferox? Absolutely. In fact, this is what I thought the season was building towards, given how much screen time the brothers Ferox have received. Could I accept a woman winning a fight against a male gladiator? Yes. This is where I am almost certainly more generous than many other viewers, and quite possibly many of you watching this video. I maintain that it is possible to portray Aquileia winning a 1v1 against a male gladiator, and for it to not feel like utter bullshit. Had she trained all season and finally won her first fight in the finale after Ashur had lost all hope in her ever succeeding, and had this fight contained some mitigating circumstances that allowed her to win, then I would have absolutely no problem with this. However, could I accept a woman winning a fight against the best gladiator in Capua?
Please don't make me laugh.
Gladiators are already far more skilled than the average man, as has been shown in all prior seasons, so a woman receiving a big fat dose of gladiator training and becoming a Giga Chad-S is coherent, but the problem is that we already know Ammonius's reputation. He is the champion of Capua in all but name, which means Aquileia does not stand a fucking chance. So what possible wiggle room do we have to work with? I can think of 2 potential points of leverage for the writers to exploit. Ammonius is not simply trying to kill her as quickly as possible, because his job is to entertain the crowd, not kill his opponent. This is also seen in Blood and Sand episode 3 when Crixus faces Spartacus, and although these fights almost always end in death, which is something that Blood and Sand mostly avoided, and so also avoided prompting the audience to question how there can possibly be enough gladiators in Capua when one dies in almost every fight, death is not the inevitable outcome here. Theoretically, if she puts on a good show, Aquileia could lose but be spared. The second factor is that Ammonius will underestimate her because she is a woman, which is something that would absolutely happen, but does not suddenly mean that Aquileia stands a chance against the de facto champion of Capua. And the final point I want to make before I reveal what happens is that although the decision to alter the fight was apparently made by Gabinius, all of this is Caesar's doing. So, what exactly is Caesar doing, and what outcome would he expect? Caesar obviously wants this to be a high-profile failure for Ashur that further damages his reputation. Aquileia dying in the Primus is the obvious and expected outcome, which means Caesar is going out of his way to make Ashur look bad, probably with the intention of having Crassus cut him loose for good. The small problem here is that Ashur's failure is Crassus's failure, which means Ashur could simply write a letter to Crassus, as he does frequently, telling him that Caesar showed up and started sabotaging his financial investment in the Ludus by rigging fights and having its gladiators killed in high-profile games that they were not even remotely prepared for. Maybe Caesar would still do this, but the risk of him taking such an action is not addressed by the show. And at this point, I doubt that Crassus will make an appearance, which means the writers are probably never going to address it. So with that all out of the way, what actually happens? Well, as expected, Aquileia fucking loses. She hits Ammonius fast and hard, and he lets her press her advantage before disarming her of one of her swords. He physically overpowers her incredibly easily, sliding her all the way across the arena before she jumps over his shield to avoid getting squashed. Ammonius then disarms her of her remaining sword and launches her into the wall before throwing her around like a rag doll. The crowd demands death, and as Ammonius approaches her ready to deliver the killing blow, Aquileia has a spooky vision, seeing presumably her sister as a child. Maybe I am wrong here, but honestly I can't tell you because we are halfway through the season and we still know nothing about this character. But anyway, she harnesses the power of dead relatives to get a second wind, but continues to be dominated by Ammonius. She is severely injured when his sword embeds itself in her hand, which partially cuts it in half. He is about to execute her, but she rolls out of the way, manages to get behind him before he realizes what has happened. She grabs her sword with her functional hand, grabs Ammonius with her non-functional hand, and, well, I mean, we all know where that sword is going.
Up his ass.
This has now become a recurring pattern with Aquileia. Her opponents will insult her in some way, and she will prove how awesome she is and will then repeat their insult back at them.
Move. Let's see life fucking forfeit.
Move and see his fucking life forfeit.
Shall I treat her as opponent or something of delicate persuasion?
A question I was of mind to pose towards you.
I shall fuck salted words from mouth.
Do you borrow cock to do so?
The one at last finds her place on her back with legs spread.
Man at last finds his place. Legs spread, absent cock.
You assume proper place for weakened animal.
Proper place for weakened animal.
And here, Ammonius was telling her he was going to fuck her corpse, and she ultimately wins the fight by fucking him with a sword, thus turning him into a corpse. Aquileia doesn't really seem to have any kind of personality of her own. She just hears things, proves people wrong, and then repeats their own lines back at them. Whilst I do still maintain that the character was not a girl boss Mary Sue buzzword who gives a fuck, the show has now managed to fully sway me to the other side. Yes, she works hard, yes, she suffers, and yes, this was by no means easy, but every victory she has achieved has been through a combination of luck and being given things she has not earned. Not only did this episode not recognize that Aquileia beating Tarquin, Arato, and Ephesius in episode 4 was extremely lucky, but we then dial this up even further by having her defeat Ammonius through being extremely lucky. She doesn't trick her opponents, she doesn't outmatch them through being faster or more skilled, or by taking advantage of her nimble womanly form as was described in episode 3. She merely waited for her opponents to become momentarily brain dead before clawing an undeserved victory from the hands of certain death. But anyway, she's fucking done it. The crowd chants her name. Oh my god, she's just like Spartacus, you guys. And Aquileia then passes out due to blood loss, and we cut to the credits. What the fuck did I just watch? Where episode 4 convinced me that the writers were not interested in being at all realistic with the idea of a woman fighting in the arena, episode 5 is when the show jumps the shark and then comes back to sodomize it with a gladius. In 2 episodes, Aquileia has gone from getting the shit kicked out of her by every other gladiator in the Ludus to becoming the de facto champion of Capua.
Mission accomplished.
If for some reason you desperately want to tell a story where a woman becomes the champion of Capua, then you can do that, but you have to do so much work to believably achieve this payoff. Like, I don't know, 3 seasons of build-up in which she somehow climbs the ranks and becomes a legend in her own right, fighting against little people and other women, and very occasionally men, before she is pitted against someone truly formidable. Episode 5 of House of Ashur is in many ways similar to Episode 5 of Blood and Sand, in that it features the house gearing up for a very important fight that ends in an unexpected victory. But as much as the writers want so fucking desperately for Aquileia to be Spartacus, she is not. Before becoming champion, Spartacus was already shown to be far more competent than Aquileia was, largely because he was obviously much stronger than her and he had military training, and so he could at least somewhat hold his own against people like Crixus and Enemaeus. Additionally, the means by which he becomes champion are through cooperation with Crixus, allowing him to defeat a man who could not be defeated. What House of Ashur has just done is taken a somewhat trained Spartacus and had him single-handedly defeat the living legend that was Theocles. And because back in 2010 the writers were smart enough to understand why you should not do such a thing, they added extra layers to make this more believable, which resulted in one of the best episodes of the original show. House of Ashur, meanwhile, simultaneously acknowledges the innate biological differences between men and women, but also says actually no, and has Aquileia just defeat the best gladiator in Capua, which is absolutely fucking ridiculous. So now I must ask, will the injury to her hand have any consequences whatsoever? We have seen hand injuries cause gladiators to adjust their fighting styles, so is that what will happen here? More importantly, however, will the show acknowledge that she keeps winning because she is astronomically lucky? Given how the past 3 episodes have skirted addressing any consequences for Aquileia, my guess is that she is now the best, and everyone knows she is the best, and she will continue to be the best. What else am I supposed to take from this episode? The writers introduced Aquileia in episode 1 and then fucking sprinted through episodes 2 through 5 in order to get her to their desired point of being the best. This means that there are apparently no real differences between men and women. A sufficiently skilled woman can absolutely defeat a de facto champion in the arena. And I don't want to lean on real-world history because I don't care about accuracy, and this is historical fiction, which means you can do pretty much whatever you want. But if we look at the real history of gladiators, whilst women did fight in the arena, this was exceptionally rare, and they only ever fought each other. There is not a shred of evidence that a woman ever so much as fought a man in the arena, let alone defeated him. And the reason why there is no evidence for this happening is because that is a fucking pipe dream that would never happen for so many reasons that I am not going to bother listing them. It seems pretty obvious to me that the way you should go about writing a story like this would be to draw on the actual history, and have Ashur break from tradition by introducing a female gladiator, by having her fight against another female gladiator, and he could then build a reputation as the guy who has essentially ownership of his own league of female gladiators. But apparently the writers didn't want to do that because if they did, then she couldn't become the champion of Capua in 5 fucking episodes. Anyway, because this is historical fiction, you can write things that didn't actually happen, provided you make a convincing argument as to why they could have happened. A Lanista could have found a strong brown woman and decided, that might be a neat idea, let's throw her in the arena and see what happens. Another Lanista could find 3 halflings and do the exact same thing. These 2 Lannistas could have pitted their party tricks against each other, and the woman could have stood victorious. That is what I thought the show was doing. That's what the show was set up to do. But actually, fuck it, Aquileia is the best, so she won't be fighting little people, she will be fighting big people. The biggest, in fact, the scariest and most successful gladiators in Capua. And not only will she fight them, but she will defeat them by sodomizing them with a sword, because Aquileia is the best, fuck you. In a move that serves as the mentally impaired mirror image of Blood and Sand, at the start of episode 6, the Dominus now has the best gladiator in Capua.
I'm the best around, and you better hammer me, the best around.
All of Capua appears to be fully on board with Aquileia the Awesome, because where once they were blinded by bigotry, their eyes have now been opened as to how awesome women are. The exceptions to this are Caesar, who has now left Capua to go and do some other bullshit elsewhere, Cornelia, who has remained in Capua for reasons that I will go into later, and Cassutia, because her entire purpose is to despise Ashur regardless of what he does. A barely conscious Achelia is returned to the Ludus, and her hand is stitched back together. Interspersed throughout the episode, we get flashbacks informing us of Achelia's backstory before she wakes up at the end of the episode, which is to say that, once again, we learn basically nothing about Achelia's backstory. We see the girl whom we have seen twice before shouting for help. The girl is being dragged away against her will by men with spears, whilst Achelia is being prevented from going after her. There is fighting going on in the village as it burns, and Achelia's hand is injured, leading to the scars that we saw in episode 2. Achelia then picks up a spear and kills her enemies. The girl manages to partially break free. Achelia then hurls the spear at the man who is kidnapping this girl. And I don't know why Achelia didn't see this coming, but the guy grabs the girl, which means they're now standing next to each other again, and the spear goes through both of them.
Oh no!
This means Achelia accidentally killed the person she was trying to save in the most spectacular and hilarious fashion. We don't learn who this girl was, who was trying to abduct her, or why, or what connection Achelia had with this girl. The only new piece of information we get is that Achelia killed the person she was trying to save because she decided to throw a fucking spear at her.
Dumb bitch.
Why would you ever do that? Spears can be used in melee. You just need to run up to them and choreograph them to death like you usually do. The other revelation here is that Achelia was already trained to fight with a spear, which is another reason why she should have been trained as a Hoplomachus instead of a Dimachorus, but fuck it, we're way past that now. That's all we get. Achelia is still a mystery, but she is now a mysterious idiot. Anyway, the Medicus tells Ashur that Achelia's injured hand must be removed before it becomes infected, and Ashur takes the opportunity to pump out a fat load of nostalgia all over our ears by reminding us of things that happened in the original show. This is partially justified because he is trying to call out the Medicus by saying, well, other people survived similar injuries, so do your fucking job. But even so, this is excessive and is not a one-to-one comparison with Achelia.
Do I not possess fucking leg after grievous wound inflicted by the fucking gold Crixus in the arena? The Medicus of Badiatus restored limb, and here I stand.
Yes, Ashur, those were indeed things that happened. Thank you for the needlessly detailed reminder of a much better show. But had you watched that much better show, you would know, Ashur, that your leg injury sustained in the Primus of the opening games of the Arena of Capua at the hands of Crixus the Undefeated Gaul took about 5 years to recover from.
Oh man, I hope Achelia pulls through. The success of the House of Ashur depends on her swift return to the arena.
I'm sorry, Dominus. We need to amputate her hand.
What? No, you fucking fool. Just do the thing where you strap it up and wait for half a decade, and that hand will be good as gold.
Even if that was how medicine worked, didn't you literally just say that you need her to recover, like, right the fuck now?
Hey, Medicus.
Yes?
I am going to kill you now for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, regrettably that was not a part of the skit. That actually happens.
It's simple. We, kill
Medicus.
Because when your champion, to whom you have singularly tied all of your hopes and dreams, is severely wounded, naturally the best course of action is to take the one man in the Ludus capable of saving her life and throw him off the fucking cliff. But, as we will see, this has to happen in order to get us to the payoff at the end of the episode. So, having now killed his Medicus, Ashur realizes he needs a new Medicus, and he asks Chorus to ask Opita if they can borrow his. So, Chorus visits Opita and makes his humble request. Opita agrees immediately because, as he explains, he no longer has need for his own Medicus because he is leaving Capua. This is as a result of the pirate plan in episode 4. Opita was a naive idiot and helped Caesar almost kill Cassutia, almost kidnap Viridia, and successfully kill the Aedile's wife. And because he expressed his unhappiness with how Caesar's insane plan involving secret murder pirates devolved into violence in the streets of Capua, he has now pissed off Caesar and is worried for his own safety. Opita invites Chorus to come with him to Sicilia, but Chorus regrettably accepts that the two of them cannot be together because he cannot leave his duties. This is strange, because it is fine for him to prioritize the investment he has in Ashur's gladiators over his desire to wear Opita like a finger puppet, but then why did he ever agree to this deal? There is nothing stopping him from leaving Ashur's Ludus to be with Opita other than his sense of honor and duty, neither of which seemed to be too much of a problem in episode 3, but anyway. Chorus returns to Ashur and confronts him about the pirate attack because he now believes that Ashur conspired with Caesar for his own ends. Ashur tells him the truth, and this means that the plan is out in the open. Everyone now knows everything. And whilst Chorus is still not happy that Ashur concealed this information from him, they are both on the same page regarding Caesar. He then reveals to Ashur that Opita is fleeing Capua because he is afraid of what Caesar might do to him or use him for in future. Because Aquileia is out of action, Ashur decides that he needs a temporary champion to stand in her place, and so Chorus arranges another contest. Cornelia watches from the balcony, accompanied by Casutia and Viridia, whom she has invited to the villa, and she proposes a different contest, one of a more penile nature. Tarchon, Erato, and Ephesius are brought into the villa, and they are immediately commanded to get their little fellas out. Cornelia grades their homework, and then decides to place Ashur alongside his men. She does this because she wants to humiliate him in front of Viridia, and this builds off of what happened in episode 5. Cornelia and Caesar spoke of pairing her with a potential husband, a friend of Caesar's I am going to refer to as Skittles, whilst she was clearly more interested in Ashur, and because they want Viridia to marry Skittles for political reasons, they need to make Ashur look like a clown so that he loses any worth he has. The way marriages work in the show is that the woman does not get to choose who she marries, and she is given to a man deemed worthy by her family. Which means, given that Ashur has gradually been earning the favor of Gabinius, Viridia's father, it is not entirely outside of the realm of possibility that Gabinius could give his approval for Viridia to marry Ashur, and so Cornelia wishes to ensure that this never happens. Ashur realizes that he has no choice but to obey Cornelia, given the respect her name demands and given her political connections, and he removes his clothes. Cornelia tells him that his willy isn't big enough, and he is then dismissed. Viridia decides to leave because this has all made her very uncomfortable. She is told that she can wait in Cornelia's bedchambers, but she instead heads to Ashur's office for a chat. This means that Casutia is apparently okay with her daughter, who was almost kidnapped a couple of weeks ago, wandering off in the villa belonging to a man she despises. Later in the episode, Viridia ends up in the Ludus below, which is extremely dangerous for obvious reasons, which means both Casutia and Ashur and apparently the writers have forgotten how vulnerable Viridia is, and that absolutely under no circumstances would they ever allow a young Roman noblewoman into the Ludus unless they absolutely have to for some reason, and unless she is accompanied by more than a handful of guards. I'll get to Viridia's bit later. For now, let's stick with the penis party. Cornelia decides to have some fun, and she instructs Tarchon, Erato, and Ephesius to engorge. And they do, with great gusto. There isn't any particular reason for this. She isn't going to pork one of them or make them all pork each other. She just wants them to stand there jacking off while she has a chat with Casutia. Everything Cornelia does in this episode is with the goal of furthering herself and her husband politically. This is why she humiliates Ashur, and this is why she invited Casutia for a chat. She wants to sway Casutia to her side, as each of their husbands are aligned to Crassus and Pompey, who are enemies. If Casutia and Gabinius can both be brought over to Team Crassus, Caesar and Cornelia will benefit. Cornelia broaches the topic of marrying Viridia to Skittles, but Casutia thinks this will never happen because her husband is firmly loyal to Pompey, and so he will not wed his daughter to a political enemy. Cornelia is like, oh, well, that's a shame, and then she decides to give her a good old finger blast. And this is the last time we see Casutia in this episode, which means we will have to wait and see if this blasting served as a convincing argument. Anyway, Viridia has a chat with Ashur, and she's like, oh wow, that was mean, I can't believe they made you do that. And Ashur is like, oh hey, fancy seeing you here, oh object of my desire, and I'm sorry, I don't fucking care if these two hook up. Everything about the acting, writing, music, cinematography, and editing is designed to convey that these two are star-crossed lovers tragically unable to be together, and everything about this feels farcical. In every scene, Viridia is fully lit as if to suggest that she is an angelic being of pure goodness, a beacon of light in the oppressively violent Roman Empire. We have not been given a reason to care because Viridia is little more than a plot device that functions as the object of Ashur's desires. She doesn't really have a personality, she just shows up every now and then looking like a fucking Christmas tree, swoons at Ashur a whole bunch, and he's like, oh, isn't she lovely? Anyway, she tells Ashur that Cornelia was wrong about the size of his penis and says that she wants to see him and his penis again. Upon her request to see Achilea up close, Ashur brings Viridia into the Ludus, and this woman, who a couple of weeks ago was so traumatized by her husband being killed by gladiators that she was unable to leave her house, is now just casually walking around surrounded by gladiators.
Shit.
After visiting Achilea, Viridia talks about her dead husband and says that she no longer grieves the loss of her husband, but the loss of her own autonomy.
Perhaps this world offers more than husband and promise of children. A villa filled with pretty, empty things. I among them.
Although she says that her husband was a good man, this was an arranged marriage and she did not have a choice. She says that she put her husband first and devoted her life to him without consideration for herself. And it now appears that Ashur has inspired a rebellious feminist streak in Viridia by presenting a woman in the arena. Achilea showed her what women are truly capable of and demonstrated that everything she was taught about the proper place for women in the Republic is bullshit. This is quite an amusing idea that I don't think will be followed up on. The idea that Ashur wants to marry Viridia and start a family, but then he accidentally sabotages himself again by inadvertently turning Viridia into a 21st century strong independent feminist who don't need no man. I don't think they will do this, but the thought nonetheless occurred. Now, bear with me here, because trying to get my head around how retarded this is genuinely giving me a headache. Viridia idolizes Achilea. Viridia is very fond of Ashur. Achilea is Ashur's slave who is on death's door because Ashur forced her to participate in a fight to the death. Viridia idolizes Achilea. She likes Ashur. Ashur enslaved Achilea. Achilea is awesome. Ashur is pretty cool. Ashur is the reason why Achilea is nearly dead.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I've got nothing. The show is trying to do two things at once that do not work in conjunction. You can't give Viridia this empowered modern feminist streak of, wow, women are awesome and Achilea just proved it, whilst also having her show genuine affection towards the man who bought a woman and forced her to participate in gladiatorial combat. Viridia is not operating under the belief structure of the setting. She is breaking from the norm and espousing modern values, which is fine, but you can't then expect me to believe that she accepts that Achilea is Ashur's slave because that's just how it is. She should be conflicted as to how a man as adorable as Ashur could possibly be okay with throwing such a heroic, brave, noble, strong, and brown woman as Achilea into the arena to be mutilated for his own benefit. The idea of injecting modern politics into an ancient story by playing with ideologies, traditions, and cultural norms is totally fine as a concept. Ideas such as personal autonomy and human rights are relatively modern concepts that were absolutely not commonplace during the time period the show takes place in, hence the proliferation of slavery, blood sports, and the upper class abusing those beneath them without consequence. The original show challenged this. Spartacus was the fish out of water who found himself in the Roman system, and although he initially objected to this system for personal reasons, he gradually realized that everyone deserves to be born free, to live free, and to die free. Spartacus's ideology was that slavery is inherently wrong, and Spartacus was the anomaly. What we appear to be doing now in House of Ashur is a variation on the same idea. Ashur himself doesn't care at all about women's rights, bodily autonomy, independence, or any of that good stuff, but he appears to be inadvertently prompting these thoughts in others.
Got women talking back.
Ashur is not trying to be a feminist by profiting from Achillea's success. If anything, he is cynically planning to monetize the public's newfound obsession with this feminist icon. However, he does appear to approve of Viridia's enlightenment. What I don't know yet is if this idea is going to spread. As in the original show, Spartacus gained followers and convinced them that Roman oppression was morally wrong. Or if this is a one-time deal where Viridia specifically was inspired by Achilea to reject tradition, stick it to the man, free the boob, and do whatever she wants without consequence. We see elsewhere in the episode that basically all of Capua is like, woo, Achillea is the most awesome thing I've ever seen, so I must assume that other people share Viridia's revelation, and this would be a natural follow-up to Ashur breaking from tradition by placing Achillea in the arena to begin with. For now, we must park this thought, but I would not be surprised at this point if Ashur has inadvertently started a feminist uprising in Capua.
How exciting.
Later that evening, Chorus visits Opita again and thanks him for loaning out his medicus, and he tells Opita that he has decided to leave Ashur and accompany him to Sicilia. However, because Chorus is one of the few characters in this show to not sporadically suffer from brain damage, he knows he needs to be careful in how he deals with Ashur. He is worried about what Ashur may do if he leaves, because he knows that Ashur is retarded and might flip the fuck out and start killing people for no reason again. Specifically, Chorus is worried that Opita's life may be endangered, and witnessing Ashur kill his best gladiator and his medicus for absolutely no reason supports this concern. This means, rather confusingly, that the show is acknowledging that what Ashur did was beyond insane. The dialogue here addresses that Ashur killed a man for no reason when he didn't have many gladiators to begin with, which means this is no longer a case of Ashur being poorly written and acting like a crazy person because the writers didn't realize that their protagonist was acting like a crazy person. This is now a case of Ashur being canonically and intentionally a maniac with zero impulse control, which frequently leads to him acting directly against his own desires. This means the character is impossible to take seriously because, yes, he could strike against Opita as Chorus fears, or he could decide to assassinate Gabinius because he looked at him funny that one time. He could promote Hilara to be his new doctore because why not? Ashur is crazy and irrational. Or he could decide that he no longer wants to be a Lanista and open up a restaurant with his gladiators. So Opita then has an idea. He needs to make Ashur an offer that he can't refuse in exchange for Chorus. And the following morning, they present their offer to Ashur. Before I get to that, Ashur is extremely pissed off that Chorus intends to leave him, which means what I feared in episode 3 has in fact come to pass. Ashur put Chorus through a test of loyalty, and the conclusion of this test was that Chorus didn't actually prove anything, and episode 6 has now revealed that Ashur thought that Chorus was firmly on his side when he had zero reason to believe such a thing. Anyway, because Opita is an idiot, he decides to offer Ashur his villa, his ludus, and all of his gladiators. He makes this offer not in exchange for Chorus, because Chorus is a free man and he can do what he likes. This offer is specifically made in exchange for Ashur promising not to move against them after the fact. Opita owns many gladiators and slaves, as well as the ludus itself, none of which are coming with him to Sicilia. And I can't calculate their combined value based off information given in the show, but let's just say it is a fucking lot. At least doubling the total value of Ashur's assets overnight. This requires that both men think that Ashur is an insane murderer who has the resources to assassinate people hundreds of miles away, and the desire to do such a thing when this will quite literally not benefit him at all. And it requires that they believe Ashur to be insane to this degree, but simultaneously they are willing to accept his word that he will not move against them. The easy way out was for Chorus to simply say to Ashur, "Sorry buddy, here's my letter of resignation, goodbye." He doesn't need to explain his intentions, nor did he need to explain Opita's intentions earlier, but as we will see later, this was all necessary for the plot to happen. Cornelia then tells Ashur that she has arranged a meeting between him and Gabinius, and she wishes for him to convince Gabinius to give his blessing for Viridia to marry Skittles. This is either a four-dimensional chess move by Cornelia, or this is bad writing. The episode does not clarify which, because Cornelia must know that Ashur and Viridia have the hots for each other, because they don't exactly hide it. And this was presumably why Cornelia invited Viridia to the villa to begin with. So this either means that Cornelia is sending Ashur to convince Gabinius to do something that she knows he doesn't want to do in order to see what happens, or Cornelia truly believes that Ashur will convince Gabinius to wed his daughter to Skittles, which is incoherent because she must know that Ashur would not do this. So, Ashur meets with Gabinius, but instead of recommending that Viridia marry Skittles, he strongly advises against such a thing because, of course, he wants Viridia for himself. Ashur tells Gabinius that Viridia has made an impression on him and that he doesn't want her to be used as a chess piece. Gabinius agrees, and he says that he will not consent to the union. After he leaves Gabinius' villa, Ashur is accosted in the streets by a horde of fans who are obsessed with Achilea because they now understand how awesome she is. Proculus just so happens to be within earshot. This is really fucking important. He's just here now, and I don't know why, he just is. And he and Ashur have a little chat. Proculus recognizes that Ashur's unusual offering thoroughly entertained the crowd, and he proposes that they team up by pairing Achilea against Proculus's lesser men so as to prolong her life and ensure that she keeps winning, which means they can both get rich from the spectacle of a woman defeating men. In this scene, the writers come so fucking close to acknowledging that Achillea's victory was bullshit of the highest order, because Proculus is of the reasonable belief that Achilea will not stand a chance against actual gladiators, and she only defeated Ammonius because the writers wanted her to. But Proculus seems to hold this belief because Achilea was badly injured and so will not last in any future games, not because she is a woman who bullshitted her way into becoming champion. Ashur refuses this offer because he hates Proculus, he believes Proculus tried to kill Chorus, and because he believes Achilea is the best. Proculus presses him and asks why he is so bold given the current state of his champion. And Ashur tells him that Opiter is leaving Capua and giving all of his holdings to him.
What the fuck are you doing?
Why did you just tell him that? Fuck me, this is so bad. Ashur believes that Proculus is untrustworthy, ruthless, vengeful, and murderous. A man who will hire mercenaries to shank his enemies in dark alleyways. And Ashur has just told this man for, I can't stress this enough, absolutely no reason, that Opiter is giving him his entire business for free. Whenever you are watching a bad TV show and a character does something monumentally stupid, it is a pretty safe bet that this is going to lead to something critically important, which then becomes an inescapable loop of terrible, because the more important the payoff is, the more impactful the bad setup is. So, later that evening, Opiter finds that his slaves have been massacred.
Oh my god!
The brothers Ferox have snuck into his villa like a trio of sneaky murder goblins in a scene that is unintentionally very funny, because this shit plays like an episode of Scooby-fucking-Doo.
Someone has a secret. Thought he could leave absent farewell. Presenting gifts of villa.
What is happening?
I forgot myself. We will help you remember. Now.
I can't watch anymore.
Also, I guess this means they got past all the guards, because Opiter is apparently wealthy to the point where he can just pack up and leave his job to retire in Sicilia, whilst giving away all of his assets literally for free, so one would think that the man has a sufficient number of guards to protect his business from 3 angry hobbits. And no, this is not comparable to Barca massacring the house of Ovidius in Blood and Sand, because Ovidius was a grain merchant, not a Lannister, and we had no reason to believe that he was particularly wealthy, which is not the case for Opiter. Additionally, I have a much easier time believing that Barca could kill a few guards and then torch the place than the brothers Ferox, because they are the size of children, and, well, the reason we don't actually see them killing anyone is because that would look ridiculous. So, are we to believe that they fought their way in through however many guards Opiter has, or are we to believe that they used little people magic and snuck in through the air ducts, thus catching everyone by surprise?
I have no fucking idea.
I regrettably don't have an answer, but either way, Opiter pleads for his life, but is then mercilessly stabbed to death. The final scene of the episode is Chorus leaving the house of Ashur, tragically unaware of the mess he will find when he arrives at the house of Opiter. This is a terribly executed payoff. For us to hit this payoff, information needs to be passed via multiple characters, and for this to be a functional payoff, this information needs to be passed in a coherent manner that does not involve characters saying things purely to make the plot happen. So, from the top, Chorus needs to learn that Opiter is leaving Capua. This is accomplished by having Opiter straight up tell him, which makes sense because the two are relatively close, and Opiter wants Chorus to come with him. Ashur then needs to learn that Opeta is leaving Capua. This is accomplished by having Chorus explain this to him. Ashur asks what part Opeta played in Caesar's pirate plan, which makes sense, and Chorus explains what Opeta did, which also makes sense, but then he continues that Opeta is now afraid for his life and so is fleeing to Sicilia. There isn't any particular reason for Chorus to reveal this, and the reason for him to conceal this information is that he does not trust Ashur. Revealing Opeta's intentions to Ashur does not serve a purpose, so at best this is a slip-up, at worst this is Chorus acting against his own interests. And finally, Proculus needs to learn that Opeta is leaving Capua and intends to give his ludus to Ashur. This is accomplished by having Ashur and Proculus randomly cross paths in the streets of Capua, and by having Ashur boast that Opeta is giving him a load of free shit for no reason. Which he has zero reason to do because Proculus is both his enemy and Opeta's enemy, which means Ashur temporarily suffers from amnesia and trusts that Proculus will do precisely nothing with this information. This is broken in a way that the pirate attack was not, because although that was convenience upon convenience, the characters involved did have valid reasons to take the actions they took apart from Opeta, whilst conversely Opeta's death relies entirely upon multiple characters doing things that they have zero reason to do.
This episode was badly written!
Honestly, at this point, I am beyond done with this show. I have completely lost hope that it will improve because the writers are now delivering significant payoffs and they are almost entirely non-functional. I actually feel more pissed off with House of Ashur than had the show been terrible the whole way through, because then I could just laugh at it and move on. But I still maintain that there were elements in the first 2 episodes that had potential. I was open to accepting the story that the writers apparently wanted to tell. I was defending certain unpopular narrative decisions, and I was fully willing to grant the show the benefit of the doubt rather than writing it off based on the awful trailer. Now I feel like a fool for having hope because the last 4 episodes have revealed that this was false hope. It could have been good, or at the very least okay, but instead the show varies between occasionally substantive character work, silly brain-dead entertainment, and straight-up terrible plotting. I don't think that the show is bad because it is woke, because I think that is a different argument, and I don't care about making that argument, but many people understandably concluded that the show was going to be woke DEI nonsense based on the trailer. I maintain that it is distracting, reductive, and unsubstantive to just be like, ew, that looks woke, and then not give it a chance. And because I am interested in analyzing why something does, or in this case does not work, I reject the paradigm of, oh, let's work out if this piece of media aligns with my political beliefs so that I can decide if it's good or not. I firmly believe that it is obvious that many people were unfairly critical of the opening couple of episodes for entirely political reasons, and I think that although this extreme negative reaction was understandable given the trailer, it was nonetheless unfair. However, in this instance, those of you who jumped the gun and came to such a conclusion based on the trailer turned out to be absolutely correct. I do not think that it is healthy to jump to such conclusions because it is always better to assess something on its own merits, but, and I hate that this is the case, House of Ashur turned out to be exactly the show some of you thought it would be. Coming into episode 7, quite a lot has happened, and very little of it was done well. Opeta helped Caesar unleash the plot pirates who murdered and pillaged. He felt quite guilty about the murdering and pillaging, and so decided to flee Capua and give his business to Ashur for free. Chorus was intending to join him and retire as Ashur's doctore, but then a spanner was thrown in the works because Ashur came down with a bad case of fuckwit and consequently told Proculus about what Opeta was doing, which led to Opeta being pincushioned by 3 angry people of Short masquerading as Scooby-Doo villains. This means Opeta is dead because Proculus didn't want Ashur to be given a second ludus full of gladiators, which means Opeta is dead because Ashur told Proculus about this deal for absolutely no reason. Episode 7 opens with Ashur and Chorus arriving at Opeta's villa, and they find his corpse. Chorus grieves his lost lover, whilst Ashur notices a sigil on the wall drawn in blood. Oh, for fuck's sake, not this again. It appears that Proculus instructed the brothers Ferox to draw this sigil on the wall so as to pin the massacre on the plot pirates. Yar, we be needing a good pillaging to scratch the piratical itch. Ahoy, thar be a homosexual. Let's break into his villa and kill everything. Yar! Yar! Wait a moment, we be pirates, not assassins, and certainly not bigots. What be the benefit of randomly massacring a villa? Yar! 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 Well, there be loot in the villa. Money and rum and a yo-ho-ho. But we gotta make sure we draw our logo on the wall. Nar, that'd be silly. Then everyone be knowing it was us who pillaged the villa and they be coming out to sink our ships. Yar, exactly. Then everyone be afraid of the land pirates. Yar! 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 This actually reminds me of a true story from when I was a wee lad that did not involve pirates or murder. Time for some random lore. When I was about 8, I decided to create a Word document on the family computer, and in this Word document I typed a list of every rude word I knew, which, given that I was 8, was probably not particularly explicit. But then I had a problem, because I figured I might want to expand this list in future as I learn more rude words, which means I needed to find a way to save this Word document in a way that gave me plausible deniability. So my galaxy-brained 8-year-old reasoning went, aha, I know, and I wrote my brother's name at the top of the document to make it look like this was his list of naughty words that he had written on the computer for absolutely no reason. Foolproof, or so I thought, because my dad found it because obviously he would find it, and he was like, random, why? And that was when I learned that you can't just misbehave and then leave a note on the evidence saying, actually, this wasn't me, this was someone else. Apparently, a lesson that the writers of House of Ashur have yet to learn. Also, this mark on the wall is presumably at head height rather than ankle height, because if the brothers Ferox drew this on the wall at an appropriate height for them, then Ashur would be like, oh, okay, well, I wonder who did this. But if they drew it at normal person height, then did they stand on each other's shoulders to reach all the way up here? We already know that they don't understand the concept of standing on top of inanimate objects, because in episode 5 they were like, hey, what's going on? I can't see, for the entire fight, and only after it ended did they remember that they can stand on top of things so as to increase their height. Speaking of their height, why on earth would Proculus send 3 hobbits to carry out this mission? Okay, fine, let's just assume that they are the best fighters he has, which is what the show clearly wants us to believe. Point being, if these were regular-sized people, then if they were walking around wearing hoods and someone saw them going in or out of Opita's villa, then that person would be like, oh, okay, well, someone just assassinated Opita. No idea who, though, because those hooded miscreants could belong to anyone. However, if anyone saw a trio of halflings anywhere near that villa, then game over, man, game over. There is only one man in Capua with ready access to not 1 but fucking 3 murderous people of Short, which means if they are seen by anyone, that person is going to know that Proculus was behind this, not the fucking land pirates. If we look at this from Proculus's perspective, this is very simple. He wanted to kill Opita, and he figured, well, if I draw on the wall, then I can pin this on the notorious land pirates, because land pirates are, of course, well known for drawing circles on walls and claiming ownership of acts of violence as if they are al-fucking-Qaeda. The logic is retarded, but it is nonetheless simple. If we look at this from Ashur's perspective, however, things are slightly more complicated. Because from his perspective, there are 3 possibilities. He could believe this to be Caesar's doing, because Caesar hired fake pirates to murder Roman citizens before, and he had reason to want Opita dead. It could be Proculus's doing, because Proculus also had reason to want Opita dead, or it could be the actual pirates, because, I mean, they did draw their logo on the wall. Anyway, a week later, Chorus is still distraught and is drinking heavily. This can only be Ashur's wine that he is consuming, which means Ashur is feeding Chorus's despair, and he only decides to swap the wine with water after feeding this unstable, grieving man alcohol for a week, which seems like a fantastic idea. This reaction is comparable to Spartacus's reaction after Varro's death. In fact, we are not shown Spartacus grieving for 7 days, which means whilst he did not get over Varro, and Varro's death did form a huge part of what prompted the rebellion, he was not a babbling wreck a week later. Chorus, meanwhile, is not just really sad, but he is fucking angry. And he apparently managed to stay uncontrollably angry for a whole week.
The nails are biting.
So how long did Chorus know Opida? Spartacus knew Varro for well over a year, whilst Chorus first broke words with Opida in episode 3, which, as far as I can tell, was maybe a month ago, and yet his reaction here is that of losing someone he had been extremely close to for decades. Meanwhile, Kasutia is like, those fucking land pirates killed my friendly neighborhood gay, and Viridia comforts her mother as she comforted her in prior episodes. Rather confusingly, just like Chorus, Kasutia is distraught to the point of standing in the paddling pool screaming about how much she hates land pirates a week later. Yes, they were friends, but her reaction and her dialogue come across as though she has just lost a child, particularly given that Kasutia was relatively unsympathetic to Viridia grieving over her own husband by repeatedly encouraging her to move on. Gabinius is like, shut up, woman, I know he was your goon boy, but you need to get the fuck over it. And Kasutia replies that, this being the Gladiator show, they need to do gladiator games in honor of Opita. Gabinius declines because, as he says, a senator can't be seen honoring someone of such low station, which is in character because he places a huge amount of value in how he is seen by others. But after Viridia begs him to reconsider, Gabinius decides to attend the upcoming auction of Opida's holdings so that he can offer a eulogy as a sign of respect through less extravagant means. Gabinius's presence at the auction later doesn't lead anywhere, which means the only function of this scene is to depict the depths of Kasutia's grief, which will be leveraged later. Meanwhile, Aquilia is all better now, and Calidus shows up like,
how's the hand?
He tells her that she is the best, and she's like, yes, I certainly am, and it appears that she has become hooked on the thrill of fighting in the arena, intending to return to training immediately. The writers are apparently now finished with speedrunning Spartacus' story from Blood and Sand, and they have now moved Aquilia into her Crixus phase. Before we continue, how much time has passed since half of her hand was dangling off her wrist? I can't tell you precisely, only that it is at least a week, because episode 7 takes place 7 days after episode 6. I have to assume that episode 6 took place over only a few days, because it opened with Ashur killing his medicus for no reason and then borrowing Opita's, at which point it was revealed that Opita was about to flee Capua. My honest guess would be that episode 6 took place over a week at most, unless Opita was about to leave for like 6 months or something stupid, which means we are now about 2 weeks on from the end of episode 5 when Achilles' hand was nearly cut in half. House of Ashur does a piss-poor job of communicating the passage of time when compared to, Blood and Sand. The first half of Blood and Sand took place over about a year, because we learned in episode 7 that Batiatus had all this search for Sura for nearly a year, which is plenty of time for Spartacus to be training and improving. Following episode 5, Crixus is badly injured and he spends episodes 6, 7, and 8 recovering. We get a montage at the start of episode 8 showing Spartacus achieving multiple victories in the arena, now that he is the champion of Capua, which implies that weeks or likely months are passing, during which time Crixus is recovering. This is all made clear within the show itself through the use of montages and deliberate dialogue choices that establish how long everything takes, which means it is very clear that Spartacus did not become the best gladiator in Capua overnight, and it is clear that Crixus did not heal from being nearly dead in a couple of days. House of Ashur has not done any of this. We know that there was a week's gap between episodes 3 and 4 and another one between episodes 6 and 7, but we have no suggestion that anywhere close to months have passed. In fact, we get dialogue that suggests the opposite.
The Nubian has learned much within a short time at this house.
Perhaps more days tended by days must become hours.
Which, hyperbole aside, leads to the impression that Aquilia is now the best from out of fucking nowhere, and she is now healed basically overnight.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
Anyway, Aquilia enters the training square for the first time since becoming the best, and the gladiators cheer her name and start thumping their shields, with the exceptions of Tarchon, Erato, and Ephesius, because these guys remembered the 8 very good reasons why they should not like this woman at all. She is instructed by Calidus to train with one of the lesser gladiators, but Achillea, being the best, wants to immediately face Tarchon. This is 1-for-1 the same as what happened with Crixus in Blood and Sand, except that it is weaker in every way. Crixus wanted to immediately face Spartacus and reclaim his title. He begged Batiatus to allow him to return to training before he had fully recovered, and Batiatus refused. Because of information spreading in a natural manner between the characters, Crixus became determined to demonstrate his value to Batiatus so as to not risk being sold elsewhere, not wishing to be separated from Naevia, which results in him challenging Spartacus before he is ready. Crixus is easily defeated by Spartacus, who humiliates him by taking advantage of his injuries to inflict pain. Crixus then has to spend more time recovering, and when he finally returns again, he is paired with the lesser gladiators. Like basically all of Blood and Sand, all of this is logical and deeply entwined in character work, which means everyone has a very good reason to do what they do and to say what they say. Conversely, in House of Ashur, Achillea appears to be all better now, and she insists that she return to training. Calidus, acting as the new Doctore, tells her to rest because he likely knows that you can't glue two halves of a mutilated hand back together and wait for a couple of weeks for things to go back to normal. Achillea is like, yeah, but have you considered no? And not only does he then allow her to return to training, but he allows her to fight Tarchon, who is apparently the best man in the Ludus aside from himself. This is a very bad idea, and yet Calidus apparently expects that she will be absolutely fine, in spite of the fact that she has not yet defeated any of the gladiators, excluding instances of supreme levels of luck that cannot be replicated. Now I must ask you to cast your minds back to War of the Damned, when a certain character suffered a similar injury to his hand, and this resulted in his inability to even hold a sword, let alone fight with one. Yeah, well, that character wasn't the best, which means he fell victim to the irritating limits of human physiology, whilst Achillea had her hand almost cut in half maybe a couple of weeks ago, and yet here she is, swinging a sword around like nothing fucking happened.
Disappointing.
During the fight, much like Spartacus did with Crixus, Tarchon takes advantage of her injury so as to prove that she is not ready, and he whacks her in the hand multiple times, causing it to start bleeding, and this directly leads to his victory over her. Whilst on the one hand, the show is acknowledging that Achillea's hand is badly injured, on the other hand, it fucking isn't, because she is able to hold a sword and fight with zero problems, and the impression given is that had Tarchon not known about this injury and not deliberately targeted it, Achillea would have apparently been fighting at maximum efficiency. The end result, however, is that Tarchon demonstrates to Calidus that Achillea is not ready to return to training because of how easily her injury was reopened. She is then told to rest and return to training when she is actually ready. Up in the villa, Ashur is dealing with the financial consequences of Opeta's death. Ashur presumably accompanied Chorus to Opeta's villa at the end of episode 6 because he was intending to sign over ownership of the assets at the same time as Opeta and Chorus departed. But because Opeta was already dead, there was no opportunity to sign any paperwork. This means the deal did not go through, and because Opeta apparently has no family, his assets are to be auctioned off. And Ashur has, rather confusingly, decided that he really wants Opeta's free shit, even though it isn't free anymore. And so he intends to buy the assets at auction.
That's your plan.
Why, though? Like, seriously, why? This would be like if I ran a competition on my channel where first prize was a proton-savvy style, and then one of you guys won and I was like, lol, no, jog on. You would understandably be pissed off that you hadn't won the prize that you were promised, but it wouldn't then make any sense for you to be like, fuck it, I'm gonna just go and buy a proton-savvy style. Ashur doesn't need a second Ludus full of gladiators, he might want one, but the only reason he entertained the idea was because Opeta was willing to literally give it to him. So now that this is going to cost him a huge amount of money, he would obviously be like, well, unfortunately I can't afford that, so I guess someone else is going to buy his stuff, But in order for the plot of this episode to function, we have to accept that the most important thing to Ashur is that he takes ownership of Opeta's assets for no reason other than that he almost got them for free, and is now apparently willing to do everything he can to pay for them. Hilara tells him that if they cut the gladiators' food in half and stop buying wine, then they can afford about 5,000 denarii for the auction, which is nowhere near enough to buy everything that Opeta was previously willing to give him for free, the total of which is valued at almost 6 times that amount. Because Ashur can't afford to do this himself, he decides to ask Cornelia for help.
That is unwise.
Which means he is so motivated to buy Opeta's assets that he is willing to ally with and therefore trust Cornelia. He has a chat with her and explains everything about Opeta's intended departure and their deal, and he suggests that the Cilician pirates who killed Opeta may have been the same ones who attacked in the streets in episode 4, thus implying his belief that Caesar or Cornelia had Opeta killed, and that they, once again, hired plot pirates to get the job done. This means that Proculus decided to kill Opeta after Ashur's temporary bout of amnesia in episode 6, and he then inexplicably tried to pin the attack on the plot pirates when he didn't need to pin this on anyone. He could have just had his trio of goblins kill Opeta and then, leave. But because Proculus tried to pin the attack on the plot pirates, this has led Ashur to suspect that Caesar and Cornelia were behind Opeta's death, which essentially means that Proculus has accidentally pinned the murder on Caesar and Cornelia instead. We know that Caesar and Cornelia had absolutely nothing to do with Opeta's death, but from Ashur's perspective, in something of a rarity for this show, there is very good evidence to suggest that they did. So let's consider hypothetically why Caesar and Cornelia might kill Opeta. The best reason is that Opeta was used by Caesar to enact the pirate plan in episode 4, and Opeta regrets his part in this, which means he could be a loose end that needs tying up. This was in fact the reason why Opeta decided to flee Capua, to get away from Caesar. This means, although Caesar and Cornelia did not kill Opeta, it would have been entirely rational for them to do so, which means, rather surprisingly, the show is providing a coherent rationale for a hypothetical that is not what actually happened. Which means that because the murder hobbits drew a pirate symbol on the wall of Opeta's villa, Ashur has a perfectly valid reason to believe that Caesar and/or Cornelia were behind Opeta's death. Presumably, Ashur came to this conclusion privately in between episodes, but he chose not to confront her about it until now. As he says, he doesn't particularly care that Opeta is dead, he only cares that he now has to pay for the stuff that he was going to get for free. However, Ashur acts upon this information in an entirely nonsensical manner. Because he's like, hello Cornelia, because you murdered Opeta, I'd like you to buy all of his stuff so that I can have it. If Ashur is correct, and she did kill Opeta, why on earth would she help Ashur buy all of Opeta's assets? There isn't any reason why she would ever do this. Well, yeah, there is one reason, but it's fucking dumb and I'll get to that later. Anyway, Cornelia denies any involvement, and Ashur then fires up his single brain cell and realizes that Proculus killed Opeta, as a result of Ashur revealing Opeta's intentions to him for absolutely no reason.
No one knew of my agreement with Opeta beyond Chorus, and the man himself.
Ashur was one of, if not the smartest character in Blood and Sand, and yet here it takes the man a fucking week to realize that he told Proculus, his murderous enemy, that Opeta was going to give him 30,000 denarii worth of free shit, which, for reference, is 3 times the value of Senator Albinius's estate, and that Proculus wasn't too happy about that, and so he killed Opeta to prevent such an insane deal from going through. Ashur holds his head in his hands, incredulous that his supreme idiocy yet again prevented him from getting the very thing he wanted. Or, in other words, the writers turned their main character into a spectacular idiot so as to make the plot happen. In the Ludus, Achillea is big mad because she just got dicked by Tarchon, and Calidus is big mad because she didn't listen to him and resumed training against his advice, evidently forgetting that he is the Doctore, and as such he does not give advice, He gives instructions, which means Achilea being like, "Hello, I'm the best, I'd like to fight Tarchon, please." Calidus letting this happen, and Achilea subsequently getting herself injured, is entirely Calidus's own fault. Then we actually get some consequences, and this is both good and bad. Achilea recognizes that she can't properly wield a sword in her injured hand, even though she demonstrably can, provided her opponent doesn't repeatedly whack her in the hand, and Calidus tells her that they shall find her a new fighting style. This means we are finally moving in a more sensible direction with Achilea, albeit after the damage has been done, as we are 7 episodes in, and she has already become the de facto champion of Capua by fighting using the Spartacus-y fighting style. Calidus suggests Hoplomachus, as this requires that one hand wield a spear and a small shield be strapped to the other, which means Achillea's lack of strength necessary to wield the larger Murmillo shield will not be a factor, nor will the injury to her hand, because wielding the Hoplomachus shield does not require dexterity. Achilea then becomes distressed and refuses to use a spear, but does not explain her reasoning to Calidus. Her reasoning is presumably that she accidentally killed her sister with a spear, and now refuses to pick one up again because doing so would force her to revisit the trauma of accidental siblicide. Achilea tells Calidus that she would prefer either Retiarius or Thrax, but Calidus insists that Hoplomachus is her only option given the nature of her injury. Because Achilea is the best, she doesn't have to listen to her doctore, and so she continues to train with her swords, but does not perform well. She is mocked by Tarchon.
The Nubian cannot best idle log.
And for some reason, all of the gladiators start laughing with Tarchon at Achilea, in spite of the fact that fucking yesterday, all of them, with 3 exceptions, were very respectful and accepting of her. This means I now have no idea what the gladiators think about Achilea because the show keeps changing its mind. Anyway, after being mocked by Tarchon, she decides, actually, even though I accidentally killed my sister with a spear, and even though this traumatized me and I swore I would never pick up a spear again, I got over that shit in the last few seconds and I'm gonna pick up a spear. Well, that was easy. I guess I shouldn't have expected anything else. I understand conceptually the reasons why the writers decided to have her fight as a Dimachorus and then change to a Hoplomachus. They did this because they wanted to force Achilea to come to terms with her past and make a compromise on her values, thus emerging as a better person and in some sense redeeming herself. However, if this was the point, then it is pretty fucking laughable that she overcomes this roadblock in about 20 seconds of screen time.
I will not take up spear.
A few moments later.
I would take up fucking spear.
She then faces Tarchon in training again, fighting in the style of Hoplomachus for the first time. Because she is using a spear, Tarchon is in serious danger of her accidentally killing him here, which means we have some tension. She performs well, hitting Tarchon repeatedly whilst blocking all of his attacks. Because this character has no personality, she flips his insult back at him just like the previous 9 times she did the exact same fucking thing.
The Nubian cannot best idle log.
Perhaps idle log stands more formidable opponent.
I don't think
Achilea
is a hero.
This fight is intercut with shots of her fighting during flashbacks, indicating that she is remembering what happened the last time she fought with a spear, and because these flashbacks end with her accidentally killing her sister, Tarchon uses this distraction to defeat her. Chorus, meanwhile, appears to have worked out that Caesar and Cornelia were probably behind the murder of his boyfriend, and he intends to have a little chat with Cornelia. The guards deny him entry to the villa because Ashur doesn't want him to cause a scene, and Chorus is not happy that he is being treated like a slave. Ashur then visits Chorus, and what follows is a good scene for Chorus, but a bad scene for Ashur. Chorus has reasonably deduced that Caesar killed Opita because he has a tendency to utilize secret plot pirates from time to time, and because Ashur doesn't particularly want his doctore to unga-bunga himself at Caesar's wife. This means Ashur now needs to convince Chorus that Caesar had nothing to do with Opita's death.
Caesar's hand in this has proven uncertain.
Because Ashur's body language here is suspicious as fuck, Chorus, quite understandably given his intense reaction to Opita's death, immediately becomes highly suspicious of Ashur, because Ashur is a sneaky little bastard who is known for keeping secrets. Ashur understands that he needs to be very clear with Chorus, otherwise he may find his life forfeit, and he proceeds to explain that he momentarily lost his fucking mind and boasted to Proculus that Opeta was giving him his business for free. And I get that Ashur wants to be honest, but this unfortunately makes him look like an idiot who is explaining that he is an idiot. Chorus hears this and realizes that Ashur was partially responsible for Opeta's death, though not because he conspired against Opeta, rather because he was a careless fucking moron. Ashur was not malicious, he was remarkably stupid, which means the writers have accomplished the impressive feat of perfectly inverting the character of Ashur from Blood and Sand, who was malicious and was by no means stupid. Chorus is fucking furious upon realizing that Ashur's idiocy led to the death of Opeta, and he demands to be unchained. Ashur then tells him about the auction and invites Chorus to join him, intending that they will unearth the truth about Opeta's fate, at which point they will claim vengeance together. This is really dumb, because both of them already know that Proculus did this, and Chorus currently has every reason to tear Ashur's head off with his bare hands. But off they go to the auction in search of solid evidence that Proculus was behind the murder. I am willing to accept that Chorus decides to temporarily put Ashur's staggering ineptitude to one side, so that he can claim vengeance against Proculus and whoever actually committed the murder. But once that is all dealt with, Chorus absolutely has unfinished business with Ashur. The man was careless with information to a ridiculously negligent degree, and whilst he may not have wished Opeta dead, his idiotic actions directly led to Opeta's death, and such idiocy cannot go ignored. Cornelia, meanwhile, is getting blasted on opium, and Ashur rudely interrupts her fondling of Messia's boobie. He tells her that he has come up with a plan to buy all of Opeta's stuff that he desperately needs for some reason, and that plan is to buy all of Opeta's stuff. The snag is that he can't afford it, and so he asks Cornelia for some money. She's like, well, no, obviously, because there's nothing in it for me. And Ashur then says, if you give me a fuckload of money, I promise that I will continue convincing Gabinius to wed Viridia to Skittles. Which is something I'm totally doing, I promise. This means that Ashur believes that Cornelia is unaware of his obvious affections for Viridia, and that Cornelia is unaware of his affections for Viridia, which means the whole humiliation tiny penis thing was just for the lulz, and was not in fact a ploy to drive them apart. So I must apologize to you guys for reading into the show something that was not present. As a reminder, the reason why Cornelia would quite like Viridia to marry Skittles is because Skittles is Caesar's friend and both of them are allied with Crassus, whilst Gabinius, and by extension Viridia, are allied with Pompey, and so such a marriage would give Crassus political power over Gabinius. Ashur, of course, can't ensure that this marriage will take place even if he wanted to, which means what he is offering here is, I'll do my best. In return for him trying to do something that will probably benefit Cornelia, she says that she will cover 20,000 denarii at the auction. This isn't a loan. She essentially gives Ashur 20,000 denarii.
What the fuck are you doing?
I get that Cornelia is absurdly rich to the point where magic coins shoot out of her ass, but even so, this is a ludicrous amount of money that she decides to give to a man that she fucking hates and would see dead because he said that he would try to help her. Then Cornelia decides to roofie him by putting opium in his wine. She doesn't do anything to him after the fact. I had assumed that she was going to drug him and then do naughty things to his chocolate speedway, but she doesn't. Like everything else this woman does, this appears to be just for the lulz. She casually gives Ashur enough money to buy an entire second business, got him fried on opium, and then left him to wander around his villa and have a splishy splash in his paddling pool whilst baked out of his fucking mind. So in his addled stupor, he comes across Hilara and they start banging, during which he hallucinates that he is banging Viridia. Narratively, this is entirely meaningless, but the purpose of the scene, however, appears to be showing us visually that Ashur is fantasizing about Viridia, which communicates that he wants to have her. We already knew this, of course, and so the only reason I can think of as to why this scene was placed here specifically is because Ashur has just promised Cornelia that he will convince Gabinius to wed Viridia to someone else. And these visuals being placed here could be interpreted as Ashur realizing that he doesn't want Viridia to marry someone else because he is in love with her. That's all fine, except that we already fucking know this. We know that Ashur is not convincing Gabinius to do any such thing, nor would he ever take an action that would lead to Viridia marrying someone else. Which means Cornelia drugged Ashur because fuck it, why not? And then Ashur had sex with Hilara, and all of this could have just been skipped. Now we come to the auction, and the bafflingly nonsensical plotting and characterization we have come to expect from this show. Gabinius introduces the auction and pays his respects to Opita, saying that all money raised during the auction will go towards strengthening Capua's anti-pirate measures. Chorus sees Proculus in the crowd and he's like, okay, BRB, I'ma kill that son of a bitch, but Ashur holds him back. Viridia then walks up to Ashur and is like, hello, swoon. And then the bidding commences. Instead of auctioning Opita's land, properties, slaves, gladiators, and other assets separately, everything has been conveniently bundled into one single purchase. Ashur and Proculus bid against each other, starting at 10,000 denarii and finishing at 27,000. As they bid for Opita's assets, Cornelia has a chat with Casutia. Cornelia is like, yeah, so I'm really happy to hear that Gabinius wants to marry Viridia to Skittles, but Casutia is like, no, that's not happening. Gabinius had a chat with Ashur and then changed his mind. This means Cornelia has now learned that Ashur did not do as Caesar instructed, nor is he going to do as he promised her. And because this conversation happened at the worst possible time for Ashur, after Cornelia had agreed to pay but before the bidding has ended, this results in Ashur bidding with money that he doesn't have. And when he wins the auction, he says that Cornelia will cover the expenses, and she's like, no, I won't. Alright, cool. What was the point of all of that? Cornelia agreeing and then backing out accomplishes nothing. Why have Ashur try to buy a bunch of shit that he doesn't need and can't afford? Why have him try to team up with Cornelia? Why have her agree to spend 20,000 denarii on a man she hates in exchange for something that he can't guarantee that she will actually receive? Well, the reason is because it eats up a significant amount of time in episode 7, and the writers apparently needed something to fill the hour. The only thing that is not undone by the end of this mini-arc is that Cornelia now knows that Ashur did not play ball, which means she can assume that he wants Viridia for himself, which, in my subconscious efforts to make the show better than it is, I thought she already knew. Cornelia not covering the cost means Proculus wins the auction, after which Chorus notices a trinket on Satyrus's belt, and now I need to rewind slightly. Back in episode 6, Chorus gave Opita his necklace, saying that it was the first thing he purchased after he won his freedom, and the gesture of him giving it to Opita was intended to symbolize what can be achieved if you set your mind to something. This is fine, Chorus had a reason to do this, and the purpose was not related to plot mechanics. The other piece of this puzzle is that Satyrus collects trophies from those he defeats, as is made explicit in episode 1 when the brothers Ferox are first introduced.
What is that he wears upon his belt?
The trophies taken from the lives he's claimed within the arena and beyond.
He subsequently takes a trophy from Logas, which establishes that Satyrus has a habit of collecting knickknacks from his victims. Now, that's all fine up to a point. If he defeats someone in the arena, then there is no reason why he couldn't take trophies, and this would help form part of the legend of the brothers Ferox. People would no doubt speculate as to where all of his trophies came from. However, in episode 6, this idea became less believable as Proculus told them to collect a debt from a particular trader.
And if he cannot produce,
add trophy to your belt.
This means some of his trophies were almost certainly collected outside of the arena, which means Satyrus walks around wearing potentially incriminating evidence attached to his belt. And now, in episode 7, this has become even less believable. Not only does Satyrus walk around wearing potentially incriminating evidence on his belt, but he wears this incriminating evidence whilst attending the auctioning of the belongings of the man he just murdered. He is in fact wearing one of Opita's belongings that should currently be up for auction. Importantly, Satyrus doesn't know that Chorus only just gave the necklace to Opita, which means, as far as Satyrus could be aware, he is walking around with Opita's necklace attached to his belt, which is essentially a big neon sign saying, "I killed him, it was me." So now that we are all caught up, why are the brothers Ferox here? We were told in episode 6 that the brothers Ferox are Proculus's bodyguards, which, okay, why not have 3 men who aren't vertically challenged to be your bodyguards? That would make more sense, right? Well, I mean, sure, but making sense is not the objective for House of Ashur. The objective is for the plot to happen at all costs. So then the plot happens. Chorus notices the necklace on Satyrus's belt, which means what he already believed to be true has just been confirmed with certainty, and this means both he and Ashur now know who dealt the killing blow. Ashur prevents Chorus from making a move, and he forms a plan of his own. Ashur decides to have a chat with Kasutia, and he explains that Chorus was close with Opita, as she herself was. He continues that Proculus probably killed Opita, although he has no means by which to prove such a thing. Ashur speaking with Kasutia here is really important, and it happens for very contrived reasons. He has no idea of how close she was with Opita, and he is not targeting her to bring her on side by leveraging the fact that they were both wronged through Opita's murder. He intended to speak with Gabinius, but throughout the auction, Gabinius was shown to become increasingly irritated by Ashur, which means Ashur decided that Gabinius probably wouldn't want to speak to him, which is why he speaks with Kasutia instead, and brings her in on his plan that he has no real reason to believe would actually work, because he has ample evidence that she fucking despises him. But Kasutia goes along with the plan because she was very close with Opita, which means Ashur was extremely lucky. Kasutia then speaks with Proculus and warns him that Ashur is moving against him, and at this point it is unclear if she is luring Proculus into a trap or if she is genuinely warning him. Proculus asks why she is warning him, which is a good question, because he reasons that if he is indeed guilty of such a thing, then she is warning the guy who killed her friend. And Kasutia replies that she hates Ashur more than she loved Opita. She claims that she is warning Proculus so that Proculus can kill Ashur, thus ensuring that Viridia will remain unpenetrated by Ashur's little Syrian. Proculus agrees that he also wants Ashur dead, and so Kasutia says that she will send a message to Ashur, luring him to a secret meeting with Gabinius, and Proculus will take advantage of Ashur's vulnerability and will spring a trap. Later that night, inside the empty arena, Ashur arrives under the apparent belief that he is meeting with Gabinius and the Aedile to discuss Proculus's murder of Opita. His presence here is reliant upon him fully trusting Kasutia with his life, which is absolutely fucking insane. But then who could possibly show up but Proculus's trio of murder hobbits, as well as a handful of his other gladiators? Ashur is surrounded by 7 men. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5. Ashur is surrounded by 5.5 men, which means he is probably fucked unless he has a sneaky trick up his sleeve. And he does. His sneaky trick is that this was all part of the plan, for he has also shown up accompanied by 5 of his gladiators that he managed to move across Capua in secret and without issue, whilst Capua is on red alert because of the multiple attacks by rampaging land pirates. This means that Kasutia has double-crossed Proculus, and this double-cross is reliant on Kasutia trusting Ashur over Proculus, and presumably becoming convinced that Proculus did indeed kill Opita. I guess Ashur convinced her off screen, but fuck it, who knows. Chorus then shows up and is like, no, don't fight yet. I'm gonna kill those little ankle biters.
That appears unwise.
Ashur doesn't appear to be on board with this, which suggests that he didn't know that Chorus was going to be here. Which raises the question as to how on earth Chorus is here, but no time for that now, we've got foreshadowing to do.
Nobody tosses a dwarf!
Before we get to the fighting, however, what exactly is Ashur's plan here and what is he trying to do? Ideally, he was intending to kill Proculus, because he presumably expected Proculus to be here personally, given their conversation in episode 5.
If I was to move against you, be assured, it will be my hand grasping blade.
But because Proculus hasn't shown up, this means the best he can hope for now is to kill a load of his men, the added benefit being that he gains favor with Casutia for avenging Opita. And because Corys showed up, which doesn't appear to have been part of the plan, this means Corys can now get his revenge, thus getting an amount of closure. So, the fighting begins, and in the opening 4 seconds, Corys kills 2 of his 5.5 opponents. One more tries to flee, and Ashur kills him by throwing his sword, leaving the brothers Ferox and 1 other gladiator to contend with. Corys fights against the brothers Ferox alone, which presumably means that Ashur's 5 gladiators are just beating the living shit out of Proculus's last man off-screen. Corys scoops up one of the brothers and impales him on a spike, and this next part is the hardest I have laughed in recent memory.
Let us begin and see it come to pass.
Brother, I am pinned here! Ah! Assassin! Come out! Jupiter's
Oh my god!
Bro, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, bro, this is too much.
Oh man, fucking midget tossing is like Wolf of Wall Street bullshit, but on another level.
Oh no! Oh no! That's so sad. No.
Oh my god!
What? Wait, what? I'm so confused.
Oh my goodness.
I was gonna spike him on the wall.
No.
Oh no.
But this isn't a serious TV show. This isn't a comedy show.
Oh no, midget on the wall.
Oh no.
So, this isn't meant to be funny, is it? Oh my god.
Hit the other midget with his midget. You coward. What?
Those 3 little people are actually like a hit squad of assassins.
They're like Willy Wonka's assassin.
They assassinated Graham McTavish's his boyfriend in the prior episode.
I now want to see the assassination scene. That sounds funny too.
I can show you that as well.
Oh no, everyone's been killed. It's like Chucky.
For me, it was Scooby-Doo. It just reminded me of Scooby-Doo.
They did it again.
Oh, come on. This is so stupid.
Those tiny little midgets killed all of these people.
Yeah.
Yep, they certainly did.
Fuck around with them. Pretend as though he wouldn't have a clear view of them as well. Oh my
Oh
god.
no, the midget shadows.
Alright, you need
The shadows are big. Just run. Yeah, just run, they can't catch you.
Oh wow.
Where did he come from?
Yeah, they can if they teleport.
They can't catch you.
So they can teleport too, huh?
See now, if you watch those in order, you've seen the midgets. They've killed all of those people off screen, so that you have certain expectations when you go into their fight scene. And those expectations are that they must have some sort of superpower, which we don't get to see.
They're super
Because when
fast,
they
they're super
finally get around to
agile,
actually fighting, they're fucking useless. How did they do this? I'm convinced that nobody could have beaten these people. Like, my nephew could have done it, and he's won. He's already about their height as well.
That was very amusing. I love a good comedy.
Now, why is this so fucking funny? This isn't just down to one aspect. Basically, everything about how this moment is edited, acted, and shot has the effect of maximizing the humor, but I don't think any of this was intentional. The way Chorus just bum rushes one little person on his own, who is hilariously outmatched as Chorus was once a champion. The way the poor halfling tries to crawl away, seemingly fully aware of what is about to happen. The way this shot is drawn out for 4 seconds of slow motion, emphasizing the extremely funny visual of a man fucking annihilating someone a third of his size. The way Satyrus just stands there in the background watching like, oh god, what are you doing to my brother? The fact that the shot immediately following the slow motion is at normal speed, thus giving us a split second of understanding as to how fast Chorus was actually moving. The fact that when his head impacts the wall, it explodes like a watermelon. The first thing we see afterwards is Satyrus standing there screaming, before we immediately cut to Ashur cackling like a fucking madman. The fact that filming this scene means that Graham McTavish had to do pretty much exactly what we see on screen. He picked up a little person by the legs and fucking swung him around at high speed while they both screamed their lungs out. How many times did they have to film this? Did they have a load of stunt halflings with rubber masks to stand in so that this one guy didn't have to suffer being yeeted by Dwalin 37 times? But ultimately, the reason why this hilarious image truly has staying power in generating full-on belly laughs is that this was the payoff for the brothers Ferox. They were clearly set up as the big bad of the season, or I guess little bad, whatever, and Ashur using Achillea to face them again, thus serving as a fuck you to Proculus and Cornelia, was the direction the show was going. Then we got subverted in episode 5, which meant the brothers Ferox were dead weight, until they assassinated Opita. The natural and expected endpoint for this narrative is that somehow and at some point, Chorus is going to find out, and he will avenge his lover. What I was absolutely not expecting was for Chorus to find out in the very next episode, for him to get his revenge about 5 minutes after he finds out, and for him to claim his revenge by picking the guy up by the feet and exploding his face on a stone wall. Now, I think I've done a pretty thorough job of explaining why this is so fucking funny, and the creators may be pleased to hear that I found this funny, like, yeah, good, all of that was deliberate, we're glad you laughed at the thing that was meant to make you laugh, but I must ask, creator intentions aside, should this scene be funny? No! No, it should not, although I very much enjoy that it is. This is the scene of Chorus avenging the sadistic and brutal murder of his lover, a man who may have been a Lannister, but as Romans in the show go, he appeared to be one of the nice ones without a violent bone in his body. This should be about Chorus succumbing to a desire for revenge against his own self-preservation, accepting that his chance at happiness has been taken from him, and putting down the devils who killed his lover, not because he will enjoy it, but because they do not deserve to be alive. Additionally, from Satyrus's perspective, this is horrifying. He is watching helplessly as his siblings are killed right in front of him. Depicting what really should be a serious, dramatic, and heroic character beat via slow-motion hobbit yeeting and exploding heads is ever so slightly at odds with this with regard to tone, but then again it also led to the funniest moment of shocking violence since Zack Snyder gave us the exploding frog boy in Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon director's cut Boogaloo, A Child of Piss and Shit. So Chorus then decides to spare Satyrus and tells him to send a message to Proculus, that the House of Ashur shall see his fall on the sands of the arena. Ashur appears to be disappointed that Chorus spared Satyrus, and I'm not sure why Chorus does this, because as Crixus said of Ashur in Vengeance,
your head would serve equal purpose.
But either way, Satyrus is spared, and I can't wait to see what fate awaits him later in the season. Chorus then requests to reclaim his title as Doctore, and Ashur accepts. Remember when I said that Chorus and Ashur have unfinished business? Chorus knows that Ashur is the reason why Proculus knew about Opita and chose to kill him, but apparently the show has forgotten this inconvenient detail and all is forgiven. Episode 7 of House of Ashur is amazing. It is almost entirely inept, and it is incredibly funny. It is fast-paced, contains multiple laugh-out-loud moments, although I don't think any of them were intentional, which actually makes it funnier. It has relatively little Aquilia, and is largely focused on Chorus and Ashur, who are far more entertaining. Features a totally random scene of Ashur playing in a paddling pool while zonked on opium in a scene that goes nowhere, and concludes with Chorus exploding a halfling's head. In basically every scene, we get a plot or character development that made me go, oh fuck off, come on, which isn't really what you want in a TV show, but it is vastly preferable to what most of the prior 6 episodes have been, which were pretty forgettable and uninteresting. Episode 7 is firmly in the territory of so bad it's good, and I can't stress this enough, it really is bad, but goddamn this one made me laugh. If only the rest of the season had been on this level of unhinged absurdity, I would be fully aboard the hype train begging for a season 2. This is awful, but we appear to have gotten past depressing awful, and have now arrived at entertainingly awful. Coming into episode 8, Ashur has displayed the cognitive capacity of a piece of cutlery. We learn less about Aquilia in 7 fucking episodes than we learn about Crassus in his opening scene in War of the Damned. Yes, that video is coming, don't you worry. Chorus and Calidus were half decent, but have been heavily damaged. Tarchon and Hilara have characterization, but so far they haven't really done anything. And Proculus, Cassutia, and Cornelia are little more than cartoon evil. Gabinius is the only character who is not damaged, and time is running out for the writers to fully infect their entire cast. So let's not linger. Time for episode 8. Oh my Christ, it gets so much worse. We open with hilarity, as has become expected. Someone is knocking at the door of Ashur's villa and demanding entry. And it turns out Satyrus has returned to his master like,
"It was horrible. There we were, standing in the arena, minding our own business, innocently planning to assassinate someone, when we were ambushed by Dwalin. He heated and impaled and spun and splattered, and you weren't there, man, you weren't there."
Wait, but aren't you guys shit hot at fighting? That's kind of the whole reason I use you as gladiators and bodyguards and assassins. What happened to the whole Brothers Ferox Fighters 1 thing that you guys had going?
That doesn't work against main characters.
Well, if Ashur thinks he can defend himself from my assassination attempt, he is sorely mistaken. I'm going to take this to the Aedile so we can have justice.
So, Proculus and Satyrus enter Ashur's villa, accompanied by a few guards and Euvidus, the Aedile. The impression given is that they want Ashur to answer for his crimes, although I am somewhat confused as to what evidence they have, given that literally everyone present at the end of episode 7 was on a mission of murder. But then we are subverted, and it turns out that the reason Proculus is here is because he wants Ashur to give him Opita's Medicus that he borrowed, because Proculus bought this Medicus at the auction. Okay, so why did he bring the Aedile with him? And why is the Aedile angry? Well, there just isn't an answer, other than that the writers wanted to trick the audience into thinking that Ashur is about to be arrested or some shit. Anyway, Proculus tells Satyrus to retrieve the Medicus, and Satyrus is like, fuck that, I'm not going in there. And Ashur says, oh, don't worry, I'll get Chorus to escort you. If Proculus knows what happened in episode 7, which, I mean, really he must know, he is choosing to send Satyrus into the bowels of the Ludus for quite literally no reason, as Ashur offered to have the Medicus brought up to the villa. And whilst it is quite funny for Ashur to be like, yeah, don't worry, man, you'll be well protected by the guy who just obliterated both of your brothers, there is a non-zero chance that Chorus will finish the job now that Satyrus has served his apparent purpose. So Chorus escorts Satyrus, who asks why Chorus spared him when killing him would have sent the same message to Proculus. And Chorus replies,
"It is a terrible thing, is it not, to have those held to heart ripped from it. Suffer, little man, till the gods gods drag you to the afterlife?
I mean, yeah, but also this shortling has proven quite the nuisance, and so leaving him alive is just that little bit of a liability that I am sure will lead absolutely nowhere. So Ashur is like, oh beans, now that Proculus has involved the Aedile, Gabinius will surely find out what I did. Even though what I did was defend myself, and even though the Aedile doesn't appear to know what I did because Proculus brought him here for some other reason. Hey, Hilara, can you smell burnt toast? He then realizes that once again he is in need of a medicus, and an amusing detail that I missed back in episode 6 is that Ashur does not need a medicus. Ashur is in fact himself a highly skilled medicus capable of stitching up both internal and external damage and bringing people back from the brink of death. And although, yeah, sure, that is a criticism of Vengeance, House of Ashur takes place after Vengeance, which means Ashur could surely have healed Achillea himself. In the streets of Capua, Casutia and Viridia are on their way to buy some more Egyptian linen, and Casutia is like, uh-oh, I think I hear the faint rumblings of a yo-ho-ho. Should we go home? But Viridia is like, no, don't worry, we will face the rum-drinking scallywags together should they attack again. Then Proculus spawns in, as he is prone to do, and he has a chat with Casutia. These two have rather a lot to work out. Because Ashur forgot to draw a Jolly Roger on the wall, he missed the opportunity to pin the deaths of Proculus's gladiators on the plot pirates, which means Proculus knows that Ashur did this, and he suspects that Casutia was also involved. Ashur brought Casutia in on his plan to kill Proculus, and then one of two things happened. Either he convinced her off-screen that Proculus killed Opita, and when she told Proculus that she would lure Ashur to the arena to be ambushed, this was all part of the plan and she was doing Ashur's bidding. Alternatively, Casutia was being honest when she told Proculus that she hated Ashur, and she did genuinely want Proculus to kill him instead of the other way around, but Ashur had planned for Casutia to betray him. Either way, given what happened to Proculus's elite hit squad, he must currently believe that Casutia tried to have him killed, regardless of whether or not she actually did. And how she responds to him right now is going to point us in one direction or another. Proculus proceeds to make thinly veiled threats, and Casutia is like,
We forget who stands my fucking husband.
Instead of being like, wait, why are you threatening me? What the hell are you talking about? Why didn't you kill Ashur? What happened? It is confirmed later in the episode that she was indeed convinced by Ashur off-screen to kill Proculus, which means Proculus is entirely correct in his accusations, but because Casutia is an idiot, she does nothing to convince him otherwise. So Casutia returns to her villa for a chat with Gabinius. Stay away from him, you bastard! And Casutia is like, hello, darling, Proculus just threatened to kill me and your daughter. Can you possibly use your substantial influence as a senator to get him arrested? Except that, no, she doesn't do that. She is eternally vague, claiming only that she made a teeny tiny mistake. He's like, yeah, whatever, I don't care, I'm doing other things. And it turns out that Gabinius has received a reply from Pompey, who has decided not to break his stalemate with Crassus, which means he will not be dealing with the rampaging land pirates plaguing the inland city of Capua. Casutia is like, well, all we really need to do is give him Viridia, because she believes that marrying Viridia to Pompey would firmly tie their families together and would prevent Caesar from subverting Pompey. Gabinius thinks his wife is mad and asks if she got drunk before having this conversation, and if the wine is going to give her a dirty bottom on the way out.
Have you swam in fucking wine in advance of entry, sinking towards murky bottom?
This is partially informed by Casutia having been threatened by Proculus, and she now fears reprisal because she didn't explain herself because the script wouldn't fucking let her, which explains why she is trying to make moves to ensure that her daughter is protected. She figures that if Gabinius is killed in a random attack by plot pirates, as happens from time to time, Viridia would be in serious danger, and so marrying her off to someone of worth is a win-win, even though Viridia, of course, doesn't want this, nor does Casutia want to do this to her daughter. The idea of this conflict is good, and it connects to multiple other parts of the story, which means this really should feel like a natural and conflicted decision for Casutia to have to make. The problem is that everything it is connected to is contrived as hell. Ashur then shows up, having been invited by Gabinius. He sees Viridia and is like, hello, swoon! And she's like, the guy. She proceeds to make a bunch of sex puns.
Pieces do not move of own accord. They rise and fall in response to hand upon them. Firm at times. To insert where movement is desired. Soft at others, when seduction of opponent is aimed.
And Ashur is like, boobies!
Do it.
They metaphor all over each other and have a lengthy discussion about board games when, actually, they are talking about monopolizing each other's tiddlywinks. Gabinius then walks in on them just before Ashur is about to put his Jenga tower in her mousetrap, and he asks Ashur how Achillea's recovery is going. Ashur tells him that she is all better now, and they arrange for her to fight in the Primus of Gabinius's upcoming games. He informs Ashur that Proculus has acquired a Scythian, and this Scythian is to be Achillea's opponent. Later, Sexpun is informed of the plan to marry her to Pompey, and she's like, yeah, no, I'm not marrying some guy I don't know. I'm a third-wave feminist. I've been enlightened by the goddess of death. Viva la revolution! Gabinius then explains why he feels he has no choice. Caesar is currently maneuvering Pompey towards alignment with Crassus, and Gabinius doesn't want this to happen because, although he wants peace between Crassus and Pompey, he is afraid of what will happen to the Republic if they team up. This is confusing because Crassus was characterized in War of the Damned as utterly loyal to the Republic, but then again, Crassus has not appeared in House of Ashur, which means maybe we are in the alternate universe where Crassus secretly wants to take over the world, who fucking knows. Gabinius continues that it is within his power to command Sexpun to marry Pompey, but he decides to allow her to make the decision, ensuring that she is fully informed of the consequences. She can follow her heart and marry Ashur, the serial rapist she is in love with for some reason, or she can sacrifice her autonomy for the greater good and marry Pompey to apparently lessen the chance of a civil war. Back in the Ludus, Chorus reclaims the mantle of Doctore from Calidus before Ashur announces the upcoming games and tells the gladiators that Achillea will be fighting in the Primus. Not only does she immediately get her title of champion back without having to reclaim it from Tarchon, but she also immediately gets another spot in the Primus, which I do believe is the fourth thing she has been given that she has not earned. Calidus then decides to speak with his son, and it is revealed that they will also be fighting, although this time they will be fighting alone. He tells Tarchon that although he understands that his son wishes to be champion, Calidus believes that Tarchon would lose against Achillea because Achillea defeated Ammonius, which means the show, rather predictably, is running with the idea that Achillea bested Ammonius because she was better than him, rather than because she harnessed the forbidden powers of limitless bullshit to shove a sword up his ass and pretend as though she outmatched him. Everyone appears to believe that Achillea stands a chance in the upcoming Primus, even though she only survived the last one because she was unfathomably lucky. But, of course, the writers have decided that Achillea is the best, and they believe that her victory in Episode 5 demonstrates that she is the best. Tarchon is then like, oh, by the way, why are you fucking Achillea? And Calidus replies that he is a man and he has needs, although he doesn't explain why he actually likes or perhaps loves Achillea, because, I mean, how would you answer that question? Asking what is there to like about Achillea is a leading question. The question that should be asked is, what is there to Achillea? And the answer is an infinite void of nothing. Tarchon, however, finds this insufficient, and he's like, no, how dare you sex my nemesis?
Then cast off bonds of father and call me son no more.
Calidus returns to his cell to find Achillea patiently waiting to sit on his wee-wee. However, his mind is clouded by other thoughts. He explains that he has forged Tarchon towards becoming a champion since he was born.
There's no other gladiator in this house that could stand against me.
Bring the fucking flowers!
Wow, all this luck really has gone to her head, hasn't it? Every time someone mentions something peripherally related to fighting, she immediately jumps in like, I'm the best, by the way, I'm the best, I'm just making sure everyone is aware of that. Then Calidus folds her in half. Achillea later decides to have a chat with Tarchon, saying that she doesn't want them to be at odds with each other. Tarchon replies that if she relinquishes her undeserved title, then they are all good. Achillea asks why he thinks that she doesn't deserve the title, and he replies that she did not become champion through skill.
But by novelty of standing gladiator.
Huh. Well, I am surprised, but also not surprised. I am surprised that the writers had a character accurately describe what has happened. It is objectively true that Achillea is only the champion of the House of Ashur because she is a woman and Ashur wished to exploit her as a novelty. And therefore, it is also true that she is undeserving of the title of champion. She did not earn it. But I am also not surprised that the writers chose to have Tarchon voice this perspective, because Tarchon is constantly framed as wrong. He is an arrogant little shit who picks on Achillea for no good reason, which means we as the audience are meant to be like, no, Tarchon, you are wrong. Achillea is the best, don't you know? When, in actuality, the man is fucking right. Anyway, Tarchon says that he will take her life one day and reclaim the title, and she's like, yeah, but please can we be friends? He's like, no, we can't, and he insults her, and because Achillea can't handle being insulted, this leads into a fistfight in which Achillea's hand injury is once again reopened. This is good because her hand injury is repeatedly manifesting consequences and is directly affecting the plot, but this is bad because of quite literally everything else. Ashur realizes that his champion cannot fight in the upcoming Primus, and he is extremely pissed off. Instead of waiting for Ashur to maybe calm down ever so slightly, Tarchon says, yeah, but you know who can fight in the Primus? This guy. I know I just re-disabled your champion, but if you can pick me, I'd be really, really grateful, thank you. Ashur is like, oh wow, so you are actually retarded, and he says that the only reason that he is not going to throw Tarchon over the cliff is that Tarchon is also meant to be fighting, and he doesn't want to pull two fighters unnecessarily. Chorus tells Ashur that they have only one choice to fight in the Primus, and although he does not say the words, he can only be referring to Celadus. As the opening fights take place, Ashur is clearly not happy, as nothing seems to be going his way. Sexpan is also not happy because she has rather a lot on her mind. During the fighting, Ashur confronts her privately and asks if he has done something to offend her. She's like, well, I am a woman, so yes.
Have I offended?
You stand free of burden.
That burden exists.
It's never far from presence for those who carry the name of woman.
And she laments that they cannot be together. She reveals that she has been asked to consider marriage to Pompey, and she explains why. Ashur then realizes that he won't be able to sway Gabinius, which means his only chance at a happily ever after with Sexpan is if he is able to sway her. He says that she can't marry Pompey because Pompey casts wives aside frequently, and he only marries in pursuit of power and position.
What man does not?
The one before you.
That you would think me a fool is insult enough.
Do you not remember who this fucking character is? Ashur is a former slave. He only has what position he has because of Crassus, and if he were to marry Sexpan, he would obviously gain a lot of power and position. Okay, fine, that may not be his reason for wanting to marry her, because supposedly he loves her, as the delicate romantic strings that play every fucking time these two are on screen so desperately want to communicate. But even that is questionable, because Ashur is a rapist whose whole deal is using people to get what he wants. Tricking Sexpan into falling in love with him so that he can elevate himself before trapping her in an abusive relationship would be the most Ashur move Ashur could possibly make. But this isn't the same Ashur that we had in the original show. This Ashur is in fact the opposite of that Ashur in many ways, which again raises the question as to why he is a part of this fucking show. This would be like doing the House of Crixus, but where Crixus hated glory and honor and instead schemed his way to political success. You can absolutely tell that story, but it makes absolutely no sense to use Crixus to tell that story. The only reason why you might do this is that Crixus is a recognizable part of the franchise, and it will draw nostalgic viewers back. But in universe, this is a change in characterization that makes absolutely no sense. Anyway, Sexpan tells Ashur that she can't be with him because he is not a Roman, and so there is no future for them, even though she wishes for such a thing, and she returns to the Pulvinus and tells her father that she will marry Pompey. Proculus then presents Satyrus to fight in the arena, and he is, of course, fighting on his own. This is obviously a very strange move, because Satyrus on his own is just a guy who is 4 feet tall, and he doesn't have his brothers to fight alongside, which I thought was the only reason that they were ever able to compete in the arena. However, as Chorus suggests, Proculus could be intending that Satyrus will lose this fight, and he is essentially treating this as an execution. This partly makes sense because it does line up for Proculus to be pissed off with Satyrus due to his failure in killing Ashur. The fact that his brothers are dead means that Satyrus' worth is now very little. But at the same time, Proculus is a Lannister, this is the arena, and fighting a man the size of a toddler against a gladiator is not a spectacle of blood. There is no honor in a man beating up someone 1/3 of his size, and this would only serve to make Proculus look bad, as this would surely not entertain the crowd. Satyrus' opponent is Helios. Who is Helios? He's Helios. Well, okay, the fact that Helios is just a guy means that Satyrus is somehow going to win this. Yep, cool, okay, he bullshits his way to victory by insta-popping Helios, and for some reason the crowd goes wild, even though the fight literally lasted for 5 seconds and ended after the first blow was struck.
Bullshit.
Tarchon enters the arena for the next fight. His favorite prostitute is in the crowd, accompanied by the Fat Man.
Who?
The Fat Man was the guy in episode 5 whom Tarchon stole Elata from because he was jealous, and back in episode 6, when he lay with her again, he noticed that her face was bruised, and he promised her that he would kill the Fat Man for laying a hand on her. Anyway, the fighting begins, and there isn't really any tension because his opponent is some guy. During the fight, Elata pushes the Fat Man into the arena, and miraculously, no one notices her doing this.
What is happening?
Euvidus and Gabinius immediately command the fight to stop, and they summon the guards, but either Tarchon and his opponent cannot hear this, or they don't care. The Fat Man tries to climb out of the arena, but he can't, because he is fat. Because he is not only fat but an idiot, he stands right next to the 2 gladiators as they fight, instead of running away to quite literally anywhere else in the arena to get to relative safety. And because the fat idiot decided to stand 2 feet from an ongoing gladiator match, Tarchon is able to use this opportunity to deflect his opponent's blow into the fat idiot's head, thus fulfilling his promise to Elata.
He's dead.
Okay, cool. So, in summation, his favorite prostitute shows up bruised. He's like, okay, I'll kill the Fat Man. And then he does? That appears to be this plot thread in its entirety, and because all moving parts appear to have stopped moving, I am guessing that this doesn't lead to anything else in future, making me wonder what exactly the point of all of this was. Anyway, Casutia and Cornelia are horrified because it appears as though Tarchon's opponent just murdered a Roman, and Proculus says that he will have his gladiator executed. But Tarchon then promptly wins the fight before it can be stopped by the guards.
A Roman has been struck down, yet justice has been meted by the House of the Syrian.
The Fat Man has been killed, but also, well done, Ashur. Cool, okay, I'm glad that all turned out okay. This is fucking weird. Anyway, now we come to the main event, the scene you have all been waiting for. Ashur presents the Primus, and he introduces Celadus as Achillea's replacement. The crowd is disappointed because, unlike Achillea, Celadus is not the best. He then introduces the unknown Scythian, who fights for the house of Proculus, and the unknown Scythian is revealed to be a woman. Okay, fucking pause. This is quite good in some ways, but it's fucking horrible in others. So first of all, let's go through the logic of Proculus's actions. He tried to team up with Ashur so that they could both benefit from the novelty of fighting a woman in the arena. But this offer was rejected. Proculus then decided to move to Plan B, which was to have his own Achillea. One option that he did not pursue was to send the brothers Ferox to assassinate Ashur in his villa, as he did with Opita, and to then buy the real Achillea at auction, but for some reason he doesn't consider this. Anyway, his plan B is to cash in on Ashur's master scheme. He finds a Scythian woman of unparalleled combat prowess, more on her soon, and he has her fight in the Primus of Gabinius's games, her intended opponent being Achillea herself. Given what we are about to see, the unknown Scythian would demolish Achillea, which would then mean that Proculus has accomplished multiple things. He has embarrassed Ashur, cost him financially, and repaid the slight of Ashur killing 2/3 of the brothers Ferox, and Proculus would then be the proud owner of the woman gladiator, thus stealing Ashur's idea and doing it better than him. If we can accept that Proculus was able to do all of this, then he has multiple very good reasons to do this. So now let's consider the other half of this batshit insanity.
You done fucked up now!
I have rather a lot to say about this, and I want to try my best to be clear that the problem is not women can't fight. As I have said, I was fully open to that idea in episode 1. The problem is entirely in how you execute that idea. Cornelia asks Proculus how he acquired such a specimen.
At great expense to myself.
Okay, well, that explains basically nothing.
This requires that Proculus was able to find and train Achillea 2.0 in the style of Dimachus in seemingly a week or two, because we have no reason to believe that he was already training her before his offer was rejected by Ashur, and we know that he wasn't training her before Ashur presented Achillea in episode 5. As I explained before, episode 6 maybe took place over a week. There is a week's time jump between episode 6 and 7, and episode 8 takes place immediately after episode 7, which means at most we are 2 weeks on from Achillea being presented in the arena for the first time. It is possible that this Scythian woman was already shit hot at fighting, but women gladiators are explicitly not a thing. That is kind of the basis for this entire spin-off, which means this unknown Scythian cannot have been trained in the style of Dimachus until Proculus purchased her. Also, where the fuck did this woman come from? Does Proculus know about the hole where you can find god-tier gladiators just chilling and waiting for someone to rescue them? As silly as that was in Vengeance, at least the show takes place in a setting where such a character was conceptually possible. However, this Scythian woman should not be possible in this setting, which means this is worse than Ashur finding a man in a hole who can casually body the various champions of Capua by an order of magnitude. So was this Scythian brought to Capua as a prospective gladiator, and then Proculus seized the opportunity to buy her? Because although this makes more sense than the alternative, this would be extremely lucky, because it would mean that the greatest female warrior the world has ever known just happened to arrive in Capua right when Proculus needed the greatest female warrior the world has ever known. The marginally more ridiculous alternative is that he decided to source a female gladiator of his own accord, and he either looked around locally for a suitable candidate, or he went to Scythia and captured one straight from the barrel. And he did all of this in maybe a couple of weeks.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Women do not fight in the arena, and that is the whole reason why Achillea is such a novelty. Which means if this Scythian was enslaved somewhere within the Republic, she was not a fighter. And yet, if this was the case, then Proculus apparently learned about her awesome reputation as a fighter, even though she can't have been a fighter. And he then decided to buy her, maybe? But, I mean, all of this is to say that I have no fucking idea where this woman came from, or how Proculus was able to do this. As soon as it was revealed that Proculus's mysterious Scythian warrior was a woman, I knew exactly where this scene was going to go. Calidus, sorry, but you are going to die because women are the best. The writers continue to amaze me by ramping up the levels of bullshit that we must suffer throughout the season. When Achillea fought Ammonius in episode 5, Achillea got fucking wrecked but then won due to a fluke. Here, the unknown Scythian goes toe-to-toe with Calidus, matching his blows, blocking, dodging, overpowering, and fighting him as an equal in strength, speed, and skill.
No.
To directly address the elephant in the room, then, this scene would be perfectly fine if the unknown Scythian was a man.
Wow, that's really insensitive.
And the writers, as well as the people who like this show, will likely respond, "Oh, but that is sexist." Women can fight too, and it really isn't any sort of a stretch to say that a woman could equal a man under these circumstances. Okay, I disagree, but okay. I must ask then, why not have Calidus face a child? Yes, children are smaller and weaker than adult men, but I mean, if they were trained well enough, then they could surely stand up to a well-trained adult man, especially in a piece of historical fiction.
I would not expect it.
And whilst I have acknowledged multiple times in all of my Spartacus videos that this is historical fantasy that is not particularly realistic, there is still a line. A woman defeating Calidus in the arena is just as absurd as if he were defeated by an 8-year-old boy. Calidus is apparently something of a legend. He previously boasted that he had defeated a former champion of Capua. And whilst it is possible that Magnetius was way past his prime and he was blind, dumb, and deaf, the fact that Calidus boasted of this victory means this was a seriously impressive feat. And this scene right here places a woman who spawned in from seemingly out of fucking nowhere on equal footing with a highly experienced gladiator.
The notion offends me.
After it appears as though Calidus has gained the upper hand by disarming his opponent, she uses the force to return to her feet, and she skewers Calidus in the gut.
What kind of pussy way of dying is that?
Already, I am in utter disbelief at what the writers want me to accept, but they aren't fucking done yet. She then lifts Calidus over her head, because apparently she is more than capable of overhead pressing an adult man. I have many things to discuss here, so let's start with her strength. Naevia and Saxa had their moments of glory where they would kill Roman soldiers in the original show, but they never did anything anywhere near as fucking absurd as this. I have no problem, particularly in a show like this, with characters being really strong. Gladiators have been depicted as fantastically strong throughout this show and the original series, and because the original series was mostly consistent, it was mostly believable. House of Ashur did acknowledge the differences in physicality between men and women in its earlier episodes. Specifically, Achillea was incompetent when wielding the Murmillo shield because it was too heavy for her. She does not have the upper body strength necessary to move quickly while carrying a shield of that size. I would never normally do this because Spartacus has always exaggerated its strength levels, but House of Ashur seems to want to have its cake and then sodomize it with a strong, powerful woman, so I'm going to do the same. The Scythian is played by a stunt woman named Annie Jacqueline Mossman, and because she is a stunt performer, her height and weight are readily available. At 75 kilos, a woman with her physique who can overhead press at an intermediate level should be able to press about 30 kilos. Because this Scythian is a Giga Chad S who is able to defeat fighters like Calidus, she's probably not intermediate, but elite. So, okay, a 75 kilo woman with her physique who can overhead press at an elite level should be able to press about 50 kilos. Calidus, with his armor on, likely weighs somewhere in the region of 90 to 100 kilos, and he is being overhead pressed. And this isn't even comparable to holding a weightlifting bar where you can properly orient yourself and use the best technique to lift heavy weights. She is lifting him over her head using only her arms, which are holding a pair of swords that are stuck in his torso. Some women can absolutely lift 100 kilos over their heads, but these are professional athletes who have trained for years to be able to lift heavy objects. This footage right here is various strong women lifting a 100 kilo log over their heads, but this is inhumanly strong and it flies in the face of what had been established in this fucking show. And yes, I would be saying the exact same thing if Calidus had deadlifted 500 kilos. Not fucking happening. The first few episodes seemed to be running with the idea that women were going to be placed in the arena, a place where they are at an obvious disadvantage, and they would have to find a way to succeed that leveled the playing field as much as possible, such as by moving quickly and avoiding getting hit and taking advantage of their nimble womanly forms, as described by Ashur in episode 3. Instead, the writers are simply turning the women into men, and depicting them as though they are no different to the men. which means they are requiring that the audience accept that their eyes are lying to them. Which makes me wonder, why didn't Tarkon's favorite prostitute just overhead press the fat man and throw him into the arena? I mean, I know that he's fat, but she's a woman, and women are the best, or so I'm told. Anyway, now on the narrative implications of Calidus' death. This is obviously done to set up Achillea getting revenge against the Scythian, which I am guessing is going to happen in episode 10. This means Calidus dies in service of a future payoff for Achillea. As mentioned, based on what we have seen, Achillea will get demolished in an instant by the Scythian, which means the writers are going to have to pull some bullshit to ensure that she is victorious. So I must ask, why should we want Achillea to defeat the unknown Scythian? The Scythian is presumably in a very similar situation to Achillea. The only difference is that Calidus was a somewhat sympathetic character and she just killed him. But I'm sure that the unknown Scythian has friends as well. I am half joking here because usually in a story there would be very good and very obvious reasons for the audience to root for one character over another. But in the case of Achillea and the unknown Scythian, we have the square root of fucking nothing. And this actually made me realize that Achillea has about as much character as the unknown Scythian. Achillea is from somewhere. I'm guessing that she was from Africa given the color of everyone's skin, but that isn't actually a given, as we have seen brown people in the show who are explicitly not African. She accidentally killed someone with a spear. Again, I am guessing that this was her sister, but I have no way of confirming this. And we know that she doesn't like spears because of what happened. She fights in the arena because she doesn't have a choice, and we know that she wants to be free. Conversely, the unknown Scythian is from Scythia. This isn't speculative, this is confirmed. And we know that she also fights in the arena and she either embraces it or also wishes to be free. Again, I'm half joking, but also not really. Because, yeah, we do know marginally more about Achillea than the unknown Scythian, but that is a low fucking bar because the Scythian has been on screen for maybe 3 minutes, whilst Achillea has appeared in 8 episodes and she has been the focus of many of them. Calidus' death scene is clearly meant to be sad. He tries multiple times to reconnect with his son in this episode, but is rejected, which means they did not part on good terms. Tarkon, in fact, does not watch the fight until about halfway through, finally indicating that he does care, and one of the last things Calidus sees is that his son cares more than he lets on. Additionally, Achillea is not here to see her love die in her place, which gives this a sense of tragedy. Another layer of tragedy is that the show believes that the reason why Calidus was fighting in the Primus was because of Tarkon, because Tarkon injured Achillea and so she had to be replaced, and although he wished to replace her himself in a twist of fate, Ashur chose Calidus instead. This means that Tarkon is likely going to feel extremely guilty going forwards, because the show thinks that his actions directly led to his father's death. However, Achillea's hand being injured in this brawl was Achillea's own fault, not Tarkon's. Yes, Tarkon inflicted the injury, but he didn't deliberately target her hand. It was simply injured while they were throwing each other around. It was Achillea who prompted the physical confrontation, not Tarkon. He insulted her, she refused to let this slide and grabbed his arm.
Do not turn from me.
Which is a direct provocation. And this is what led to her being pulled from the fight, and therefore, this is what led to Calidus' death. Anyway, Tarkon watches his father die, Proculus and Gabinius are thoroughly entertained, Ashur is not happy at all, and for some reason, neither is Sexpun, even though her whole deal is women are awesome, Achillea is the best, she is such an inspiration, and she proved what women can do. What Sexpun just watched was more impressive than what Achillea did by an order of magnitude. And instead of being ecstatic, marveling at this glorious specimen roaring at the crowd, she's like, "Aw, Ashur's guy lost, me sad." Episode 8 is the worst episode in the entire series. It has a handful of moments of unintentional comedy, but unfortunately the terrible bits overshadow the funnies. There is very little to genuinely praise here. Parts of Proculus's story and Gabinius's characterization and impact on the plot are coherent, but they are connected to so much bullshit that these moments do not excel in the way that they could have were the story around them better than it is. House of Ashur continues to surprise in how terribly it introduces women gladiators into the setting. It squandered the potential that it had in episode 1, and the show has gone from Achillea bullshitting her way to becoming the de facto champion of Capua via a lucky kill shot, to this brand new gladiator popping up from out of fucking nowhere and defeating Ashur's best man in a straight up honest fight. There are no words. This is mildly entertaining slop that surprises me every once in a while, alternating between unintended hilarity and making me want to belly flop into a volcano. Much of episode 9 is focused on various chess players maneuvering Sexpan into marrying the right person, so before the scheming begins, I need to clarify who wants what and why. Crassus, Caesar, and Cornelia want Sexpan to marry Skittles, because Skittles is allied with Crassus. This plan was conceived by Caesar and Cornelia, and they for some reason relied on Ashur not once but twice to convince Gabinius to wed his daughter to Skittles. Ashur did not do this, which means they blame Ashur for fucking everything up and undermining what Caesar was trying to do. Because of Ashur's interference, Gabinius has decided to wed his daughter to Pompey. If this happens, it will harm Crassus and Caesar politically, which is why they do not want this union to happen. Ashur wants to marry Sexpan himself because she makes his wee-wee feel all tingly, and this is why he advised Gabinius against wedding her to Skittles. However, the unforeseen consequence of this is that Gabinius decided to wed her to Pompey instead, and so Ashur also does not want this union to happen. Pompey wants to marry Sexpan because she has a rack that would make the angels sing, and because it further strengthens his political ties to Gabinius, who is a respected senator. And finally, Gabinius doesn't like the idea of giving his daughter away as a political move, but he has chosen to give her to Pompey because he believes doing so will lessen the chances of Pompey teaming up with Crassus and Caesar. And although this is what ended up happening in real life, based on information presented in the show, this is in no sense a foregone conclusion, because Crassus and Caesar are currently making moves to hurt Pompey. As if they get what they want, then Sexpan will marry Skittles, which helps them and not Pompey. So, although Gabinius being afraid of them forming the first triumvirate before it became the first triumvirate is definitely warranted because we have the benefit of knowing what happened next, this is not something that is set up adequately in the show. So with that all clarified, we can get started. Cornelia is pissed off with Ashur for fucking everything up. She finally realizes that Ashur wants to marry Sexpan himself, and she sends a message to Caesar informing him that Sexpan is marrying Pompey, and suggests that Ashur informs Crassus of the same. This means that Ashur, Cornelia, and Caesar are all aligned for this particular episode because they all have their own reasons to want to stop this marriage. A couple of scenes later, Cornelia informs Ashur that Caesar and Pompey are traveling to Capua, and that Pompey intends to discuss the prospect of marriage with Gabinius. Meanwhile, Calidus' body is returned to the Ludus, and Achillea is devastated. Tarchon and Chorus mourn the loss, and whilst Tarchon regrets his final moments with his father, he does not appear to feel guilty about the fact that his actions indirectly led to Calidus' death. Tarchon asks what will happen to Calidus' body, and Chorus explains that he will be cleaned, wrapped, and burned on a funeral pyre. And I can't really tell you how Tarchon didn't already know this, unless we are to believe that Tarchon has been a gladiator for long enough to become quite good, but has never witnessed such a funeral before. Which made me realize that so far this season, Ashur has lost 5 gladiators out of his stock of seemingly about 20. Calidus, Creticus, Helios, Rhodius, and Logas. And yet, he has not purchased a single gladiator to replace them, and he appears to only have about 12 men left. Calidus is the only one who received any kind of funeral. Rhodius was buried so that Ashur could wee on him as an insult to his memory. Creticus had his nuts ripped off, and so he didn't die in the arena, which means maybe he didn't earn the funeral pyre. But Logas and Helios having died moments before Calidus, should surely have been cremated in the same way, but apparently the show has forgotten that Helios exists and they just kind of left his body in the arena with a sword sticking out of his throat. But if we look at the original show, the funeral pyre was in no way reserved for gladiators who earned a glorious death, as both Sura and Dadiatus were cremated in this way. Which means, even if we treat episode 1 as Tarchon's first day as a gladiator, he should have experienced this at least 3 times already. Anyway, he asks Corys for advice on how to move forward because Corys also recently suffered a loss, and Corys replies,
By keeping close those who remain.
This is reasonable advice, and it leads into a very predictable plot development, but this isn't something Corys actually did himself. Unlike in the original show, House of Ashur has not established or explored any relationships besides the ones that are immediately relevant to any given episode. Which means, when a line like this makes me consider, wait a minute, who is Corys actually close to? The only answer I can give is, quite literally, no one. He was apparently in love with Opiter despite knowing him for maybe a couple of weeks, and the only other person he had any kind of bond with was Calidus, who is now dead. But Corys didn't spend any time with Calidus following Opiter's death, which means, regardless of whether or not this was what the writers intended, Corys did not follow the advice he just gave. Corys then has a chat with Achillea, who says, Hello, Corys, I am the best. She immediately asks him who killed Calidus, and Corys explains that he was killed by a Scythian and that she doesn't have a name.
Calidus fell to a woman.
Yeah, I mean, I was just as surprised as you, Achillea, particularly given that female warriors are not really a thing in this setting, and whilst they do exist, they are not gladiators, and yet Proculus was able to just enter a fucking cheat code and spawn one into existence that was skilled enough to defeat fucking Calidus. Because Achillea is the best, she tells Corys that if she hadn't injured her hand, then she would have faced this Scythian, she would have won, and Calidus would still be alive.
Hubris, a fine quality, often possessed by those who perish from it.
We are 5 minutes into this episode. Achillea has just been told about the existence of another gladiator, and she immediately says, I'm better than her, by the way, I'm the best, she's not as good as me. Corys then tells Achillea to mend her relationship with Tarchon in memory of Calidus, and it appears that Tarchon is indeed going to realize that he was wrong in his treatment of Achillea, and he will come round to accepting the truth that she is, in fact, the best. Then we get a montage of Achillea obliterating everyone else in the ludus. But random, what about her hand? Fuck you, her hand is fine, it's all better now, she's really sad, so her hand it got better.
How's the hand?
Pain lingers, yet purpose is fucking restored.
Are we really to believe that Tarchon is the only one smart enough to whack her in the hand? Okay, fine, maybe some of them want to actually train and fight with her as an equal, and so they don't want to go for the cheap shot, but Erato and Ephesius fucking hate her, and yet neither one targets her hand. Meanwhile, in Gabinius's villa, Sexpan asks her mother to tell her about the man she is about to marry. Casutia clearly doesn't want to confront her daughter with the harshness of reality, and she begins talking about his well-known military victories, but Sexpan insists that she wants to know about his personality. Casutia tells her that Pompey is disarming of smile and attitude, but he is often distant and cold. This gives us some expectations about the man before we meet him, and this is justified exposition because Sexpan understandably wants to know about the man she is about to marry. It also gives us some character work for Casutia as the delivery mechanism for the exposition, as she is clearly uncomfortable with this, but wishes to be honest now that her daughter has to finally grow up, and she tells Sexpan to place any thoughts of love aside and to only consider the benefits of this marriage. Casutia explains that when Gabinius dies, they must ensure that she is protected. From Proculus, from the land pirates, and from her dastardly uncle Servius, who has been mentioned a couple of times but so far has not appeared, which reveals to Sexpan that this is not only a political move, but also a practical one to keep her safe. In isolation, this scene is good. It contains substantive character work and it sets up Pompey before he enters the story, whilst the weaknesses are the events that led to Casutia wishing to marry her daughter off to Pompey, and her reasoning for doing so. We then jump forwards to the arrival of Caesar and Pompey. Pompey has been leveraged multiple times to make the plot happen, but until now he has functioned solely as an unseen force, doing more important things elsewhere. Pompey greets Gabinius and kisses Sexpun's hand before taking an interest in Ashur. We learn that Caesar has spoken to Pompey of Ashur in a not entirely disparaging manner. I don't really know why Caesar would discuss Ashur in any meaningful way to Pompey, because doing so could only cause problems, but it turns out he has discussed Ashur in enough detail for Pompey to learn of Aquileia and her victory in the arena.
Gaius has been regaling me with stories of your Nubian.
This leads to Pompey asking to witness the spectacle of Aquileia firsthand, and Cornelia invites him back to the villa. Pompey accepts and says he will visit after speaking with Gabinius with regard to the marriage. Back in the villa, Caesar is pissed off with Ashur because he has cocked everything up.
Did I not warn against laying trust in him?
Motherfucker, both of you trusted him on more than one occasion, so don't give me that shit. But Caesar has come up with a plan to solve their little problem and prevent Pompey from marrying Sexpun.
It's simple. We kill
good Gabinius.
That's your plan. I fear it malformed.
Caesar's insane plan, which was explicitly approved by Crassus, is to ask Ashur to murder a senator. If this version of Ashur was even remotely as competent and morally bankrupt as the Ashur we know and love from Blood and Sand, then this wouldn't be a terrible plan, because Blood and Sand Ashur would likely be willing and able to get the job done. However, House of Ashur's version of Ashur is not the same character, which means I can't tell you why Marcus Crassus is asking this pathetic little goofball to carry out a political assassination. This is absurd, but something being absurd doesn't necessarily indicate bad writing, as there are ways to write a character and to have them do absurd things for one reason or another. Batiatus moving against Calavius in Blood and Sand could be described as absurd because it was such a risky move, but it was thoroughly justified given his characterization. Asking his crafty Syrian henchgoblin to murder a high-status Roman politician is precisely the kind of thing Batiatus would do at that point in the story. This is, however, not the kind of thing Marcus fucking Crassus would do, which means the show is continuing to find ways to damage that character despite him not appearing in the show. Additionally, Cornelia is like, we totally shouldn't trust Ashur, and then moments later her husband is like, yeah, but hear me out, what if we trusted Ashur? And she doesn't look at him like he is a crazy person. So Ashur hears this plan and he flatly refuses because this will obviously hurt Sexpun and he doesn't really want to murder Gabinius. Caesar then provides motivation by informing Ashur that if Pompey's marriage to Sexpun goes ahead, Crassus will withdraw his patronage, which will mean Ashur will lose everything, whilst if Ashur follows through on the plan, Crassus will fund the reconstruction of the arena of Capua and will place Ashur in charge of it. Mechanically, this means Ashur is being given an impossible choice, and he will have to compromise in one way or another. His values are being directly challenged, and this has the potential for some juicy, emotionally loaded storytelling. This episode is also the first time Ashur has been conflicted to this degree, which means, aside from the multiple problems in how we ended up here, the writers are giving us a semi-functional setup for Ashur to flex his thinky bits and come up with a plan to get what he wants without killing Gabinius and without pissing off Crassus. However, there are a few obvious problems with this setup. If Ashur goes through with the plan, then he would surely expect Caesar to throw him under the bus because Caesar hates him and is only keeping him alive so that he can fix the problem he created. If Gabinius is murdered, Ashur, Caesar, and Crassus would be immediately suspect because they are his political enemies. This is unless, of course, Ashur kills Gabinius and then draws a Jolly Roger on the wall, which brings me to why on earth would Caesar ever trust Ashur, the man who keeps failing to pull off an exceptionally risky political assassination, when he could just dress some guys up like plot pirates and have them pillage Gabinius's villa? Or he could hire the actual plot pirates and promise them control of the arena of Capua if they are successful, which sounds like a far more entertaining show. Yar, I have received a letter from Julius Caesar. He be wanting us to assassinate Gabinius. Yar, well, I keep telling you we be pirates, not assassins. Why would we be doing that? Well, the people of Capua keep killing each other and drawing our logo on the wall, which means everyone be blaming us. They be doing what? But wait, if they think we be killing people all over Capua, then why be they not trying to scupper our piratical fleet? I think they might be retarded. Well, anyway, how much do he be willing to pay us? Yo-ho, well, that be the best part. If we be killing him, we be getting the arena of Capua. We be getting a pirate arena, yar-a-ahoy and yo-ho-ho. At Gabinius's villa, Pompey asks about how pliable Sexpun is, and whether or not she will bend to his will. As if that is a question that needs asking. Because in the strictly patriarchal Roman culture, if she is disobedient, he can just be like, oi you, be obedient. And she kind of has no choice but to obey him, because he has all the power. But, of course, the writers want to portray Pompey as a terrible prospective husband, so as to give Gabinius second thoughts. Which is why Pompey says, so about this marriage, I already know that she's hot and I couldn't care less about her hobbies and interests. Just tell me, is she gonna do what I say? Gabinius regretfully tells Pompey that Sexpun knows what would be expected of her, and Pompey agrees to the marriage. Again, because the writers need Gabinius to start having doubts about this, Sexpun walks in and Pompey is like, hey babe, I look forward to consummating my balls on your face.
I look forward to consummation of the union between our families, dearest Rudia.
Do you get it? It's because he's creepy and old, and he isn't going to treat her right, even though arranged marriages such as this are totally normal in this setting. Back in the Ludus, Achillea sees a spoopy Calidus ghost, but it turns out to just be Tarchon. Achillea again says, hey Tarchon, please can we be friends? And where last time she implored him because Calidus was like, damn, it sure does suck that my son hates me, this time Calidus is dead, and so she believes she owes it to Calidus's memory. Once again, Tarchon is like,
relinquish title of champion and see this agreement fade.
Which is a perfectly reasonable request, and the added layer is that now that Calidus is dead, Tarchon wishes to avenge his father, and he can only do that if he faces the Scythian, which requires that Achillea concede her title to him. Because Achillea is the best, she's like, nope, sorry, I'm the best, it's my title, you can't have it. And Tarchon again correctly informs her that she was given this title without earning it, but because Achillea is right and Tarchon is wrong, she proceeds to insult him.
Mantle seized absent proper contest against the man before you.
I see but a boy.
Then Pompey arrives at the villa, wishing to see Achillea fight. But before that can happen, everyone starts member burying about the original show and discussing the breakout that kick-started the rebellion. They discuss who died, how Ashur was involved, and how he survived. Quite literally, none of which is relevant and only exists to remind the audience of the show they watched that one time. Anyway, Pompey wishes to gauge Ashur's worth by watching Achillea fight. Ashur presents her as his champion, and Cornelia again accurately says,
Savage barely survived contest in the arena.
Yes, bitch.
But because Cornelia is a villain, she is wrong, and she doesn't understand how good Achillea is. Pompey selects Erato as an opponent for Achillea, and because Achillea is the best, she can pretty much just do whatever the fucking hell she wants and not suffer any consequences, so she backchats Pompey as if he is just some guy. Okay, maybe she doesn't know who he is because she doesn't appear to know much other than how good she is, but she refers to him as Consul, which means she knows exactly who this man is.
Apologies, Consul. This man offers little challenge.
Excuse me, actually, I don't want to fight this one because I know better than you. Fuck me. Pompey is the most powerful character who has appeared in the show. He is a man to be respected and feared, but because Achillea is the fucking best, she can openly contradict him and offer her own suggestions despite the fact that she is a slave. Ashur apologizes for her insolence and says that he will discipline her. Chorus is about to whip her, but
she is but bold of purpose.
Making this the second time that Achillea has avoided being whipped for speaking out of turn. Pompey then asks Achillea who she wishes to fight, and of course she chooses Tarchon. On the topic of Achillea just being like, fuck you, I do what I want to draw a comparison to Spartacus himself. Spartacus was unruly and hot-headed, and he constantly made mistakes, particularly early in Blood and Sand. In episode 3, he's like, yeah, everyone is saying this Crixus guy is the best in Capua, but I reckon I could take him. He attacks Crixus during a party, demonstrating that he thinks he can do whatever the hell he wants and get away with it, but also showing a degree of understanding as to how he can manipulate the crowd, as him publicly attacking Crixus and how this captivated the guests led to Batiatus putting Spartacus in the Primus so that the two could face each other properly in the arena. Spartacus then loses against Crixus because obviously he's gonna lose. He isn't Achillea after all, so he isn't allowed to just pull some retarded bullshit and beat the best gladiator in Capua after losing the fight itself. And the only reason he is not executed in episode 3 is due to Batiatus's financial investment in him, and this financial investment exists entirely for character-driven reasons. This all means that Spartacus, frankly, acts like an idiot, albeit a well-meaning idiot, and this has serious consequences for him as he spends the next few weeks or months fighting in the pits, which means his and Batiatus's actions are entirely understandable, and he doesn't get away with being reckless and disrespectful. Another example of Spartacus behaving in a somewhat similar manner to Achillea is in episode 6, when he speaks out of turn and invites Numerius to Batiatus's villa.
Join us at my master's ludus, and I will teach you the blow before death to the shadow.
This is not normal. Slaves cannot speak on behalf of their masters, but the reason this works so well is that Spartacus has a personal reason for wanting Numerius to be at the villa, and Batiatus directly benefits from this as well, which means Spartacus did Batiatus a favor by speaking out of turn. Conversely, Achillea is like, no, Pompey, I know better than you, and I want to fight Tarchon, which doesn't benefit Ashur or Pompey, and Ashur moves to punish his slave because she is acting solely in her own interest. But then Achillea escapes the consequences of her actions because Pompey happened to be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I'll take suggestions from this slave for no particular reason, even though she just undermined my authority. This brings to mind episode 10 of Blood and Sand. Spartacus and Crixus were intended to fight each other using real swords, but they were both told that this was to be an exhibition match and nothing more. That episode drew drama from Crixus wishing beyond anything else to reclaim his title from Spartacus, which essentially meant the episode was building towards two men who hated each other, fighting using real weapons, but having been instructed not to inflict serious harm to each other, which is a juicy premise that has the potential for some serious character work. Similarly, Achillea wishes to defend her title, whilst Tarchon wants nothing more than to take it from her, and they are also fighting with steel swords at Pompey's request, which means the setup here is very similar.
Present entertainment, yet slip not towards fatal conflict.
They fight, and Achillea wins because obviously she wins. But this makes me wonder, why would Pompey care who wins? Yes, the show is running with the idea that Achillea represents Ashur, so theoretically if Achillea loses, then this makes Ashur look bad. But that doesn't really make sense because if Achillea loses, then it means Tarchon wins, which means Ashur's gladiator defeated Ashur's gladiator, which means there aren't really any stakes with regard to Pompey's perception of Ashur. Anyway, after Achillea wins by harnessing the formidable powers of being the one the writers want to win...
Claim his life!
Oh, okay, so Pompey is just a bloodthirsty maniac who wants to see people die for no particular reason. This kind of thing did happen in the original show, but there was ever so slightly more to it than me like death, me want see kill. Because Achillea has been established as able to refuse the command of a consul, the highest elected office you can achieve, and suffer zero consequences, she says,
"He has proven worthy opponent, consul. I would see him live."
Pompey is then obviously like, excuse me, how fucking dare you? Except...
I am of a buoyant mood.
Then why did you command her to kill him? The writers have established that Pompey is a bloodthirsty madman who commands death because he likes death. And then fucking 10 seconds later he's like, nah, we're good. I actually don't really care about being listened to, obeyed, or respected. And if Achillea can pull this bullshit, why didn't Spartacus just say to Numerius, hey man, can I just kind of not kill Varro? Later, Tarchon is moping in the training area like, damn, I thought I was the best like no one ever was, but now I see that it was not me, but she the Achille, she defeated me, and now me agree that she the supreme gladiator. Ashur then comes up with a plan, and this plan encompasses pretty much the rest of the episode, so for now I'm going to tell you what happens, and then I will dig in and work out how much sense this makes. Ashur sees how impressed Pompey was by Achillea's performance, and he suggests that Pompey may want to worship her in a more intimate manner, and Pompey agrees. Ashur then brings Hilara in on his plan off-screen, and she in turn asks Messia to help, believing that if they are successful, whatever they are doing is going to avert bloodshed and ruin. Messia then steals a vial of opium from Cornelia's bedchambers. Ashur then informs Achillea that she is to lay with Pompey, and again, the writers continue to take advantage of the slightest opportunity to be like, hey guys, do you remember Spartacus? Remember Gannicus? Remember this thing that happened in that other show? This show is like that show if you don't have a brain.
Spartacus, Gannicus before him both commanded to our same and fell to compliance.
Ashur then clarifies that if Achillea does as instructed, she will escape the encounter unpenetrated, which means he is not actually intending for her to lie with Pompey. Achillea then has a chat with Pompey, which I will get to later, and she spikes his drink with the opium that was stolen by Messia. Pompey tells her that he has never had a Nubian, but because he agreed to marry Sexpun just a few hours ago, he decides that he is not going to sex Achillea, which means this private meeting was indeed just to feed his curiosity, and it reveals that although Pompey supposedly goes through women and then throws them away like they are nothing, he is apparently genuinely committed to being faithful to Sexpun. Meanwhile, Ashur has sent a letter to Gabinius. Gabinius reads it and learns that Pompey is in Ashur's villa and is requesting his immediate presence. Gabinius arrives at the villa and he has a chat with Ashur, during which he is very respectful. He compliments Ashur for accepting Sexpun's marriage to Pompey, saying that Ashur is placing the Republic above his personal desires.
You honor me. You honor yourself, Ashur.
This is the first time Gabinius has referred to Ashur by his name. Ashur notices this, and Gabinius tells him that he has earned his respect. There is a looming threat during this scene because we know that Caesar and Cornelia intend for Ashur to assassinate Gabinius, and although Ashur said that he wasn't going to do that, he didn't appear to have an alternative. He is clearly planning something, but even so, Gabinius's life is very much in danger. This conversation with Gabinius makes Ashur start to doubt his conviction, and he tries to stop Gabinius from entering the room, but Gabinius insists. He draws open the curtains and finds Pompey lying naked on the floor, apparently passed out, with a naked Achillea lying next to him. This causes Gabinius to flip the fuck out and be like, how dare you make all those promises about treating Sexpun with love and respect, even though Pompey didn't promise any such thing, and in fact implied that he would do the exact opposite. And Gabinius tells a barely conscious Pompey that he is calling off the proposed marriage. Caesar and Cornelia are awoken by all the shouting, and they ask why Gabinius is here, and he replies that Pompey is the villain Crassus always assumed. Caesar and Cornelia then realize what Ashur has done. He has, seemingly, managed to find a way to stop the Pompey-Sexpun marriage without killing Gabinius. Okay, that was a bit of an info dump, but that was Ashur's grand plan in its entirety. And I must say, I am very pleased that the writers finally, after 9 episodes, gave Ashur the opportunity to be somewhat intelligent and to do some scheming to get what he wants. He is still a pale shadow of Blood and Sand Ashur, but this sequence is probably the closest we are gonna get, and it brings to mind his devious mischief in episode 11 of Blood and Sand. One difference, however, is that unlike in Blood and Sand, Ashur does all of this because he doesn't want to kill someone, because Ashur has seemingly undergone a personality transplant. This plan is impressive by House of Ashur standards in that it is not terrible. There are a bunch of potential failure points, but these are somewhat forgivable because Ashur doesn't have a choice, which means if he comes up with a shitty plan and it goes wrong, then he will regrettably be forced to kill Gabinius himself. So let's go through the potential problems and work out how problematic they are. Caesar telling Pompey about Aquileia before they arrived in Capua could not have been predicted by Ashur, because Caesar has no reason to be like, yeah, so I know a guy in Capua who had the mad fucking idea to fight a woman in the arena, and she's awesome, by the way, you'd love her, you can probably get a private audience with her if you ask nicely. Because, at risk of stating the obvious, Caesar fucking despises Ashur, and Ashur in any way befriending Pompey is very bad for Caesar. However, Caesar did precisely this, which serves as Ashur's way in. Following the fight with Tarchon, Ashur suggests that Pompey have a private audience with Aquileia, and this is when he forms his plan. It is lucky that Pompey accepted this invitation, but he is characterized consistently as curious about Aquileia, as is understandable given that until recently she was the only female gladiator in the Republic. Messia being able to steal the opium I think is fine, because she could feasibly have gotten closer to Cornelia's belongings than anyone else, although Messia deciding to risk her life to help Ashur based on some encouragement from Hilara is slightly less believable. Pompey having a private audience with Aquileia and this being a very private audience is definitely questionable, because Pompey's guards are stationed elsewhere in the villa. Had they been in the room and then he asked them to leave, then that would have been one thing, but that isn't what happens. Aquileia has demonstrated that she has a problem with authority and she doesn't do what she is told, plus the fact that she poses a serious threat to him given how awesome she is, which means Pompey is an idiot for not taking any precautions when meeting with this volatile gladiator, and Ashur relied on Pompey not taking any precautions because had anyone else been in that room, the plan fails. Gabinius believed that the letter he received was from Pompey when actually Ashur forged the letter. We see Ashur send the letter before Pompey gets roofied, which means he either stole Pompey's seal off-screen somehow, or he didn't steal Pompey's seal, which means Gabinius for some reason accepted that the letter was from Pompey even though it lacked his seal. The plan also requires that Gabinius believe that what happened is that Pompey was like, dude, come to the house of Ashur fucking ASAP right now, go, 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 go. And then Gabinius did so, only to find Pompey passed out post-plowing. Why would Pompey have summoned him so urgently if he was currently rearranging Aquileia's guts? Gabinius should be able to work out that some fuckery is afoot, but we are seemingly expected to believe that Gabinius was so shocked by what he saw that he never considered that Pompey had no reason to urgently summon him. And finally, Ashur predicting Gabinius's reaction to Pompey banging Aquileia requires that he knew that Gabinius would strongly disapprove of Pompey doing something that is exceptionally common in this setting. In fact, Gabinius is the only Roman man in this show or the original series that I can think of who appears to be strictly loyal to his wife. Aquileia is a slave, and slaves are frequently used by their masters for this purpose, both with and without the knowledge of any wives or disapproving fathers-in-law. Yes, Pompey accepting the marriage and then that very evening deciding to boink Aquileia does speak to his character, and I can understand Gabinius being like, man, you're a bit of an asshole, but him freaking out to this degree and calling off the marriage that he arranged specifically for the good of the Republic surely could not have possibly been predicted by Ashur. As you can see, this plan is not the best, and there are numerous ways it could have gone horribly wrong, but given how desperate Ashur is, and given that the show has not even attempted anything like this previously, I think this is probably the most impressively written part of House of Ashur, even though the difference between this and similar sequences from the original show is day night and fucking day. Before I tell you what happens next, I need to rewind to the scene between Pompey and Aquileia, because we actually get some information about Aquileia. I know, we're on episode 9 of 10, and we're about to finally learn about her. Because Pompey has been established as curious about Aquileia, he has a reason to want to know more about her, which means this gives the writers the opportunity to deliver exposition about Aquileia without it feeling contrived. He asks Aquileia how she came to be a guest of the Republic, and she replies that she was sold to the Romans by her own father. Her father loved her, but chose to sell her into slavery as an alternative to executing her. The reason she was to be executed was because...
Aaron's spear took the life of a royal.
Errant spear, you say? Well, then surely errant spear should have been the one executed, which means Achillea has been treated entirely unfairly and she is paying for something that was not her fault.
Oh,
Spear.
kill. Is that right? Well, let's see about that. Okay,
Spear.
kill. Go ahead, kill someone. Don't be shy. See?
Spear.
Don't kill people. People kill people.
Spear.
Defend people against people with smaller...
Spear.
The way she phrases this indicates that she believes that accidentally killing a child because you threw a spear at them was just a freak accident that could happen to anyone. Errant spears finding themselves lodged in between the ribs of children are not all that uncommon. Achillea, someone was trying to abduct this princess or whatever she was, and in your effort to save her, you decided to throw a fucking spear at the man who was standing right next to her. Yes, this was an accident, but that doesn't mean this wasn't your fault. Choosing to drive with your eyes closed and then accidentally hitting someone, that's also an accident, but the idiotic fucking actions you took directly led to the death of this child. And Achillea doesn't seem to realize that she is at fault. She feels guilty specifically because she failed to protect the person she was sworn to protect, but she doesn't acknowledge why she failed. Anyway, after Gabinius proclaims that he is calling off the wedding because Pompey is a bastard man, Pompey staggers out of the bedroom baked on opium, yelling at Gabinius for insulting him so grievously.
What cause have I given towards such wrath?
Gabinius replies that he is pissed off because he accepted urgent summons only to find Pompey bedding Achillea, and Gabinius believes that Pompey is drunk and that this does not excuse him. He tells Pompey that he is unworthy of sex pun, and asks Caesar to inform Crassus that he will be getting Gabinius's full support in the Senate.
To stand in opposition of the shit fuck Pompey.
Oh no! Everything was going so well, and now Pompey has sliced open a maggot hole in Gabinius's belly. Maybe in hindsight, Ashur's plan shouldn't have involved getting Pompey zonked on opium, because opium has been known to cloud one's judgment. Everyone present is ever so slightly shocked that Pompey has just attacked his political ally, and Pompey appears to somewhat come to his senses, demanding that Ashur summon his medicus.
Call your medicus! I have no fucking medicus!
Did I not fucking warn you?
Yes, and why is that, Ashur? Could it be something to do with that one time when you threw him to his death for absolutely no fucking reason whatsoever? Ashur's medicus may well not have been able to save Gabinius, but the man would have at least stood a chance, which means, once again, Ashur suffers because he is a fucking idiot. Caesar tells Pompey that he will resolve things here, but that Pompey must flee. Which means, rather confusingly, that Caesar has decided to help his political enemy escape after murdering a senator. Maybe there is some 4D bullshit chess move going on here, but as it stands, Caesar could have apprehended or killed the inebriated Pompey, which would then immediately resolve his conflict with Crassus. Ashur, meanwhile, is devastated that his plan to drug Pompey so as to avoid killing Gabinius has oh so unfortunately resulted in the drugged-up Pompey killing Gabinius instead. Cornelia is like, well done, Ashur, an excellently evil plan to stop the marriage just like we commanded.
Why did you say that?
And Gabinius then wakes up like...
Who did this?
And he promises Ashur that Sexpun will learn who Ashur truly is. Ashur is then overcome with emotion and he tearfully suffocates Gabinius to finish the job. A tragic end to the only good character in this show. The episode ends with Sexpun sitting in her villa waiting for her father to return so that they can play the board game she set up earlier. What on earth is going to happen next? The obvious move is that Caesar, Cornelia, Pompey, and Pompey's guards will blame Gabinius's death on Ashur, because it isn't possible to conceal where Gabinius went or that he is now dead, because Sexpun knows that he went to see Pompey at Ashur's villa, which means it is too late to cover this up. But if everyone blames Ashur, then Ashur is a dead man, because he has no alibi and no means of proving that he isn't responsible. So my guess is that the writers are going to find some other way of keeping him alive, given that the writers would like this show to run for 4 more seasons. What I want to happen, using the logic repeatedly displayed within the show itself, is for Caesar to draw a Jolly Roger on the wall of Ashur's villa and pretend as though the land pirates forged the letter luring Gabinius to Ashur's villa, and they then showed up and assassinated him because of his persistence in trying to get in the way of their pirate schemes. This would be extremely funny, and it would be somewhat plausible given the intelligence of these characters. All that said, episode 9 is okay. The writers tried to do something relatively complex, and it kind of worked somewhat, which makes this probably the best episode in the season. Ashur's plan to stop the marriage is the most extensive bit of plotting we have had so far, and it holds up way better than, for example, Caesar's pirate plan or Ashur's attempted assassination of Proculus. The episode contained some genuinely surprising plot developments, and so even though the Achillea stuff continues to be fucking horrible, episode 9 was mostly pretty engaging. I have no idea what the aftermath of Gabinius' death will entail, but I guess it's time to find out. Let's see this madness to its end. What have you done, you fool? Episode 10 opens with Gabinius' funeral, which takes place in his villa. Caesar, Cornelia, and Ashur arrive, and it is revealed that their plan is to tell the truth. Because Caesar and Cornelia are like, yeah, fuck Pompey, how could he do something like this? He deserves to die, etc., etc., which presumably is part of some kind of plan. Although this is the truth, Pompey did indeed kill Gabinius, this is not the whole truth, and yet at no point does any character question why Pompey would murder Gabinius, given that Gabinius earlier that day had agreed to wed his daughter to him. Pompey stands to gain nothing by murdering Gabinius, which means the only way this story flies is if everyone assumes that Pompey is an unhinged madman who murders people when he feels like it, which I have to assume is not something he is in the habit of doing. Anyway, we learn that Crassus is apparently going to propose that the Senate strip Pompey's title from him, which will then mean that the various Capuans who have been wronged can avenge Gabinius. And we are apparently to believe that Pompey's position as a consul means that he is above the law. I have no idea if this is true to history, but the way this is portrayed is farcical. Because Pompey just rolled up in Capua, murdered a senator in front of witnesses, and then left. And we are to assume that nothing can be done until he is stripped of his title. Then we are introduced to dastardly Uncle Servius, Gabinius' evil brother who has returned to Capua for the funeral. We know he is evil because he seems to be in a good mood during his brother's funeral, and his entrance is accompanied by a dramatic audio cue.
You honor this house.
We learn during this conversation that Proculus has been speaking with dastardly Uncle Servius, which means certain things can be expected from him. He views Ashur as his enemy, and presumably he intends to kill Ashur and take control of Gabinius' family. Dastardly Uncle Servius then tells them that he is planning funeral games, and Ashur volunteers his men free of charge in memory of Gabinius, prompting Proculus to do the same. Sexpun then thanks Ashur for coming and for trying to warn her about Pompey. She feels guilty, saying that if she had listened to Ashur, then perhaps her father would be alive. But Ashur replies,
"The fault lies with the man who took your father's life. Got no other."
This is one of the few times the House of Ashur has done this two conversations at once thing that was done so well in the original show. Ashur is comforting Sexpun and saying that she is not at fault, but he is also communicating that he feels as though he is at fault because he is the man who ended Gabinius' life. Both because he dealt the killing blow and because his scheme to trick Gabinius resulted in his death. But, regrettably, that is the closest this episode is going to get to feeling anything like the original series. Anyway, the romantic tension has reached its climax, and the heavens crack open as the feminist and the rapist drop their inhibitions and show how much they love each other. And this honestly reminds me of the romance between Killy and Ladyless in The Hobbit, because those films insist so fucking hard that you must care about how in love they are. Meanwhile, I am sat there slack-jawed like,
the fuck?
My god, this is even more out of place than that time Silco kissed Jing. Anyway, they kiss, they cry, she leaves, they can't be together, and I can't overstate how little I don't not care. Ashur then returns to the Ludus and informs his gladiators that they will be fighting in dastardly Uncle Servius's games. Because Ashur is emotionally drained, he tells Chorus to decide who is going to fight, but he says that Achillea will be facing the Scythian in the Primus, which means Achillea is essentially, well, not really essentially, she just is jumping from Primus to Primus. Because we are now 10 episodes in, I need to stress that the only 2 female gladiators in the Republic are fighting in the Primus not because they are a novelty to be exploited as was set up to be the case back in episode 1, but because Achillea and the Scythian are the 2 best fighters in Capua. Both of them swooped in from out of fucking nowhere. Achillea has received some training, but the Scythian can't have been trained for longer than a couple of weeks, and yet both of them have somehow managed to outclass all existing gladiators in Capua.
I don't believe you.
Tarchon has now been put in his place as number 2, and Erato tells him not to worry because when Achillea falls to the Scythian, Tarchon will be the best gladiator in the House of Ashur, and so he will be the champion once more. This is an excellent point that unfortunately flies in the face of what we were told previously. Tarchon wanted Achillea to succeed because her success would lead to further opportunities for glory for all of them, which means Tarchon can't really lose. If Achillea wins, the house gains further prominence and he can then reclaim his title in the arena as he originally intended. If Achillea loses, Tarchon becomes the champion, and he presumably then gets to face the Scythian himself. However, from this point on, Tarchon is 100% Team Achillea. He wants her to win because apparently this is their only chance to avenge Calidus. Tarchon watches Chorus training with Achillea and he informs them that the Scythian is left-handed, a fact that Chorus, the Doctore, and a former champion failed to notice.
The Scythian does not favor her right as you do. It is the left that holds greater threat.
Throughout this episode, Tarchon is suspiciously nice to Achillea, but because the show is poorly written, I was unsure whether or not the writers were trying to lead me in a certain direction. I was expecting here that Tarchon was lying and he was trying to sabotage her, but because Chorus is like, I didn't notice that she was left-handed, instead of being like, boy, shut the fuck up, I know what you're doing, she's right-handed, do you think I'm fucking blind? It appears that, firstly, yes, Chorus is blind, but also that we are to assume that Tarchon is being genuine in his desire to help train Achillea. Later in the episode, Chorus tells Tarchon to be nice to Achillea because he has realized that the power of friendship is the key to fixing all their problems. He believes that Tarchon needs to do what Calidus did. He needs to be supportive of Achillea rather than just punishing her mistakes. And I don't think this was intended, but the impression the writers have given is that the power of friendship and being nice to each other is in fact just what a gladiator school needs in order to accommodate a woman. Then, in something of a surprise, we cut away to the Scythian training in Proculus's Ludus. And in somewhat less of a surprise, her training involves her beating the shit out of 2 men. This scene is entirely inconsequential because it sets up something that is entirely inconsequential, but because it's funny, I'm going to tell you what happens. Satyrus is not happy to learn that Proculus intends to fight him in the arena again, because without his brothers he is unable to fight as one, and he can only fight as 1/3. Setting aside the fact that Satyrus can just win because he has ungodly aim when throwing his adorable little baby sword, Proculus tells him,
I am to fight again in the arena.
Yet not alone.
The man has done it not once, but twice. Proculus has revisited the Hole, where you can just find fully formed female gladiators. He went to the women gladiator shop. He plucked one from the woman gladiator tree. He got down on one knee and begged, please, Mr. Denite, please, oh great god of the Spootiverse, please spawn me another woman so that I may show everyone how awesome women are. For fuck's sake, if women exist in this setting who are skilled enough to demolish men in the arena, then the setting doesn't fucking work. Because let's totally set aside the plausibility of a woman defeating a man in combat. The show itself has established thoroughly that women do not fight in the arena. And yet, if such implausibly skilled gigachadesses exist, then it makes absolutely no sense that they would not fight in the arena until now. nor does it make sense for the Republic to be as deeply and strictly patriarchal as it is shown to be. There is a time and place for equality, but ancient Rome is not that fucking time, and the gladiator arena is not that fucking place. Anyway, Satyrus is like,
You would pair me with a fucking woman!
and I'm like, wait, no, you can't have it both ways. If the setting made sense, then this would make sense. A gladiator, regardless of their size, would be mortified at the prospect of fighting alongside a woman because women are not fighters. Not only is this disrespectful to Satyrus as a gladiator because it shits on the storied tradition of gladiators, but he's now going to have to babysit someone less skilled than himself, which will increase his chances of failure. However, in the fantasy setting of House of Ashur, the two best gladiators in Capua are women. I get being bigoted, but so far women have a 100% success rate in the arena, which means Satyrus should be pretty fucking chuffed. Then we get some more drama between Hilara and Messia, and you might be a little bit confused. What do you mean, more drama? I haven't really told you about any drama between them, have I? And yeah, the problem is that now I have reached episode 10, which means I am forced to catch you up on their relationship. I was saving this until it mattered, but it doesn't matter in this episode or any other. So this appears to be my final opportunity. Earlier in the season, Messia tried to comfort Hilara by offering to slam her clam, but Hilara was like, no babe, we're just friends. Messia then tries to please Ashur by complimenting him, but she is shot down as Ashur clearly values Hilara over her, and when the three of them have sex, this is depicted as a form of rivalry between the two women, each trying to please Ashur and take power away from the other. Hilara wins this power struggle, and Messia starts to be like, fuck you, Hilara, before getting in good with Cornelia because she believes Ashur is unworthy of his title and of Hilara's affections. This then causes further disagreements and insults between the two of them. Hilara is then like, why aren't you talking to me? And Messia is like, well, you wouldn't let me censor your delicious jubbly YouTubes, so we aren't friends anymore, sorry. Hilara then convinces Messia to steal Cornelia's happy juice, and she agrees for some reason. And Messia is now rather pissed off that her actions have resulted in the death of a senator. Messia then reveals herself to be perhaps the most sensible character in the show, now that Gabinius is gone, by telling Hilara that when people get shit-faced on opium, they have a tendency to behave unpredictably, and so Pompey's reaction should not have been unexpected. But actually, this makes me wonder, what exactly did Messia think was going to happen? Hey babe, steal me some drugs and don't ask why. Did Messia think that Hilara and Ashur just really wanted to get high? Because if so, then why the fuck did she risk her life in stealing the opium? I have no idea, because the show unfortunately does not expand on Messia's role in episode 9. She was used to get the opium, she was told nothing, and she risked her life because Hilara said, "Aw, please." Hilara then tells Messia that she also didn't know what Ashur intended to do with the opium.
Nor would I have involved you if I thought anyone would come to harm in the act of it.
Motherfucker, Messia was risking being crucified in stealing from Cornelia. You asked her to place herself directly in harm's way. You can't then say, no, I wouldn't have put you in harm's way if I thought you were going to be in harm's way, except that she absolutely can say this because Messia doesn't call her out on being retarded, which means I must retract my earlier compliment. Messia is in fact so dumb that she got fired from a blowjob. However, this scene highlights an unresolved plot thread. Cornelia frequently got baked on opium, so she would presumably notice if one of her remaining 3 vials went missing, particularly if this coincided with a roasted Pompey showing up like, what do you say about me? Pow, I'm gonna kill you now. Yes, it is entirely possible that Cornelia and Caesar would be like, okay, well, I guess that takes care of that. Looks like Ashur solved the Gabinius problem for us. But the fact remains, Cornelia should be aware that Messia stole from her, unless, of course, Cornelia is as dumb as Messia, which means don't worry, everything will be fine. Meanwhile, dastardly Uncle Sextus decides to join Casutia and Sexpun in the bath, and the ladies cover their bobs and try to leave, but he's like, no, we're gonna have a totally consensual family bath. The ladies spend the entire scene sitting in the bath, covering their bobs with their arms, when they could just slide down a few inches and then their bobs would be totally underwater. But then the show wouldn't have the visual of the creepy uncle making them feel uncomfortable. This scene exists to establish the character of dastardly Uncle Servius, a man who doesn't really do anything in this episode, and so I can only assume he is being introduced to set up Season 2 if that ends up happening. So, I will be brief. He's creepy, he seems to want to do inappropriate things to his niece, he learns that Sexpun likes Ashur, which gives him another reason to dislike Ashur, and he doesn't approve of his new family going into the streets of Capua without a man to accompany them because he is a bigot, even though all three of them believe that there have been not one but two recent attacks by land pirates, which means, yeah, you probably shouldn't be going out on your own. Meanwhile, Caesar has decided to send his wife back to Rome now that Pompey's army has apparently scattered, because Caesar is afraid of Pompey getting baked out of his mind, coming back to Capua and randomly attacking her. This doesn't appear to make much sense because Caesar must know that Pompey is not a threat to his wife, and Pompey is evidently not smart enough to hire secret plot pirates to assassinate her, which means if she stays in Capua, she will be much safer than she would be on the road back to Rome. However, as becomes clear, the writers have specific needs for their big dramatic ending, and one such need is that Caesar must stay in Capua, but his wife must leave. Anyway, they both compliment and congratulate Ashur for helping to elevate the name of Caesar, and they invite him to drink wine with them. Ashur then declines the wine and asks about their deal. If Ashur solved the marriage problem, he was to be rewarded with the arena of Capua.
Gabinius will yet be of this world, if not for Ashur.
Caesar agrees and promises to see him to deserved reward. Later in the episode, Cornelia leaves. She's like, Ashur, you suck, goodbye. Caesar offers to buy Messia, but Ashur offers her as a gift, and Messia accompanies Cornelia. Hilara is sad, I don't care. Anyway, Ashur visits Achillea in her cell, and he's like, come with me, I have a present for you. Ashur then gives Achillea the Spartacus cell, where Spartacus and Gannicus before him used to live because they were characters in the TV show called Spartacus. And look, it's the room from the show. You remember the room? It's the room where Spartacus and Gannicus were. They had scenes here, remember? And you liked those scenes.
As Gannicus before you and Spartacus in his wake.
Okay, so why didn't Achillea already have this room? I suggested right at the start of the season that Ashur should have housed her here immediately to keep her relatively safe, but she has also been the champion since episode 5 and yet was not given the champion room. Which means Ashur just had this room and did nothing with it for absolutely no reason. Of course, the reason Achillea didn't get the room until now is because the writers wanted to save this big emotional beat where they get to show us the thing from the thing until episode 10. Achillea, however, is troubled, and she asks if Ashur planned for Gabinius to die, because she would like to know if she was involved in the assassination of a senator. Ashur tells her that this was not his plan, and she asks if Pompey is going to suffer for what he did. So why on earth does Achillea give the dribbliest of shits about Gabinius? This actually highlights an overall problem with the season. Unlike was the case in Blood and Sand or Gods of the Arena in particular, the Achillea plots and the Ashur plots are almost entirely disconnected. Achillea is only narratively connected to characters like Tarchon and Calidus, and although she occasionally speaks with Ashur, she has no reason to care about anything that Ashur cares about. To him, she is simply a money-making opportunity, and her suddenly being like, oh boy, I sure hope Pompey gets his comeuppance for what he did to poor Gabinius, comes out of fucking nowhere. The following day, Ashur is preparing himself for when he takes control of the arena of Capua, and he decides to leave the ludus to Chorus. Oh my god, it's just like when Batiatus gave the ludus to Enemaeus, except fuck you! Batiatus and Enemaeus had known each other since they were children, and Enemaeus was unbreakably loyal to his Dominus. This is why Batiatus made the unconventional move to grant freedom to his slave and give him the ludus when he moved into politics. Conversely, Chorus and Ashur hate each other, or I mean, at least they really should hate each other, but the show has completely forgotten about this since episode 7. Chorus strongly disapproved of Ashur randomly killing his gladiators. Chorus intended to leave Ashur to elope with Opeta, which seriously pissed him off. And, most importantly, Chorus learned that Ashur was partially responsible for Opeta's murder, and yet he appears to have entirely forgotten. We are instead to accept that Chorus and Ashur are best friends who have been through so much together, but don't worry, they've got each other's backs. That evening, Tarchon's favorite prostitute pays him a visit following Chorus's plea to Ashur. She's like, babe, why aren't you champion? How will you earn your freedom and also mine if you aren't champion? That's what you promised me. You need to be the champion. She does, however, thank him for killing the fat man, but upon being reminded of Calidus, Tarkon leaves and says that he has decided to honor his father in word and deed. This implies that Tarkon has decided to fully dedicate himself to preparing Achilea for her upcoming fight. The writers are putting in half the work here because they are giving characters reasons to want things, and they are then placing those things in conflict with each other. Achilea and Tarkon want Achilea to defeat the Scythian and to avenge Calidus, but Tarkon and Elata want Tarkon to be the champion and to win their freedom. These two things cannot coexist, and one must be put on hold in service of the other. And this is superficially similar to something that happens in Blood and Sand, but it is a pale fucking shadow of the fantastic dynamic between Spartacus and Crixus in the finale. Crixus needed to kill Spartacus to stop Spartacus revolting so that he could eventually earn his freedom and rescue Naevia, whilst Spartacus needed to kill Crixus in order to begin his revolt and avenge his wife. Both characters were entirely justified in their actions, and one of the best scenes in the entire season was both men acknowledging that only one of them could achieve their goal. Conversely, neither Tarkon nor Elata appear to recognize the brutal reality of their situation, because in choosing to prioritize helping Achilea take down the Scythian, Tarkon is essentially saying to Elata, sorry babe, you need to just keep being a slave because I've got to go and do this other thing. Neither character acknowledges that this will mean that she will continue to be used by the Romans, and that some of them may be fat. And although their goofy-ass plan in episode 8 showed that they could deal with one fat man, I have to assume that she can't keep lining up fat men and yeeting them into the arena for Tarkon to kill. It becomes clear later in the episode that Tarkon is in fact done with Elata, which means, as far as I can tell, this scene was a goodbye. He is no longer motivated to rescue her from slavery, and neither character treats this scene as what it is. Now we come to the arena for the big epic conclusion to House of Ashur, and you guys are not fucking ready. Dastardly Uncle Servius ejects Ashur from the Pulvinus as it is reserved for Romans, and he tells Ashur that he has been replaced. Another Lannister will be fighting his gladiators in all fights but the Primus, because although Dastardly Uncle Servius wished to fully replace Ashur, he presumably understood that if he pulled the hotly anticipated woman versus woman fight, this would piss off the crowd. From a character perspective, this makes sense. Dastardly Uncle Servius hates Ashur and wants to make him look bad, so he deliberately replaced him and yet did not tell him until the day. However, what this means is that all of the fights we are about to see leading up to the Primus are entirely inconsequential. I am fully aware that it would be an exaggeration to call many of Ashur's gladiators characters, but his roster of men intended to fight in these games included Tarkon, Erato, and Ephesius, who have at least some kind of personality, plus we also have these two goobers who we see from time to time. Point being, they are more than just background extras, and yet the decision has been made to prevent any of them from fighting, which means we are about to sit through a whole bunch of fights that we have no reason to care about because the titular House of Ashur is not participating. Remember that montage from the opening games of the Arena of Capua in Gods of the Arena? That is pretty much what this sequence is trying to emulate, but if you recall, that montage included Gannicus, Crixus, Ashur, Dagon, Gnaeus, and Cabarrus, 5 of whom were characterized in at least some way, and 4 of whom had very clear objectives during these games. Cabarrus was the big bad, and Gnaeus was just kind of there doing his thing, but there were thoroughly developed reasons to be heavily invested in what was going to happen to the other 4, particularly given that 2 of them did not appear in Blood and Sand, and so their deaths were a strong possibility. Anyway, Ashur takes his place in the stands among the people of Capua.
All that I have sacrificed, only to return to where I began.
Don't do that.
This sounds profound, like poetry, as if to imply that the story has come full circle and that this is in any way coherent. But allow me to shatter that illusion by asking rhetorically, what has Ashur sacrificed? The only thing that partially applies is that Ashur, in some sense, sacrificed Gabinius, because he believes that he is responsible for Gabinius' death. However, firstly, Ashur drugging Pompey and Pompey losing his fucking mind and killing Gabinius was not a sacrifice, that was Ashur being an idiot. And Ashur is about to be given control of the arena of Capua, which means him being like, oh boo-hoo, look at how much I've sacrificed only to end up right where I started, is just a blatant falsehood. Dastardly Uncle Servius then introduces the first fight between Guy and Guy. Never before have I been so invested. Then comes the second fight between Guy and Guy. Yes, Stephen, feed me more of your juicy goodness. Time for fight number 3 between, you guessed it, Guy and Guy. I just can't handle the tension. It is too much. This is such compelling drama. But now we're all done with that, we can get to the fights that actually matter. It's time for fight 4. In the blue corner we have Guy, and in the red corner we have Guy. Fuck you, enjoy the spectacle. No, fuck you. You used to be capable of spectacle as the cherry on top of substantive character writing and emotionally engaging drama. But no, I'm Stephen DeKnight, and I come bearing gifts of mighty slop. Okay, for real now, the filler part of the episode has finished. It's time for fight number 5, in which one of the 3 combatants is a character, although not a character I in any way care about. Satyrus and Proculus's new Wonder Woman are about to face, you guessed it, Guy. Satyrus angrily tells her to follow his lead and to try not to die. And because Wonder Woman is a woman in House of Ashur, she replies, oh, well, you just said that to me. Well, now I'm going to say it back to you.
Attempt not to die. Advice I had thought to impart to you. Yay!
They enter the arena, and 2 things I want to highlight. Firstly, Wonder Woman is fighting as a Murmillo, which means women can absolutely handle the gigantic fuck-off shield. It's just that Achillea couldn't for some unknown reason. And secondly, her outfit is god-awful. At least with Achillea and the Scythian, they look kind of like they could be gladiators, whilst this lady looks like a D&D cosplayer who was rejected by her LARPing group for wearing a shitty costume. They fight in a 2v1, and I could not possibly care less about this because it doesn't fucking matter who wins. Satyrus is a character who should already be dead, and yet the writers treat this as though we should either be rooting for or against him, although I'm honestly unsure which. So Satyrus immediately tries his kill shot from before, and it doesn't work, and both combatants are battered by Guy and his mighty hammer. The fight is admittedly pretty entertaining, largely because this happens. Wonder Woman then harnesses the power of Thunder Quads and flips Guy to the ground, and then they team up to deliver the killing blow using Guy's own hammer against him.
I am going to fuck you this night, little man. And I shall let you.
Oh my god, who gives a shit?
Now we finally come to the fight that actually matters. Ashur decides to channel Batiatus, and he gives a rousing speech to Achillea. Everyone thinks we suck, everyone thinks they're better than us, show them we are the best, yada yada. As Achillea enters the arena, I wish to highlight that there are really 4 possibilities for what will happen here. Achillea will win the fight and kill the Scythian. Achillea will win the fight but will spare the Scythian. Achillea will lose the fight but will win because of bullshit. Or Achillea will lose the fight and she will die. Place your bets now. Dastardly Uncle Servius introduces the fight, and because women gladiators are just totally normal now that they have appeared a grand total of twice, we get no indication as to what Dastardly Uncle Servius thinks about this. He is characterized as an ultra-traditionalist. Particular attention is given to the fact that he is a misogynist who expects women to do as he commands, even though this is, or at least was, every Roman in the original show, because the original show was smart enough to understand that it is not a problem to portray men as more powerful than women, particularly in a historical context. It, in fact, gave multiple opportunities to tell interesting stories with, for lack of a better term, strong female characters finding ways to get what they want other than trying to be like the men. Anyway, I would have expected Dastardly Uncle Servius to consider this blasphemous, but apparently he is totally fine with women profaning the sands of the arena. Anyway, Achillea enters wearing flashy new armor, including shoulder dreadlocks, and the unknown Scythian follows wearing a cool hat. It is also worth mentioning that despite the sheer absurdity of this Scythian just spawning into Capua and demolishing everyone, the actress looks the part. I believe that this woman could kick my ass. She looks threatening, she is tall, and she looks convincing as a female warrior. Maybe she sucks at acting and this is why she wasn't considered to play the lead, or, I mean, maybe it was that other thing. But had this Scythian been the lead character instead of Achillea, then perhaps her victories would have been marginally more convincing. So before the fight begins, I will remind you of what we know of their abilities and the wiggle room the writers have. Achillea is good enough to beat every other gladiator in the House of Ashur, but she got shat on by Ammonius, and she won because of bullshit. Conversely, the Scythian fought toe-to-toe with Calidus and won because she beat him fair and square. This means, from what the show has told us, the Scythian is capable of turning Achillea inside out in 5 seconds flat. But she has been told by Proculus not to end the fight too early. This, therefore, can excuse her not going for any early kill shots that are presented. If the writers are being honest, what should happen is something similar to the Ashur-Naevia fight in Vengeance. Ashur was obviously going to win the fight on a technical level. Naevia never stood a fucking chance. But she takes the win not because of bullshit, but because Ashur makes a mistake that is in line with the way he was characterized in the original series. However, it will be extremely difficult, I'd actually say impossible, to have the Scythian make a mistake that is consistent with her character because she doesn't have a character. And because she doesn't have a character, we are expected to be rooting for Achillea here, even though there isn't really any reason to. Both women are slaves. The Scythian did indeed kill Calidus, but she won that fight fair and square, and she was also fighting for her life. But no time for that now. The Scythian is the baddie, and Achillea needs to kill her to avenge that guy that she knew for a few weeks. The fight begins, and the Scythian takes Achillea's spear from her, does a little spin, and then gives it back. I don't know why, but that's what she does. The Scythian then drops her own swords and throws Achillea into the stands. She follows Achillea by doing what essentially amounts to a box jump, and given her height, this woman just jumped over 5 feet vertically, which is actually even more impressive than her overhead press from episode 8 because this would in fact obliterate the world record. They have a punch-up in the stands as the useless guards approach them, although the spectators are screaming this seems to be out of excitement, and no one seems to particularly care that in the last games, a Roman citizen was killed in a freak accident involving a gladiator. So one would expect the response to this would be slightly more than, "Oh dear, they're in the stands, off you go guards, stop them if you can." The useless guards try to break up the fight, but they can't because these women are just too damn strong. After re-entering the arena, the Scythian again disarms Achillea, and her spear becomes wedged in the side of the gate. Because of this, Achillea decides to do some platforming, and she Marios the fuck out of the arena before launching herself at her opponent shield first. And she manages to make a direct connection with her face, even though the Scythian could have just moved slightly to the left as we saw in episode 4. Achillea then recovers her spear and snaps it in half on the Scythian's head before wielding both halves in a way that visually calls back to how she fought as a Dimachorus. Her hand injury obviously does not prevent her from doing this. She can pretty much do whatever she wants as long as she really wants to. Having now outmatched the Scythian in a fair fight, which required that Achillea be juiced up on positive thinking and that the Scythian be heavily nerfed, Achillea delivers the killing blow by popping open her head like a bottle of beer using her shield. Achillea has avenged Calidus by killing the slave who defeated Calidus in a fair fight. The show clearly thinks the Scythian is evil and is deserving of being put down in this brutal fashion, but for all we know, the Scythian's father sold her to Proculus after she accidentally kebabbed a Scythian princess. Yes, there is an element of showmanship, as was the case, for example, when Gannicus killed Cabarus in a very similar manner, but in House of Ashur, the writers lean heavily on having an emotionally driven reason for wanting to kill the Scythian in a brutal fucking manner, and this is simply not properly explored. Whereas Gannicus had no connection with Cabarus, and he was simply an opponent that he needed to defeat. But Achillea has now proven that there can be only one. She is indeed the best. Everyone is happy, and guess what? It rains again, because that's what happened in the original show. Guys, look, it's just like Spartacus. It's the same, but again, fuck you. That evening, Achillea and Tarchon have angry sex, and it comes just as out of nowhere as me dropping that on you right there. They have a brief chat about her victory and their inevitable conflict as to who will be the champion going forward, and then he surprises her with a kiss and bam, it's fucking time. There was precisely zero sexual tension between these two until just now, but this is by no means the first time the show has pulled something out of its ass that smelled like shit and proudly presented it for the audience to consume. This scene also confirms that he has decided to swap his favorite prostitute for Achillea, having realized not only that she is the best, but also that his dad had a good taste in women. Therefore suggesting that Elata is going to remain unwillingly sexing fat, abusive Romans with no hope of freedom. In the final scene, Caesar prepares to depart. Ashur presses him for specifics with regard to the reconstruction of the arena of Capua, and Caesar informs Ashur that, on order of Crassus, the ruins of the arena will be torn down and replaced with housing. Ashur is devastated that after his one single scheme in the entire season that also happened to accomplish the precise opposite of what he wanted, he is not being given what he was promised, and he becomes increasingly angry with Caesar, telling him that Gabinius is dead and Sexpun is now under the thumb of her dastardly uncle as a result of his actions. This leads to Caesar hitting Ashur, and Ashur then attacks Julius Caesar.
I was not expecting that.
There are three options. Ashur will kill Caesar. This would be insane. Caesar will kill Ashur. This is the only outcome that can reasonably be expected, if not for the fact that the writers have stated their intention to run this show for multiple seasons following this one. And the third option is that the fight will be interrupted somehow, and we will perhaps end on a cliffhanger, with Caesar being in some way prevented from killing Ashur. Place your bets now. Ashur gains the upper hand until Caesar's guards realize what is happening, which means Ashur is now in a 1v3. Luckily, Roman soldiers are completely useless and Ashur kills them before engaging in a big dramatic 1v1 sword fight with Caesar. Ashur wins and stabs Julius Caesar in the side before...
Hail Caesar. He's dead.
We've got to build up to this because I don't know what I just watched, and I don't know what to say. A comparison I want to make is with Spartacus and Crixus in Blood and Sand. That finale was set up as a fight to the death between two gladiators, and both were given very good reasons to want to win. Because the show is called Spartacus, even if the viewer has no knowledge of history, it is very unlikely that Crixus is going to kill Spartacus. And therefore, there is a very strong probability that Crixus is going to die. Historically, Crixus went on to become one of Spartacus's generals, but very few people would have been aware of this going into the season, and had the writers deviated from history and had Spartacus killed Crixus during the escape, then this would have been a complete character arc for Crixus. This would not have come out of nowhere, and this would not have felt cheap, as though the writers deviated from history purely for the shock value. Conversely, Ashur killing Julius Caesar is insane for many reasons. Caesar's death is one of the most well-known historical events, which means when you include Caesar in your story, he essentially has historical plot armor unless the story covers the prelude to his historical death. As I have said, I don't care about historical accuracy, and I take no issue with liberties being taken in service of a better story. Keyword being better. And this crosses so far over that line that we are on another fucking planet. Historically, there is no evidence that Spartacus killed Batiatus during the breakout, but that was the only appropriate ending for the show's version of Batiatus. Having Caesar get killed by Ashur 25 years too early, instead of having him get shanked by a group of angry senators, is such a monumental deviation from history that it would be like having Spartacus and his army actually win and bring down the Republic in War of the Damned. That is alternate history, and alternate history is fine if such alternate history is appropriate for the story being told. This is why I do not have the slightest problem with a group of Jewish American soldiers assassinating Hitler in a cinema in 1941. Ashur killing Caesar, however, is so inappropriate that I don't know where to fucking start. This is not just awful because it is a major deviation from history, although that is certainly part of it. Historically, Crassus, Caesar, and Pompey form an alliance about 10 years after the conclusion of the Third Servile War. The writers are obviously aware of this, and Gabinius even name-drops the First Triumvirate before it ever became a thing.
Caesar maneuvers Pompey towards alignment with himself and Crassus. If they form triumvirate, Republic and all within will fall to severest concern.
What this means is that the writers are consciously leading the audience in a direction and are drawing from actual history, only to be like, nope, Ashur killed Caesar, I bet you didn't see that coming. Yeah, I didn't see it coming, because it's fucking mental. Also, you just lied to me. The show was clearly building towards the formation of the First Triumvirate, in spite of the writers shitting in their porridge by having everyone openly proclaim that Pompey murdered a senator. Caesar, Crassus, and Pompey's political maneuverings serve as a backdrop for much of the show, and I perhaps naively assumed that this was intended to take a more prominent role in future seasons, which would then serve as some kind of continuation of Crassus, Caesar, and Pompey's story from War of the Damned. But instead, the writers were like, hey, guess what? We're gonna do the First Triumvirate, except actually, no we're not, look at us, aren't we clever? But, all that said, I wouldn't mind them killing Caesar in an ahistorical manner, provided it was an appropriate conclusion for the show's version of Caesar. So, picture this. Ashur comes up with a devilish scheme to rival those from Blood and Sand, and his intention is to kill Caesar because Caesar is an unparalleled asshole. If this were pre-planned, and if the audience was made aware that Ashur wishes to kill Caesar, then this would imply that Caesar dying during House of Ashur is a possibility, even though that is not what happened historically. This is why Batiatus's death works so incredibly well, because episodes 6 through 13 of Blood and Sand were directly building towards that inevitable conclusion. Instead, Ashur does not plot to kill Caesar. He attacks him in a moment of rage that results in Caesar's death, which means Caesar's death was never a possibility until the moment it happened. Which means this was cheap, fuck you shock value that was not in any way rooted in storytelling. Also, fighting skill. Ashur was described as the lowest of the Brotherhood, and he was concretely the worst gladiator who fought for Batiatus. Julius Caesar was able to hold his own against fucking Gannicus, and yet he just got his ass handed to him by Ashur. I also cannot fathom what will happen next if the show gets a Season 2, even though, according to Stephen DeKnight, Season 2 has already been written and they are just waiting for the green light as of recording this video. Ashur has just killed Julius Caesar. He can't possibly cover this up, even if he draws a Jolly Roger on the wall, because it is made explicit in this episode that Crassus gave the command to deny Ashur what he was promised. Crassus must have known how much Ashur and Caesar hate each other, and Crassus knew where Caesar was. Crassus will 100% know that Ashur killed Caesar, which means Ashur has maybe a couple of days to live at most. Crassus's resources are near infinite. We are to believe that the only reason why Ashur is not already dead is because of Crassus, which means Ashur simply cannot escape this. So I fail to see how there can possibly be a Season 2. What an absurd ending to an absurd show.
We're long past civilized recourse.
House of Ashur is a show that seems tailor-made to piss me off. The original series is my favorite TV show, and I am exactly the kind of person who would appreciate various nods and references, provided they are done well in context. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am a super fan of Spartacus. I have watched Blood and Sand 9 times. But unfortunately for Mr. DeKnight, I have a functioning bullshit detector and I know when I am being fucked. Conceptually, House of Ashur plays almost like a redemption story, where the writers take a truly despicable man and try to transform him into a sympathetic character who just wants to fall in love and have a happily ever after. However, the show doesn't acknowledge how bad of a person Ashur is. Yes, he arbitrarily kills people from time to time, but there is zero acknowledgement of Ashur's worst moments from the original series. Which means this instead feels like the writers have taken a serial rapist and tried to gaslight the audience into accepting him as a romantic lead. And I simply can't understand why anyone thought that was a good idea. House of Ashur is also pathetic with regard to its character focus, emotional investment, and the overall point it wants to make. Blood and Sand was a deeply compelling drama about a man who was enslaved and fought back against all odds to rescue his wife. A simple premise, but an undeniably effective one that undergoes many twists and turns, and the season culminates in probably the best finale I have ever seen. And as a side note, as fucking bad as House of Ashur is, if you have never seen Blood and Sand, I strongly recommend it. Please do not let House of Ashur put you off. Anyway, to try and work out what the point of this show was, let's look at some of the character arcs. Achillea accidentally killed a child and then redeemed herself by avenging the man she shagged a couple of times. Tarchon wanted to be the best, and then he realized that he wasn't the best and that Achillea is the best. Corys wanted to retire with his boyfriend, only for the boyfriend to be shanked by murder hobbits, so Corys killed them and forgot that Ashur was also partially responsible. Ashur wanted to be respected and to succeed as a Lannister, but he failed because he is a fucking idiot, and then he flipped out and killed Julius Caesar. Okay, so there doesn't really seem to have been much of a point to any of this, so okay, what was the overall message? Fighting for freedom and respect is good and you should do that even if it doesn't work out for you? Accidentally telling your enemies of your intentions can lead to bad results? Any and all crimes can be blamed on pirates? Don't roofie people or they might kill someone you like? Humility is stored in the balls, which is why Achillea doesn't have any? The only time I can remember being this disappointed in a TV show is with Arcane Season 2. I think the drop in quality is directly comparable, as both Arcane Season 1 and Blood and Sand are exceptional, whilst Arcane Season 2 and House of Ashur took that success and served up something that superficially looks kind of like the original, but turned out to be a poor imitation at best. Arcane Season 2 was a direct continuation of the same story, so I guess that was slightly more disappointing. But I'd say overall, House of Ashur and Arcane Season 2 are broadly comparable. They are occasionally fun nonsense with characters that make little sense with the occasional ray of sunshine, superficially entertaining action sequences, and a handful of scenes that kind of work. To be clear, however, I do consider both Arcane Season 2 and House of Ashur to be superior to Rings of Power, because Rings of Power is a show in which almost literally nothing works. So if I were to put a number on it, House of Ashur is definitely no higher than a 3 out of 10 in terms of actual quality, but I could understand maybe bumping it up to a 4 due to how entertaining some of it is. And it should go without saying at this point that House of Ashur is significantly worse than Vengeance, which was concretely the weakest season from the original show.
Hello, Stephen. We hear you have a pitch for a new Spartacus show. Is it a continuation of the original series following the surviving characters?
Well, not really. It takes place in an alternate timeline because I want to bring Ashur back to life.
Okay, not sure about that, but I'm sure we can iron out the kinks. So Ashur's going to take command of his own ludus and he's going to plot and scheme his way to the top?
Well, not really. Ashur is totally over-plotting and scheming. Now he's in love with this beautiful young maiden named Viridia, and he just wants to live happily ever after with her. And the story is influenced by Romeo and Juliet because they tragically can't be together due to the class struggles of the time.
Isn't Ashur a psychotic rapist and a sadistic murderer?
Shut up or I'll block you on Twitter.
Okay, sorry. So do any of the other characters make a return from the original show?
Absolutely. Julius Caesar doesn't like Ashur and he keeps fucking with him until eventually Ashur snaps. And after an epic duel, Ashur kills Julius Caesar in the grand finale.
Wait, so you want to leverage an extremely famous historical character, only to then suddenly kill him in an ahistorical manner so as to catch the audience by surprise?
Exactly, now you're getting it.
Okay, so what new characters do we have on the gladiator side of the story?
Well, that's the best part, and I really do mean that. Ashur is going to introduce women to the arena after he encounters Achillea, the goddess of death.
Okay, so Ashur is going to fight other women as a novelty for Ashur to financially abuse as he schemes his way to falling in love?
No, don't be silly. Achillea is going to fight her way through all the men. She's going to win because women are the best. And then her final fight will be against the best gladiator in Capua, who is another woman because, as I just said, women are the best.
Stephen, I'm starting to get slightly concerned that you aren't interested in making a good TV show. You seem to want to employ multiverse mechanics to resurrect an existing character only to invert his personality. You want to bring back a famous historical figure only to then break from history and kill him. And you want to replace the male gladiators in the show with women who are inexplicably better in every conceivable way?
Who said anything about making a good TV show?
Well, that was certainly an experience. But that brings us to the end of the video. Thank you, as always, so much for watching. My next video will be my final Spartacus video covering War of the Damned. Thank you for your patience. I know it has taken me a few months to get that one done. In the video description, you will find a link to my second channel where I upload various bits of extra content, including video game streams and the music that I make for these videos. You will also find links to my community Discord server, as well as my Patreon. So thank you once again for seeing this series through to its end, and I will see you in my next video.